Welcome to MrDantello, a scary stories channel made for quiet nights. Tonight, we bring you ghosts and haunted places, perfect for late-night listening and rest. If you enjoy the stories, like, subscribe, and comment your location below. Relax and listen. Story 1. A woman humming on the baby monitor after bedtime. My daughter was 4 months old when I first heard the humming, and I want to begin by saying that 4 months in is not a time when a person is functioning at their sharpest. I want to say that up front because I spent a great deal of time in the weeks that followed questioning my own perception, and I think it is important to acknowledge the conditions under which I was perceiving things. The fractured sleep, the particular exhaustion of new parenthood that is unlike any other tiredness because it is cumulative and unrelenting and has no foreseeable end. The way the mind begins to do strange things when it has been deprived of consecutive hours of rest for a long enough period. I want to acknowledge all of that, and then I want to tell you that none of it explains what I heard, and none of it explains what I eventually found out. And by the end of this, I think you will agree that my sleep deprivation is the least interesting part of the story. My daughter's name is Rosie. She was born in late June, which meant her first summer was also my first summer as her mother, and the two experiences are so thoroughly braided together in my memory that I cannot think of that summer, the particular heat of it, the long light evenings, the smell of the garden through the open window of her room, without also thinking of the monitor and the hum and the thing I came to understand about the house we were living in, about who had lived in it before us, about what love looks like when it has nowhere left to go except the dark of a child's room in the small hours of the night, offering the only thing it still has to give. The house was my husband Joel's family home. His grandmother, Edie, had lived in it for 51 years, from 1962 until her death in 2013. Joel had grown up coming here for holidays and school breaks. The house a constant in his childhood, the way certain houses are constants. The place that represented a particular quality of continuity, of permanent welcome, that a child absorbs into their sense of what the world is and carries forward as a kind of baseline for what home means. When Edie died, she left the house to Joel's mother, Patricia, who already had her own home and did not need a second one, and who had left it empty for 2 years before finally passing it to Joel and me with the specific generosity of a woman who understood that a young couple in their early 30s would struggle enormously to buy a house in the current market, and who had a house available and a son she loved. We moved in when I was 5 months pregnant. We decorated the nursery ourselves together on a weekend in May when the garden was doing something spectacular with a lilac bush that I still think of as the most beautiful thing I have ever seen through a window while painting skirting boards. We chose a soft yellow for the walls, not aggressively cheerful, just warm. We put up shelves. Joel built the cot from flat pack on a Sunday afternoon with the focused intensity of a man who has decided that this is the most important thing he will ever assemble, which I found very moving at the time and still do. We hung a mobile above the cot, small cloth animals in pale colors, a rabbit and a bear and a bird, and we set up the baby monitor on the windowsill, the camera unit pointing toward the cot from across the room. The monitor was a Video 1, the kind with the small handheld screen that shows you a green-tinted night vision image of the cot in the room, and the speaker that carries the room's audio to wherever you are in the house. We set it up weeks before Rosie arrived, and I used to turn it on sometimes in the evenings just to look at the room on the little screen, the empty cot, the mobile hanging still in the warm air, the shelves with their arrangement of soft toys and small books. I found it comforting in the specific way of things that represent a future you are waiting for, a life that is about to begin. Rosie arrived at the beginning of July, and everything changed in the way that everyone tells you it will, and that you cannot fully understand until it does. The sudden and a total reorganization of the self around another person. The love that is not like other love, but is its own category, enormous and frightening in its enormity. A feeling so large it presses against the inside of the chest like something trying to get out. She was 6 weeks old when the humming began. The first time was a Tuesday night in mid-August. Rosie had gone down at 9 after her last feed, which was a good night for us. She was a difficult settler in those early weeks, resisting sleep with the focused determination of someone who suspected that sleep was where everything interesting went when she was not watching, and 9 p.m. felt like a triumph. Joel had gone to bed at 10 because he was back at work by then and needed the sleep in a way I did not grudge him even through the fog of my own exhaustion. I was downstairs with the monitor on the coffee table beside me, trying to watch something on television that required less concentration than I had available when I heard it. The monitor speaker carries a low constant static, the background hiss of an audio device capturing the ambient sound of a quiet room, and I had become so accustomed to this static in 6 weeks of monitoring that I heard through it, rather than hearing it, the way you hear through traffic noise or rain, registering it as a constant and filtering it out in favor of the sounds that mattered, the snuffling and the small cries and the particular quality of silence that meant she was properly asleep, and I could perhaps close my eyes for 20 minutes. I knew the monitor's sounds the way I knew the house's sounds, intimately and automatically. The humming was not the static. It rose above the static the way a voice rises above background noise, clearly and immediately distinguishable. And when it began, I looked at the monitor screen without yet consciously understanding what I was hearing. The automatic parental response to any change in the monitor's audio. The screen showed a room in its usual green-tinted night vision. The cot, Rosie in it, the mobile above her, the shelves, the window with its curtain. Everything as it should be. Rosie appeared to be asleep, her face turned slightly to one side, her small chest rising and falling in the steady rhythm I had memorized as carefully as anything I had ever memorized. The humming continued. It was a woman's voice. I knew that immediately and without doubt. It had the specific quality of a woman's register, the particular resonance of a female throat, warm and low, the kind of low that comes not from the voice being pitched down deliberately, but from it being relaxed, unself-conscious, produced without effort or performance. It was a tune I did not recognize, something simple and repetitive, the kind of melody that has been simplified by long use until it is barely more than a handful of notes arranged in a phrase that loops back on itself, the kind of song that exists in a tradition rather than having a specific composer, a song that was passed along rather than written down. I sat on the sofa looking at the monitor and listening to the humming for what I think was about 30 seconds before I moved. In those 30 seconds, I ran through the explanations. Interference from a neighbor's monitor, a radio or television somewhere in the house, some malfunction of the device itself. All of them were alive for about 5 seconds each before the specific quality of the humming retired them. It was not interference. It was too clear, too sustained, too present, without the artifacting and distortion that electronic interference produces. It was not a radio. It was not music. It was a person humming. And there is a difference that is immediately and instinctively obvious to anyone who has spent 6 weeks listening through a baby monitor for the sounds of a sleeping infant, learning to distinguish every quality of human sound from every quality of mechanical sound. And it was not a malfunction, because malfunctions do not hum tunes. I went upstairs. I pushed Rosie's door open slowly, carefully, the way you push a door open when you are afraid that what you find on the other side will not be what you expect. The room was empty of anyone except Rosie, who was asleep in her cot, her face turned to the side, her chest rising and falling. The mobile hung still above her. The shelves held their arrangement of soft toys. The window was closed, the curtain drawn, the room warm and dim in the way of summer nights in a house with good insulation. There was no one in the room. There was no sound. I stood in the doorway for a long time. Then I went back downstairs. The monitor was silent, except for its static and the small sounds of Rosie sleeping. I sat on the sofa for another hour and watched the screen and listened to the speaker and heard nothing unusual. And eventually, I went to bed and told myself that the sleep deprivation was doing something to my hearing and it would not happen again. It happened again 4 nights later. Same time, late after 10, the house quiet, Joel asleep, me downstairs with the monitor. The same tune, the same voice, the same warm, unhurried quality of a person humming to themselves or to someone they are sitting with, someone they want to soothe or comfort or simply be present for. I timed it on my phone, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. It stopped as gradually as it had begun, not cut off, but faded, the way a voice fades when the person is finished and is moving away. I went upstairs. Empty room, sleeping baby, nothing. I sat on the floor of the nursery for 20 minutes after, with my back against the wall beside the cot, listening. The room was quiet around me in the particular way of a room where a child is sleeping, a specific quality of inhabited stillness that is different from the stillness of an empty room, warmer and more present. The air slightly changed by the breathing of a small person who has no idea that the person sitting on the floor beside them is frightened. I was frightened. I want to be clear about that because I have already said that the fear changed over time, and I do not want to give the impression that the change was immediate or that my eventual understanding of what I was hearing made the fear a simple thing to move through. In August, 2 incidents in, I was frightened in the way that any parent is frightened when they hear an unknown voice in their child's room. The fear had its full primitive force. Who is in the room with her? who is near my child? What is near my child in the dark? The specific, animal, absolute quality of parental fear, which is not like other fear because it is not about the self. I told Joel the next morning. I described both incidents carefully while he made coffee, and I fed Rosie at the kitchen table, and he listened with the particular attention he brings to things I tell him that he can hear I am serious about, setting aside the part of him that wants to reassure and letting the part of him that knows me hear what I am actually saying. When I finished, he said, "You think it's a person." "I think it's a voice," I said. "I can't hear the words from downstairs clearly, but it's a person humming. A woman humming. And nothing on the camera. Nothing on the camera." He was quiet for a moment, looking at his coffee. Joel is not a man who rushes to explanations, which is one of the things I love about him and which was particularly valuable in that moment. He did not tell me it was interference. He did not tell me I was tired. He said, "I'll stay up tonight." Joel stayed up 3 nights running and heard nothing. He sat on the same sofa with the same monitor on the same coffee table, and the monitor was quiet except for its static and the sounds of Rosie sleeping. And after 3 nights, he came to bed looking slightly baffled and slightly guilty, as though he had failed to witness something he had been specifically asked to witness, as though the absence of the humming on his watch was somehow a comment on his competence. I told him it was fine. I told him to sleep. I did not tell him what I had begun to suspect, which was that the humming did not happen when he was there, which was the same logic as the breathing in the closet. But I did not know about the breathing in the closet then. That is not my story to tell. And the logic had not yet presented itself to me as a pattern worth attending to. I only knew that the humming was for me or for Rosie, and that Joel's presence in the house changed something about the conditions under which it occurred. By September, I had heard the humming 9 times, always at night, always when I was the only adult awake in the house, always the same tune, the same voice, the same warm, unhurried quality, always on the monitor's camera, an empty room, and a sleeping baby. I began to listen for the tune more carefully, to try to hold it in my mind after it finished, to replay it in my memory with enough precision to either recognize it or describe it to someone who might. This is harder than it sounds. Music heard through a monitor speaker, imperfectly transmitted and wrapped in static, does not hold its shape perfectly in the memory, particularly when you are tired and partly frightened and partly straining to hear the words through the humming, to catch whatever phonemes might be running underneath the melody. There were no words, or if there were words, they were below the threshold of transmission, and I could not hear them, just the melody repeated, looping back on itself, a phrase of perhaps 8 notes, and then a response phrase of 6 over and over, slow and patient and very gentle. I tried to replicate it on my phone, humming into the voice memo app. I played it back and listened. I tried again, more carefully. By the 4th attempt, I had something that I thought was close enough to be recognizable if someone who knew the tune heard it. I sent the voice memo to Joel's mother, Patricia, with a message that said simply, "Do you recognize this tune?" I had not yet told Patricia what was happening. I sent the voice memo and waited. Her response took 2 days, and when it came, it was not a text message, but a phone call. And in the first few seconds of the call, before she said anything else, I could hear from the quality of her voice something careful in it, something that was choosing its words, that she knew the tune, and that knowing it had not been a simple thing for her. "Where did you hear that?" she said. "I'll tell you," I said. "But first, do you recognize it?" A pause. "It was Edie's," she said. "She used to hum it. She hummed it all the time whenever she hummed it when she was doing things with her hands in the kitchen or in the garden, and she hummed it when she was with the children, with Joel when he was small, and with his cousins. She used to hum it over the cot." I sat in the kitchen with the phone against my ear, and I looked at the ceiling, and I thought about what Patricia had just said, and I thought about Edie, who had lived in this house for 51 years, and who had died in it, and who I had never met, whose house we were living in, whose nursery we had painted yellow over whatever color it had been before, whose garden was doing something magnificent with the last of the summer outside the window. "Over the cot," I said. "Which cot?" "Joel's, when he stayed here. And before that, Edie had her own children here, 2 of them, in this house. She would have hummed it over their cots as well, I think." A pause. "She said her own mother had hummed it to her when she was small. She didn't know where it came from originally. She'd just always known it." I told Patricia everything that evening, the full account, the first night in August, the 9 incidents, the voice on the monitor, the empty room on the camera, the timing, the conditions, always at night, always when I was alone, always the same tune. I told her carefully and completely, and I waited while she was quiet on the other end of the phone with the quality of quiet that is not absence, but processing, the specific silence of a person letting something large settle into place. When she spoke, her voice was different from the beginning of the call, not distressed, I want to be precise about this, but moved, in the way you are moved by something that is sad and also something else, something that doesn't have a clean name, something in the register of grace or continuity, a feeling produced by the evidence of love that has outlasted its body and found its way back to the thing it cares most about. "She loved this house," Patricia said. "She loved it the way some people love places, in a way that was almost physical, as though the house was part of her. She always said she would never leave it. She said it when she was well, and she said it when she was ill, and she said it near the end. She said she would stay." A pause, and when she continued, her voice was careful in a way that made me think she had never said this aloud before, that it had been sitting in her for years, waiting for the right conversation. I thought she meant she was at peace with dying there. I thought she meant she wasn't afraid. But now I wonder if she meant it more literally than that. "She might have," I said. "She would have loved Rosie," Patricia said. "She never knew about Rosie. She died the year before Joel met you. She would have been the baby of the house. Edie always had a word for the baby of the house. She used to say that every house needed one, that a house without a child was only half itself." A pause. "She used to hum that song over every baby that came into this house. It was her way, her mother's way before her. I sat in the kitchen with the phone against my ear and the monitor on the table in front of me. Rosie's room quiet on the screen, the mobile hanging still above the empty cot, the soft animals turning very slightly in the air from the vent above the radiator. I sat there and I thought about Edie, whom I had never met, in whose house I was living, in whose nursery my daughter slept, over whose cot I had hung the mobile that turned above my daughter's sleeping face. Edie, who had hummed a tune over every baby in this house for 50 years, and who had said she would never leave, and who had, by some measure, kept that promise. "Does it frighten you?" Patricia asked. I thought about it for a moment, honestly. "It did," I said. "At first it did, very much. But now, no, not any more." She would never frighten a child, Patricia said, and said it with a certainty that was not the certainty of argument or persuasion, but the certainty of knowledge, of having known the person in question for decades, and being certain of the grain of her. She wasn't capable of it, not with children. Children were. They were the thing she was best at, the thing she was most herself for. October. Rosie was 4 months old and beginning to do the things that 4-month-old babies do. The smiling, real smiling now, not the reflexive early smiles, but the ones that are clearly responses, that are clearly about something, that happen when you lean over the cot and she sees your face and something in her lights up in a way that makes everything about parenthood make sense in one sudden complete moment. The smiling and the beginning of sounds, the small vocalizations that were not yet language but were clearly its precursors, the first experiments with what a voice can do. On a night in mid-October, I was downstairs with a monitor at about 11, Joel asleep, the house quiet in its October way. A different quiet from summer, more enclosed, the windows shut against the chill, the specific silence of a house that has turned inward for winter. I was on the sofa with a cup of tea going cold on the table and the monitor beside it. And I was not watching television. I was simply sitting, the particular luxury of an hour alone at the end of a long day, and the humming began. But this time, I did not only hear the humming, I was looking at the monitor screen when it started, and on the screen, Rosie was awake. This was not unusual. She had a habit of waking in the mid-evening and lying quietly in the cot for a while before deciding whether she needed anything from us. A habit that had charmed me from the beginning. The evidence of a small person who had already developed the capacity for self-contained quiet, for private wakefulness. She was awake, and she was looking at something. In the green-tinted night vision image on the monitor screen, Rosie was lying on her back, and her head was turned to the left toward the side of the cot. And she was looking at something beside the cot with the particular focused quality of a 4-month-old who has found something interesting, the directed gaze that is one of the first clear signs of intentional attention. Her eyes were fixed on something at the left side of the cot, not the mobile, which was above her, not the shelves, which were on the right. The left side of the cot, which was the side nearest the door, the side nearest the room's only chair, a small nursing chair that I had put there in the early weeks and that I used for the night feeds, and that was, as far as the camera showed, empty. And Rosie was smiling. The 4-month smile, the real one, the one that is clearly a response to something. She was doing it at the empty chair beside the cot. The full, open, unreserved smile of a baby who has seen a face they recognize and love. A smile with her whole face in it, her eyes and her cheeks, and the small, perfect curve of her mouth. The humming continued. I watched the screen. Rosie smiled at the chair beside her cot for the duration of the humming. 7 minutes, I timed it. And then the humming stopped and Rosie's gaze released, the focused attention dispersing, her head turning back to center, and she lay there for a moment, and then she made a small sound, not distress, something more like satisfaction, the sound of a person who has had a nice time and is now ready to sleep, and she closed her eyes, and within 3 minutes her breathing on the monitor had slowed to the steady rhythm of genuine sleep. I sat on the sofa and I looked at the monitor screen for a long time after, at the empty chair beside the cot, at the mobile turning slowly, at Rosie sleeping. Then I went upstairs. I went into the nursery. I stood in the room for a moment, the warm, dim room, the sleeping baby, the mobile, the chair beside the cot, the ordinary yellow-painted room that had been this room for 50 years, that had held other babies before Rosie, that had known this tune and the hands that went with it long before I arrived to paint the skirting boards and hang the mobile. I sat down in the nursing chair beside the cot. I sat there and looked at Rosie sleeping, the small face turned slightly to the side, the chest rising and falling, and I said, quietly, to the room, to the warm, dim air, to whatever was in the chair before me and would be in it after me, "Thank you." I felt slightly foolish saying it. I feel no foolishness about it now. I told Joel in November. I had been holding it for 3 months, not hiding it from him exactly, but waiting until I had enough understanding of it myself to be able to give it to him in a form that was fair, that did not ask him to receive it as either threat or fantasy. Joel grew up coming to this house. He had slept in this house as a child, had eaten in this kitchen, had sat in this garden. He had known Edie in the way that grandchildren know grandparents, with love and with incompleteness, the necessarily partial knowledge of a younger generation of a person who was already old when they were young, who had whole decades of life and selfhood that predated the grandchild's existence and that the grandchild would never fully know. I told him on a Sunday afternoon when Rosie was sleeping and the house was quiet and we were both in the kitchen with coffee. I told him everything, the humming, the timeline, the voice memo, and Patricia identifying the tune, what Patricia had told me about Edie and the song and the babies of the house. And the October night, Rosie awake, looking at the chair beside the cot, smiling the full 4-month smile at something the camera could not see. He was quiet for a long time after I finished. He looked at his coffee. He looked at the window that gave onto the garden, where the lilac bush was now bare for winter, its branches dark and still. He had the expression of a man who is feeling something large and is not quite sure what the feeling is or what to do with it. And I sat across from him and waited, because I know him well enough to know that he needs time with large feelings before he can speak from inside them. Finally he said, "The tune, can you hum it?" I hummed it. The phrase and its response, the loop, the simple, slow melody. I hummed it and watched his face and his face did something I had not expected. It opened. The closed processing expression dissolved, and something underneath it was briefly visible, something very young, something that had been filed a long time ago and had just been retrieved by 8 notes and their 6-note response. "I know that," he said, very quietly. "I know," I said. "She used to, when I stayed here as a child in the summers. I'd wake up in the night sometimes the way children do, not from a nightmare, just awake in the dark in an unfamiliar room, and I'd hear her going down the hall, and sometimes she'd come in." He stopped. He looked at his hands on the coffee cup. "She'd sit in the chair. There was a chair in the room I slept in, and she'd hum that, just that, until I went back to sleep." We sat in the kitchen in the November afternoon, and neither of us said anything for a while. The house was quiet around us. Rosie was upstairs sleeping, monitored, the speaker on the kitchen counter, carrying the small sounds of her sleep into the room with us. "Do you mind," I asked him, "that she's here, that she's in Rosie's room?" He looked at me for a moment. His eyes were bright in the way they sometimes get when he is moved and is trying to decide whether to let it show. "Mind," he said, as though testing the word. "No, I don't mind." A pause. "I'm glad," he said. "I didn't know I was going to say that, but I'm glad." I want to describe the winter carefully because it matters and because it was different from the autumn in ways that I think are significant. The humming in October and November had been occasional, every few nights, sometimes less, a presence that I was aware of and had come to understand, but that had not become constant. In December, it changed, not in quality. The voice was the same. The tune was the same. The warm, unhurried quality was the same. But the frequency increased. The humming came most nights in December, sometimes twice in a night, and the sessions were longer. Some nights the humming lasted 20 minutes, and in those 20-minute sessions I could hear, if I turned the monitor's volume up and pressed the speaker against my ear, something underneath the melody that I had not been able to hear clearly before. Words. The tune had words, carried underneath the humming, not sung but murmured, almost below the threshold of the monitor's capture but present, the faintest ghost of a text beneath the melody. I could not make them out as words, not as individual discrete words, but I could hear the phonemic texture of them, the shape of a language running beneath the music, and the language was old in the way of certain songs that have been in a tradition long enough to accumulate the specific antiquity of repeated use, words worn smooth by generations of mouths. Rosie was 5 months old in December, and then 6, and the smiling in the cot when the humming was happening had become an established thing. Every time I watched the monitor during a humming session, she was either asleep and breathing peacefully or awake and directed toward the left side of the cot, toward the chair, with that full-face smile and occasionally with her hands moving in the way babies' hands move when they are engaged with something, reaching and opening, the small hands working in the air in the direction of the chair, reaching for something that the camera showed as empty space. In December, I stopped going up to check the room during the humming. This was a decision I made consciously at a specific moment, on a night when I had the monitor on the coffee table and the humming was on the speaker, and I had stood up and taken 2 steps toward the stairs and then stopped. I stood at the bottom of the stairs, and I thought about what going up would mean, what checking the room would accomplish. Rosie was on the screen, visibly safe, visibly peaceful, visibly in the presence of something she recognized and welcomed. What I would find if I went up was what I always found: an empty room, a sleeping or contentedly awake baby. Nothing. The going up served only my own anxiety and produced nothing except the disruption of whatever was happening in the room before I arrived. I went back to the sofa. I listened to the humming. I watched the screen. Rosie smiled at the chair and reached her hands toward something in the air above the left side of the cot, and the humming continued its patient loop, and I sat downstairs in the quiet house and let it happen. Patricia came in December, a few days before Christmas. She had known since our phone call in September what was happening in the house, and she had not spoken about it at length since then, had let me lead the subject in our conversations, which I understood as a form of respect, given me the room to process it in my own way and at my own pace, not requiring me to manage her feelings about it as well as my own. When she arrived, she hugged me for longer than usual at the door, the hug of a woman who is glad you are the person living in her mother-in-law's house, who is glad of what you told her, and I held it for the duration she needed. She spent the afternoon with Rosie in a way that I watched from the doorway of the nursery for a while. Patricia in the nursing chair beside the cot with Rosie on her lap, talking to her in the particular register of grandmothers with grandchildren, telling her things, pointing out the soft toys on the shelves, showing her the rabbit on the mobile above the cot, and Rosie, 6 months old and luminous, with the specific sociability of a 6-month-old who is having a good day, smiling and reaching and making the small sounds that were becoming more varied and more deliberate by the week. I left them to it and went downstairs, and after a while, Patricia came down with Rosie on her hip, and we sat in the kitchen with tea, and Rosie sat on the table in her bouncer and watched us talk with the bright, tracking attention she had developed for conversations between adults, as though she understood that something was happening between us and wanted to follow it. Patricia said, "I sat in the chair for a while before I called you down." She was looking at Rosie, not at me. "I wanted to sit there. I used to sit in that chair when Joel was small and sleeping in that room, and before that I would sit there when I came to visit, and Edie was... This was before I met Joel's father, when I was just his girlfriend, and I was nervous about everything, and Edie had a way of sitting with you in a room and making you feel like you belonged there." She paused. I sat in the chair and I talked to her. To Edie. I don't know what that means or whether she could hear, but I talked to her. "What did you say?" I asked. Patricia looked at Rosie, at the small face tracking between us, the hands in their perpetual small activity. "I told her about Rosie," she said. "I described her. I said she had Joel's eyes and your coloring, and that she was wonderful, which is true." A pause. I said thank you for watching over her. A longer pause, and when she continued, her voice was lower, more private. "I said she could stay as long as she wanted, that it was still her house, whatever the deeds say. We sat in the kitchen in the December afternoon, and Rosie watched us with her bright, tracking attention, and the house was warm and quiet around us. And I thought about deeds and about what they measure and what they don't measure, and about belonging and about love that has 50 years of roots in the walls and floorboards and garden of a house, and that cannot be measured or transferred or contained in any document. Rosie is 8 months old now, and it is February, and the winter has settled over the house in the particular way of February winters, persistent and gray and cold, but the snowdrops have come up in the garden in the place where Edie's garden books, which we found in the shed and which Joel keeps now, suggest they always come up under the south-facing wall, the first white of the year pushing up through the cold, dark ground. The humming comes most nights still. It is part of the house now, part of what the house is, the same way the boiler sounds are part of the house, and the particular creak of the third stair is part of the house, and the draft under the kitchen door that I have been meaning to fix is part of the house. I hear it, and I note it, and I let it be what it is. The monitor sits on the coffee table when I'm downstairs in the evenings, and the speaker carries the static and the sounds of Rosie sleeping, and sometimes, in the deep evenings, the humming. And I sit with my tea and my book or my television, and I listen to it with the particular quality of attention that has no alarm in it anymore, only a kind of gratitude. Rosie is learning to respond to music. All babies do, I know. The response to melody and rhythm is early and instinctive, hardwired into the species long before language. But Rosie's response to the specific tune from the monitor is different from her response to other music. When I hum it to her myself in the daytime, I watch her face do something I can only describe as recognition, a quality of response different from the general pleasure she takes in music, more specific, more directed, the look of a person encountering something they already know. I have been humming it to her for a month, and she has begun, in the last 2 weeks, to make sounds in response. Not the sounds of singing. She is 8 months old, but the sounds of a small person feeling their way toward a melody, the first experimental vocalizations, in the direction of a specific tune. She is learning it. That is what I understand. She is learning the tune that Edie's mother sang to Edie, and Edie sang to her children, and Edie sang to Joel in this house across a summer childhood. And Edie is singing to Rosie now in the dark of the nursery in the evenings when the house is quiet, and the mobile turns above the cot, and the chair beside the cot holds whatever sits in it, and leans over the rail to hum the old song to the youngest baby in the house. The tune is passing forward. That is what is happening. That is what Edie is doing in the room at night, and what I am doing in the room in the days, both of us, together across whatever boundary exists between us, handing the song to Rosie, the song that was handed to Edie, and that she gave to her children, and that she gave to Joel in the summers, and that she came back to give to Rosie because Rosie was the baby of the house, and every house needs one, and a baby needs a song, and she had always been the one who gave the song in this house, and she was not finished. She is not finished, and I am glad she is not finished, and the house is full of her, in the way that houses are full of people who loved them absolutely for 50 years, and then kept their promise about never leaving, and Rosie is 8 months old and learning the tune note by note in the yellow room at the top of the stairs. And I sit downstairs with the monitor and listen, and the humming fills the speaker and the house, and something in my chest that has been tight since August slowly, gradually releases. There is a last thing, and then I am finished. Last week, on a Thursday evening, I took Rosie up to bed at 7 as usual, fed her, changed her, settled her in the cot with the mobile turning above her. The room was warm, the curtain drawn against the February dark, the lamp on its lowest setting throwing a dim honey-colored light across the walls. I sat in the nursing chair beside the cot, and I hummed the tune to her while she drifted toward sleep, the full phrase in the response, looping back, slow and patient, and she lay in the cot and looked at me with the drowsy, unfocused look of a baby crossing the threshold into sleep, and her eyes grew heavy and her breathing slowed. When she was asleep, I sat in the chair for a while longer. I sat in the chair in the dim, warm room, and I was very still, and the house was very quiet, and I thought about Edie, whom I never met, whose house I am living in, whose song I am learning. I thought about what Patricia had said. She would have loved Rosie. I thought about the chair and all the people who had sat in it. I thought about continuity, about the chain of people who had sat in this room with a child and hummed this song, the chain going back through Edie to her own mother and beyond, each link adding to it and passing it on, each person in the chair adding their particular warmth to the room, their particular quality of presence, and then passing that too, all of it accumulating in the walls and the floor and the yellow paint and the chair itself, the residue of generations of care laid down in a room like sediment, building up year by year into something that does not leave when the people leave, that stays in the wood and the plaster and the particular quality of the air. I sat in the chair and I hummed the last few bars of the tune to the sleeping room, and when I stopped, in the silence that followed, very quietly, so quietly I was not certain for a moment that I had heard it at all, the tune continued, not from the monitor, not from below, from the room itself, from the warm, dim air of the room, from the chair or beside the chair, or from somewhere I cannot locate any more precisely than that. The last phrase of the melody completed the 6-note response that follows the 8-note call, finishing the loop in the particular way it always finishes, the way it has always finished for as long as this song has existed, which is longer than either of us has been in this house or in the world. I sat very still. The room was quiet again. Rosie slept in the cot. The mobile turned above her. The lamp threw its honey light across the yellow walls. I said very softly, "Good night, Edie." The room did not answer. It did not need to. The answer was already in it, in every surface and every breath of warm air, and the sleeping child in the cot, and the song that was still moving forward into the future, carried now by Rosie's small experiments with melody, handing itself along as it had always handed itself along, from mouth to ear to memory to mouth again. The oldest and most reliable form of transmission there is, the one that requires nothing except a voice and a child and the willingness to sit in the dark and hum. I got up from the chair. I turned the lamp off. I left the door slightly open, the way I always do, so the light from the hallway reaches across the floor to the foot of the cot. I went downstairs. I made tea. I sat on the sofa with the monitor on the coffee table and the house quiet around me, and I waited to see what the evening would bring. The static, the small sounds of sleeping, the ordinary beloved sounds of a house at rest. And then, after a little while, low and warm and patient and absolutely certain of its welcome, the humming. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. Backyard motion lights, triggering when nothing is there. I installed the motion lights myself on a Sunday afternoon in late September, the kind of afternoon that still carries the last warmth of summer in the angle of the light, but smells already of something turning. I bought 2 of them from the hardware store on the main road, the large floodlight type, the kind with the broad white housing and the PIR sensor in the center that swivels and can be adjusted to different sensitivity levels. I mounted one above the back door and one at the far end of the garden, where the fence meets the side gate, which I had been meaning to secure properly for months. The whole job took about 2 hours. I was pleased with myself. I stood on the back step in the early evening and clapped my hands sharply, and both lights blazed on. And I went inside and ate dinner and felt like a competent adult, which is a feeling I try to cultivate and which does not come to me as naturally as I would like. I should explain why I installed them. The practical reason was the side gate which I mentioned, and which had a latch that had been unreliable for as long as I had lived there. 3 years of jiggling it into place and finding it swinging open in the morning. Anyone could come through it. Anyone could walk into the back garden and from the back garden to the back door, which was a standard UPVC door with a standard lock, not particularly secure. I was a woman living alone in a semi-detached house at the end of a quiet street, and 3 years of the jiggling gate had accumulated into a low-grade anxiety that I had finally decided to address practically rather than continuing to manage emotionally. The other reason, the one I had not articulated to myself clearly until I was standing on the stepladder with a screwdriver, was the feeling I had sometimes when I looked out at the back garden at night. Not a feeling I could have described precisely, or not fear exactly, more a resistance, a disinclination to look directly at certain parts of the garden after dark, the end of the garden, particularly where the old apple trees stood. A tree I had thought was lovely when I first viewed the house, and which I still thought was lovely in daylight, in blossom in spring, golden in autumn, the right kind of old for an old garden. But at night, the apple tree was a different thing, a mass of dark branches against a dark sky, reaching and irregular, the kind of shape that offers too many interpretations to a nervous eye. I told myself the lights would solve the looking problem. If I could flood the garden with light whenever I wanted by simply stepping outside or clapping my hands, the garden would be demystified, made ordinary, made knowable. Light is the most efficient destroyer of ambiguity. I believed that then. I believe it rather less now. The lights worked correctly for 11 days. I checked them each evening, stepping out onto the back step and triggering them deliberately, confirming that both were functioning, that the sensors were angled correctly, that the timer was set to the right duration. They were good lights. They did what they were supposed to do. On the 12th night, the 10th of October, I was in bed with a book just after 11 when the light above the back door came on. I know it came on because the bedroom is at the back of the house, and the curtains are heavy but not impermeable, and the light has a specific quality, a cool, slightly blue-white, the particular LED quality of modern security lights that comes through the curtain fabric differently than the amber of the street lights at the front. A rectangle of cooler, whiter light appears on the bedroom ceiling when the back garden light activates. I had noticed this the first night when a fox had set it off, and I had become accustomed to the ceiling rectangle as a feature of the nights. A fox, a cat, a bird large enough to trip the sensor, all of them announcing their presence in the garden in this indirect, second-hand way. I looked at the ceiling rectangle. I checked the time. 11:14. I put my book down. I counted the seconds because the lights are set to remain active for 90 seconds after the last motion is detected, and if the fox or whatever had triggered it was still in the garden, the light would stay on. If it had passed through, the light would cut out at the 90-second mark, and I would know the garden was empty. The light stayed on. It stayed on past 90 seconds. It stayed on past 2 minutes. I sat up in bed and looked at the ceiling, where the rectangle continued its steady blue-white presence, and I thought, the fox is still out there, or there are multiple animals moving through, or the sensor is malfunctioning, or the wind has picked up and is moving something in its field of view. I thought all of these things in order, testing each one, and then I got up and went to the window and pulled the curtain edge aside and looked down into the garden. The garden was lit up completely with both floodlights active, bright as an operating theater. Every part of the garden visible, the lawn, the patio, the beds along the fence, the apple tree at the far end with all its branches sharp and clear in the white light. The side gate, I noticed, was properly closed. I could see it from the window, the latch in the down position, correctly engaged. The garden was empty. There was nothing in it. No fox, no cat, no bird, no person. The lawn was undisturbed. The flower beds were undisturbed. The apple tree stood in the floodlight with every branch visible, and there was nothing in the branches and nothing beneath the branches and nothing anywhere in the garden that should have been tripping two motion sensors simultaneously. I watched the garden for a minute from the window. Nothing moved. Both lights stayed on. I went back to bed. Eventually, I did not time it, but it was a long time, longer than any fox or cat could have kept two sensors active. The ceiling rectangle faded, and the garden went dark. And I lay in the dark and told myself the sensor needed recalibrating and went to sleep. It happened again the next night at 11:40. Again at 12:05 the night after that. By the end of the third week of October, I had logged, in a note on my phone, 14 separate activations between the hours of 11 p.m. and 4 in the morning, on nights when the wind was not sufficient to explain them, and when looking out of the window revealed each time a garden that appeared completely empty. I recalibrated the sensors. I adjusted the sensitivity down from maximum to medium. I replaced the batteries in the remote unit, even though the lights were hardwired and the remote was supplementary. I checked the mounting brackets to make sure the housings were not vibrating. I did everything the installation manual suggested and several things it did not. And the activations continued on their irregular nocturnal schedule, always in the deep hours, always when the garden was, to every visible assessment, empty. I called the manufacturer's helpline on a Tuesday afternoon and described the problem to a man who was patient and thorough and ran through every possible cause with methodical efficiency. Insects near the sensor, thermal drafts from a house venting system, heat signatures from underground animals, moles or rats in the soil beneath the garden, detectable as warmth by a PIR sensor even through the earth. I had not known that last one. PIR stands for passive infrared, he explained. The sensor detects changes in infrared radiation in its field of view, which is to say, it detects heat. Anything warm enough and mobile enough to create a differential in the sensor's reading will trigger the light, whether or not that thing is visible. Rats in the soil, he said. Very plausible for a garden with an old tree. Tree roots create channels, and rodents use them. Nothing to worry about. Get a pest control person in if it bothers you. I thanked him and hung up. I sat at my kitchen table looking out at the back garden in the flat gray light of a Tuesday afternoon, at the apple tree with its deep roots and its possible channels, and I thought about things detectable only as heat, things warm enough to move through the infrared field of a sensor without being visible, and I told myself this was a satisfying explanation. It was a rational explanation. It had the correct shape of a rational explanation. It did not entirely work, and I knew why, though I did not want to say why out loud, even to myself. The reason it did not work was the pattern. The pattern was this. The activations were not random. I had been logging them for 2 weeks, and the data laid out in the note on my phone was consistent in a way that randomness does not produce. The activations followed a path, not a literal path, not a sequence of triggers moving from one end of the garden to the other, the way a person or animal crossing the garden would produce. Something stranger than that. The activations followed the routine. The light above the back door came on first, almost always. Then, within a few minutes, the light at the end of the garden, near the apple tree, came on as well. Then the back door light again. Then sometimes a long pause, the lights off, the garden dark, and then both lights together, simultaneously, which would require 2 separate things in 2 separate locations, triggering 2 separate sensors at the same moment, or one thing capable of triggering both sensors from a central position, which would put it near the middle of the garden on the lawn, equidistant from both fixtures. I drew it out on a piece of paper, the garden layout, the positions of the lights, and I marked the activation sequences from the log. What emerged from the drawing was a pattern of movement. Back door, far end, back door, center, back door, far end, back door, center, a circuit. Not a straight crossing of the garden, but a circuit repeated back and forth with a pause at each end, the pace of something that was not in a hurry, that was not passing through, but moving within the space, occupying it rather than traversing it, the pace of something pacing. I looked at my drawing for a long time. I folded it up and put it in a kitchen drawer and did not look at it again for a week, because there is a particular kind of information that you need to put down and walk away from before you can look at it straight, and that was one of those pieces of information. I spoke to my neighbor Carol over the fence on a Saturday morning. I had been meaning to for some time, for reasons that were not entirely about the motion lights, but which the motion lights had given me a practical excuse to pursue. Carol had lived in her house for 19 years. She had been there long before I arrived, long before the previous owners of my house, long enough to know the street's history in the detailed, unsystematized way that long-term residents know things, not as researched fact, but as accumulated and half-forgotten context. I told her about the motion lights. I described the activations, the pattern, the empty garden. I watched her face while I described it, the particular attention you pay to someone's face when you are telling them something and you suspect they already know something relevant to it. Her expression did not change dramatically. She did not go pale or look away or make any of the theatrical responses that this kind of story is supposed to produce. She simply nodded, slowly, with the nod of a person for whom new information is slotting into an existing structure rather than constructing a new one. "The Mallory man walked that garden," she said. "The Mallory owned the house before the Pryors, before your lot." She meant the couple I had bought from, the Pryors, who had been there for 8 years before me, and from whom I had heard nothing unusual, though I was beginning to reconsider the significance of what people do and do not mention. Robert Mallory. He was in that house for 30 years, retired on his own, used to walk the garden every night. His wife used to complain about it before she went, said he couldn't sleep and she'd wake up and look out, and he'd be out there going up and down regardless of the weather. She said it with the particular flatness, not the flatness of someone trying to be careful, the flatness of someone who had already completed this thought some time ago and was now simply reporting its conclusion. "Robert Mallory," I said. Did he? "Died in the house," Carol said. "Oh, 10, 12 years ago now. Not an unpleasant death, if there is such a thing. Went in his sleep, they said. Peaceful." She paused. His wife had already been gone 6 years by then. He lived alone those 6 years and walked that garden every single night, whatever the weather. She looked over my fence, the apple tree. He planted that tree, 30-odd years ago when he first moved in. Small thing it was then. We stood on either side of the fence for a moment, not talking, looking at the tree. Its upper branches were catching the wind, moving slowly in the gray October morning, the last of the autumn leaves trembling and releasing. "Do your lights go off a lot?" I asked. "Not anymore," she said. She said it without inflection, without drama, without any particular emphasis. Then she went back to her garden, and I went back to mine, and we did not discuss it again. I want to describe a specific night. The night of the 19th of October, which was a Friday, and which I had spent at home, because I had been tired from a long week and had not wanted company, had wanted specifically the quiet of my own house and an early bed. I was asleep by 10:30, which is early for me but felt right, and I slept well for the first few hours in the deep, untroubled way you sleep when your body genuinely needs rest rather than simply marking time till morning. At 2:11 a.m., I woke up, not gradually, not the slow surfacing of a natural sleep cycle, suddenly, completely, the way you wake when a sound has reached you through sleep and your body has already processed it and decided it matters, before your conscious mind has caught up. I was awake and sitting up before I had any clear thought about why, already oriented toward the window, already attending. The ceiling showed the double rectangle, both lights on. Back door and far end, both active simultaneously, which was the pattern I associated with the center of garden activation, the position that would put whatever was triggering them equidistant from both sensors, standing on the lawn. I got up. I went to the window. I pulled the curtain back. The garden was fully lit, both floodlights blazing, the lawn and the beds and the tree all stark and visible. The side gate was closed. The garden was empty. I stood at the window for a long time. The lights stayed on. I looked at the apple tree, at its lower branches in the flood of white light, at the grass beneath it, at the area of lawn between the tree and the back door where, if Carol's description of Robert Mallory's nightly circuits was accurate, a person walking back and forth would pass. I looked at that area of lawn for a while. The grass was wet. It had rained in the early evening, and in the white light of the floodlights it had a slight sheen to it, reflective, the way wet grass always is in bright light. I looked at the sheen on the wet grass and I noticed, slowly, the way you notice things that your eye has been registering before your mind catches up, that the grass was not uniformly reflective. There was a dull line in the sheen. A track. 2 tracks. Parallel and slightly irregular, the width of a pair of human feet, running from the base of the apple tree toward the back door and stopping. Not sharp impressions, not footprints in mud. The ground was not soft enough for that, and the tracks were not the right shape for footprints. They were compressions. The grass slightly flattened in a line, the dew on it slightly disturbed, a path through the wet, reflective surface, where the reflection was just barely different from the reflection to either side, the tracks of someone who had walked that path so many times, across so many years, that even after everything they still left their shape in the grass, even in the wet, even in the dark, even when the garden was empty and the lights came on for nothing and nothing was there. I stood at the window and looked at the tracks in the wet grass and the lit garden and the apple tree standing in the white light, and I felt a great many things that I am still not fully able to organize into a clear account. I will say this. I was frightened, and underneath the fear, or alongside it, there was something else, a feeling produced by the specific image of those tracks, by the thought of 30 years of walking the same path in the dark in the same garden, 30 years of insomnia and circuits, and the private nocturnal ritual of a man who could not sleep. Something that was not fear and was not comfort, but was adjacent to both, in the way that great sadness is sometimes adjacent to both. The lights went off eventually. The garden went dark. I went back to bed and lay there until morning, not sleeping, watching the ceiling for the return of the rectangle, which did not come again that night. I did some research. This is the part of the account that I am aware sounds like the behavior of someone who has committed too fully to an explanation they have already decided on, who is looking for confirmation rather than information, and I want to be honest about that. But I also want to be honest about what I found, which was not nothing. The electoral roll and council records gave me Robert Mallory, confirmed. The address, the duration of residence, 31 years from 1971 to 2002. listed loaned from 1996 onward following the death of his wife Margaret. Death registered at the address, October 2002. I had not known the month before I found it, and when I found it, I sat with it for a moment. October. He had died in October. The activations had begun in October. I had moved in June, and the lights had been installed in late September and had worked correctly until the 10th of October, and October was the month he had died, and I do not know what to do with that particular alignment of facts, except to note it and set it down. I found one other thing. A local history archive, the kind maintained by local libraries with the help of volunteers who find this sort of thing important, had a brief entry on the street, written by someone who had grown up on it and donated their recollections in the early 2000s. The entry mentioned several families, several houses. It mentioned number 14, which is my house, in the context of the garden. The garden at number 14 was known for its apple tree, planted by Mr. Mallory in approximately 1973, which became a notable feature of the street, visible over the rear fence from several neighboring properties. Mr. Mallory was a dedicated gardener and spent considerable time in the garden at all hours. He was a quiet man, but well regarded by his neighbors. Considerable time in the garden at all hours. The archive had no photograph of Robert Mallory, which I had half hoped for and half feared. He remained, to me, a quality of presence rather than a face. A man who walked, who could not sleep, who planted a tree 30 years before I arrived and was still, by some measure I was not equipped to quantify, walking the garden he had made. November. The clocks went back. The nights got longer and darker and colder in the specific way of the turn into proper winter, the quality of dark that is different from October dark, heavier and more final. The activations continued on their irregular but patterned schedule. I had stopped logging them individually. There were too many, and the log had done its work, had given me the pattern, and there was nothing more the individual data points could tell me. I simply lived with them now. The rectangle on the ceiling at 2 a.m, the white light in the garden, the invisible circuits. I developed habits around it. I began leaving the kitchen light on overnight, not because I was afraid, or not only because I was afraid, but because it seemed like the hospitable thing to do. A lit window, as a form of acknowledgement. I am aware this sounds irrational, and I present it as data rather than argument. I left the kitchen light on, and it made the activations feel different to me, less like intrusions and more like check-ins. The way a neighbor might pass your lit window in the dark and note that you are home and not knock, but register your presence. I began also to go out into the garden sometimes on the nights when the lights came on. Not immediately, not in the first alarmed moment of waking, but after lying for a few minutes in the dark with the ceiling rectangle on my face. I would get up, put on a coat, go downstairs and out the back door, and stand on the patio in the white light and look at the garden and the tree. The first time I did this, I felt foolish and cold and went back inside after 2 minutes. The second time, I stayed longer. The third time, I brought a mug of something warm and stood on the patio properly in the light, unhurried. I'm not sure what I was doing, standing in my own back garden at 2 a.m. in November with a mug of tea. I am not sure I have a name for it. It felt like something between company and witness. Standing in the light with whatever was also standing in the light, in the approximation of sharing a space that is the closest thing available to actual presence. The lights stayed on longer when I was outside. I noticed this, but have not drawn any conclusion from it except to note it. When I stood on the patio, the lights that should have cut out at 90 seconds after last motion detection remained active for much longer, 15 minutes on one occasion, nearly 20 on another. I did not move during those times, not enough to trigger the sensors myself. Whatever was keeping the lights on was not me. I need to describe the night of the 14th of November, which is the hardest part of this to write, and the part I have started and stopped the most times. Not because it was violent or dramatic, it was neither, but because it was the night when the thing I had been carefully maintaining as a working hypothesis, an open question, a phenomenon under investigation, resolved into something that felt settled and known and irreversible in its knowing. It was a Sunday night. I had gone to bed at a reasonable hour, had slept well for a few hours, and woke at 3:04 to the ceiling rectangle. Both lights. I lay there for a moment, and then I did what I had been doing on these nights for several weeks. I got up, put on my coat and boots over my pajamas, went downstairs, and went out into the garden. It was cold, a clear night, the kind of November night that is almost entirely sky. The clouds that had been present all week had thinned and pulled back, and the sky above the garden was wide and very dark and scattered with more stars than I usually see in a garden in a town. Both floodlights were on. The garden was brightly, evenly lit. The patio, the lawn, the flower beds, the apple tree with its bare November branches reaching in every direction. I stood on the patio with my arms around myself and looked at the tree for a while. Then I looked at the lawn between the tree and the patio, the stretch of grass where Carol's description and my own tracking of the light patterns put the path of the circuits back and forth, back, door to tree, and back again. The grass was dry tonight. No dew, no rain, no reflective surface to show me the compressions the way the wet October grass had. Just dark grass and white light, unremarkable, offering nothing. I stood there for a while. The lights stayed on, and then I felt it, not saw, not heard, felt. A change in the air beside me, to my right, close, the quality of air that has been displaced by something, the way air shifts when a person steps into your space. A temperature differential, a cold that was more specific than the general cold of the November night, more local, more present, a cold that had a location rather than simply being the ambient temperature of the air. I did not move. I stood very still on the patio and breathed carefully, the way you breathe when you are trying not to disturb something, and the cold was there beside me at the edge of what I might have called arm's reach, if either of us had arms to measure it by. And I stood in it, and the light stayed on, and the apple tree stood in the white light with its bare winter branches, and the garden was empty and full at the same time. And I thought about 30 years of walking and insomnia, and a tree planted in 1973, and still here, still growing, still putting out its branches into the air of the same garden, and the man who planted it still here as well, by some measure, in some mode, walking the same circuit he had always walked, and unable to stop, or unwilling to stop, or simply not knowing that there was somewhere else to be. I said, because it seemed like the right thing, and because I had stopped worrying about whether the things that seemed right were rational. I don't mind you being here. The cold held its position for a moment. Then it moved. Not away, but forward, off the patio, onto the lawn, toward the tree. The light stayed on as the cold moved, both sensors tracking the infrared differential as it crossed the garden, and I watched the light stay on as it went, marking the path. Patio, lawn, tree. At the base of the tree, the cold stopped, or I stopped feeling it as a distinct presence. It blended back into the general cold of the night, indistinguishable. The light stayed on for a few minutes longer, then they cut out. The garden went dark. The sky above it was enormous and full of stars. I stood on the patio in the dark for a while, looking at the tree, which was now only just visible against the sky, a shape of darker darkness, its branches moving slightly in a small wind that had started up. Then I went inside. The activations continued through November and into December, though their character changed slightly. The pattern persisted, back door, far end, center, but the sessions became shorter. Where previously the lights had stayed on for 10 or 15 minutes at a stretch, they began cutting out faster, the 90-second timer running its course, the garden going dark, as though the pace of the circuits had slowed, as though whatever was walking had begun to take longer pauses, to stand in the dark between activations rather than keeping the sensors continuously engaged. I read things in those months about what insomnia feels like from the inside, about what it is to walk the same ground in the dark night after night, because the alternative is lying in a dark room with a mind that will not quiet. I am not an insomniac myself, but I have had bad patches, the kind that last a week or two and leave you wrung out. And I could extrapolate from those patches to something longer and more permanent, 30 years of bad nights, 30 years of the garden in the dark as the only reliable remedy, the apple tree at the far end as the turning point of each circuit, back and forth, until the body finally tired enough to sleep. I thought about Margaret Mallory, dead in 1996, and Robert Mallory alone in the house for 6 more years, and the garden at night, and what the garden must have meant after that. Whether it had still been the remedy, or whether it had become something else, the only place that still held the shape of the life he had had, the only space where the shape of two people going back and forth was still preserved in some way, in the worn-down grass, in the roots of the tree they had both watched grow, in the specific and unrepeatable quality of a particular garden on a particular night, in October or November or December, year after year. I thought about all of it, and I left the kitchen light on, and sometimes I went out and stood on the patio in my coat. And the lights came on, and the garden was briefly blazing and briefly occupied, and then dark again. And the winter came down properly over the street and the garden and the apple tree. There is a last thing to tell. It happened in January, on a night when the temperature had dropped to the kind of cold that has weight in it, that presses down, the kind of cold that makes old houses creak and settle, that fills the gaps in window frames with whistling. I was in bed, awake, reading, not asleep yet, when the ceiling rectangle appeared and both lights blazed on, and I noted it and went back to my book, because by January I was that settled with it, I had reached that degree of normalcy with the nightly circuits. I noted them the way you note a familiar sound, the way you note the train that passes at a certain hour without fully attending to it. But the lights stayed on. They stayed on past 5 minutes, past 10, past 15. I put my book down and looked at the ceiling and thought, something is different tonight. Something has changed. I went to the window. I pulled the curtain aside. The garden was lit, both lights, the apple tree blazing in the white floodlight, its bare winter branches covered in frost, each small twig outlined in white, the whole tree crystalline and extraordinary and, in the light, the most beautiful I had ever seen it. The lawn was frosted too, the whole garden rigid and still and glittering, and at the base of the tree, in the frost on the ground, there were marks. I looked at them for a long time from the window before I went down. I put my coat on over my pajamas and my boots, and I went out into the frozen garden in the floodlight, and I walked across the crackling frozen grass to the apple tree. And I stood in front of it and looked at what was on the ground. The frost at the base of the tree was disturbed, not by footprints, not by impressions, by warmth. An area of ground perhaps 4 feet across, directly at the base of the trunk, where the frost had melted, where something warm had rested, where the temperature had been sufficient to undo the frost, to return the ground to the dark, bare, unfrozen earth beneath, a dark oval patch in the surrounding white, the shape and size and warmth of a person sitting down or lying down. At the base of the tree they had planted, in January, in the cold that has weight in it, the frost undone by warmth in the shape of rest. I stood in a floodlit garden in January and looked at the dark, unfrozen oval at the base of the apple tree for a long time. The light stayed on. The frost glittered on every surface except that one. The tree stood above the warm, dark patch in the frost with its crystalline branches and its 30 years of growing and its roots going down deep into the ground of the garden, deeper than anything, deeper than any circuit or any restlessness or any amount of cold, dark winter nights. I do not know what I witnessed. I do not know the word for what I saw or what I have been living alongside for 4 months, or what Robert Mallory was in those months, in that garden, or what it means that warmth sufficient to melt frost left the shape of rest at the base of his tree. I do not know whether it was finished that night, whether the lying down at the base of the tree was an ending, a settling, a finally coming to rest after 30 years of circuits and insomnia and dark October gardens. I do not know whether that is something that can happen or what it would mean if it did. What I know is that the activations have been fewer since January. Not absent. The lights still come on sometimes in the deep hours. Still follow the old pattern for a circuit or two. Still keep the sensors engaged past their timer. But fewer, shorter, less frequent. The quality of the nights has changed. The garden at night feels different than it did in October, than it did in the early weeks of all this. It feels more settled. The silence in it has a different texture. Not empty. I do not want to say empty because I am not sure it will ever be entirely empty. Not with the tree still there and the roots still deep, and the old path still slightly visible in the grass on wet mornings, if you know where to look. But quieter, the quiet of something that has rested, that has finally, after a long time, put itself down in the place it loved most and let the cold come in, and found that the cold was not so bad after everything, with the roots of the tree above you and the garden you made around you and the long dark, finally, at last, being still. I leave the kitchen light on. I still go outside sometimes, on the nights when the lights come on, and stand on the patio in my coat and look at the tree. The apple tree that Robert Mallory planted in 1973, that Carol watched grow over the fence for 50 years, that was there before me and will be there after me, and is bare now in February and will blossom again in spring in the way that trees do, in the way that certain things do, regardless of everything else, regardless of cold or dark or the long patient circuits of the restless dead. I am not frightened of my garden. I want to say that at the end of this clearly. I was frightened in October, in the first weeks, when the lights kept coming on and the garden kept being empty, and I had not yet found the words for what the emptiness contained. I am not frightened now. The tree is there. The light comes on. Something walks the old path in the dark, and I leave a window lit for it, and sometimes I stand in the cold with it, and we occupy the garden together in the particular way that the living, and whatever comes after living, can occupy the same space at the same time, which is to say, not together exactly, but not entirely alone. The motion lights are still up, both of them, the one above the back door and the one at the far end near the gate. I have not taken them down, and I will not. They are doing exactly what I installed them to do. They are telling me when something is in the garden. They are just not very good at telling me what. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. Frost forming on the inside of the window pane. The room cost me $40 a week. That was the first warning sign, though I didn't recognize it at the time. When you're desperate for shelter and running low on cash, you don't ask too many questions about why a place is so cheap. Desperation doesn't usually come with a price guide. It just comes heavy and pressing, settling on your shoulders like a weight that never quite lifts. The house itself was old, the kind of structure that had probably been impressive once, maybe in the 1920s or 30s, when craftsmanship meant something and people built things to last. Now it was just a sagging Victorian on the edge of town, painted a faded gray that looked almost white in certain light, as if the color had been frightened away long ago. The paint was peeling in long strips, exposing the wood underneath, which had turned a sickly shade of green from decades of exposure to the elements. The roof was missing shingles in places, and I could see dark patches of water damage on the exterior walls. The front steps were cracked and uneven, and the railings had rusted to the point where they crumbled if you touched them. This was not a place that had been loved. This was not a place where anyone had been happy. I had been drifting for 3 months by the time I found that listing. 3 months of sleeping in my car, which I'd eventually sold for gas money. 3 months of moving from shelter to shelter, from library to library, from park bench to park bench. I had a job interview scheduled at a gas station on the edge of town, but the pay would be minimum wage, and it would take months before I could afford anything decent. Even then, the cheapest rental apartments in the area went for at least $500 a month. I made about that in 2 weeks if I worked full-time, which meant after taxes and food and transportation, I would be barely scraping by. The room for $40 a week seemed like an answer to a prayer I hadn't even known I was praying. It seemed like a miracle, the kind of thing that people didn't find anymore. I found the listing on my phone at a public library, typed out on a crumbling website that hadn't been updated in years. The web page looked like it had been created sometime in the early 2000s with basic HTML and no styling whatsoever. Just black text on a white background, no images, no decorations, no attempt at beautification or marketing. Just facts. Room for rent. $40 per week. Inquire on Sundays. The landlord's name was written at the bottom. Mr. Elias Chin. No phone number, just an address and the instructions to come by on Sundays between 2 and 4 in the afternoon. I wrote down the address in a notebook I carried with me everywhere, a notebook filled with addresses of shelters, libraries with good Wi-Fi, churches that served free meals. I showed up the following Sunday, my belongings in 2 garbage bags and a backpack, ready to move into whatever situation I gotten myself into. I was nervous in a way I couldn't quite explain, and as I walked toward the house, I wondered if there was some sixth sense that warned you about danger, some instinct that could detect wrongness in places. If so, I wasn't listening to it. It was a beautiful day, the kind of day that made it hard to imagine anything bad could happen. The sun was high and warm, and the sky was so blue it looked almost unnatural, as if someone had painted it onto the world. The kind of weather that made you want to be outside, moving, living, feeling the warmth on your skin. But the house seemed to reject the good weather, even standing in the bright sunlight, even with the sun directly overhead and no shade to hide in. The Victorian looked dark, as if it absorbed the light rather than reflecting it, as if the building itself was a kind of darkness that refused to be illuminated no matter how bright the sun shone. The windows especially seemed like dark eyes, watching the street, watching me approach. I felt like I was being observed, and I forced myself to keep walking, to not give in to the urge to turn around. The front door was already open when I arrived. Mr. Chen was sitting on the front steps, a thin man in his 70s with wire-rimmed glasses and a cardigan despite the warm weather. His face was deeply lined, as if carved with worry or age or both, and his skin had the papery quality of someone who'd spent a lifetime indoors, away from the sun. His hair was white and thin, combed back from his forehead in a way that suggested vanity, that suggested he still cared how he looked, even though everything about him screamed defeat. He didn't smile when I approached, but he didn't seem unfriendly either. He simply looked tired, the way old people do when they've seen enough of the world to know that nothing much matters anymore. His eyes, behind the wire-rimmed glasses, held no particular emotion. They were the eyes of someone looking at the world from a very great distance, from somewhere far away, somewhere that didn't hurt as much as here. "You're here about the room," he said. It wasn't a question. His voice was quiet and precise, with an accent that I couldn't quite place. Something Asian, perhaps, but worn smooth by decades of living somewhere else. Yes, I said, stopping a few feet away. There was something about him that made me not want to get too close. Room 5. Room 5, he confirmed. He stood up slowly, his joints cracking audibly, the sound like old wood breaking. I winced at the noise. 3rd floor. Bathroom is shared with room 6 and 7, quiet hours after 10 in the evening, rent due every Sunday by noon. No exceptions. What's included? I asked, though I wasn't sure what to expect. For $40 a week, I expected nothing. I expected a closet with a bed and a bare bulb hanging from the ceiling. Anything more would be a surprise, would be luxury. Heat in winter, he said. That's it. Water and electric come from the meter in your room. You pay directly to the city. Damages come out of the deposit. If you break the window, you pay. If you damage the walls, you pay. If the radiator breaks because you turned it all the way up and left it that way, you pay. He paused, as if considering whether there was anything else that needed to be explained. No visitors after dark, no loud music, no cooking in the rooms. If you need food, there's a microwave in the downstairs kitchen. Shared. Clean up after yourself. What's in the basement? I asked. I wasn't sure why I asked that. I should have just taken the key and gone upstairs. His eyes flickered behind his glasses, and for a moment I thought I saw something like fear in them. Fear, or maybe relief, that I'd asked. The basement is not part of the rental, he said carefully. The basement is mine. No one goes in the basement, ever. Is that clear? Why would I go in the basement? I asked. Some people do. Some people get curious. Some people want to explore the whole house. Some people try to break into locked rooms, or they try to find out what's in the basement. And then they have problems. You don't want to have problems. He reached into his cardigan pocket and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper with instructions written in shaky handwriting. The paper looked old, as if it had been printed decades ago and had never been updated. The ink had faded, and the paper itself was brittle and discolored. How many times had he given out this paper? How many tenants had read these instructions? These are the rules, he said, handing me the paper. Read them, follow them. Everything you need to know is here, and one more thing. He waited until I looked up from the paper and made eye contact with him. Don't ask about previous tenants. If people disappear, if the room changes hands frequently, that's not your concern. You're renting the room. You're not buying a history. I wanted to ask what he meant by that. I wanted to ask why the warning about previous tenants seemed so important. But something in his expression told me that asking questions would be a mistake. So instead, I took the key and the paper and walked inside, my garbage bags rustling against my legs as I climbed the front steps. The key was old brass, warm from his hand, and it felt solid and real. At least I had that. At least I had a key that meant I belonged somewhere. The house smelled like old wood and something else I couldn't identify. Not quite mold, not quite decay, but something in between. Something that had been sitting undisturbed for a long time, accumulating in the corners and the closets and the spaces between the walls. Something that had fermented and aged until it became a presence in itself, a presence that you could almost feel, a presence that seemed to make the air heavier and harder to breathe. The foyer was grand, with a sweeping staircase that split into two directions on the second floor, but the grandeur was faded now, worn away by time and neglect. Dust covered every surface thick enough that I could write my name in it if I'd wanted to. Cobwebs hung from the corners of the high ceiling like decorations that had never been taken down, growing more elaborate with each passing year. There were water stains on the wallpaper that formed shapes like cities or continents, brown and yellow marks that spread like diseases across the walls. The wallpaper itself was a faded floral pattern that might have been elegant once, back in the 1970s or 80s. But now it hung in strips in places, peeling away from the plaster beneath. The plaster underneath was cracked and water-stained and deeply sad. The foyer had two doors off to the left and right, and I could see the black maw of another hallway extending into the house beyond. The light from the open front door didn't penetrate far into the house. It seemed to stop a few feet inside the entrance, as if rejected by the darkness within, as if the house itself had a repellent field that pushed away anything bright. I could see the bottom of the staircase clearly enough, but beyond that, the house faded into shadow, faded into a darkness that seemed to have depth and weight and intention. I took a breath and climbed the first flight of stairs, my footsteps creaking on the old wood. Each step sounded different from the last, producing its own particular note, as if the house was speaking in a language made of creaks and groans. The stairs were narrow and steep, and the banister was carved wood, ornate and beautiful beneath the dust. Someone had made this house with care once. Someone had put thought and artistry into its construction, had imagined people living here, had imagined happiness and families and celebrations. That thought made me sad in a way I couldn't quite articulate. The second floor had a hallway that split into three directions, each one lined with doors. Some of the doors were painted a faded cream color, while others had the natural wood showing through. Several of the doors had locks on them, heavy iron locks that looked like they hadn't been opened in years, locks that seemed to be keeping something in rather than keeping people out. The paper Mr. Chin had given me said not to go into the locked rooms. I didn't plan to disobey that instruction. I could feel something coming from those locked doors, something watching, something waiting. Or maybe that was just my imagination. Maybe I was letting the house get to me already, making me paranoid, making me see threats that didn't exist. Room 5 was at the end of a long hallway on the third floor. The hallway was so dark that I had to use my phone's flashlight to find my way, even though it was still afternoon and the sun was shining outside. The sun seemed unable to penetrate into this part of the house. The beam from my phone caught on closed doors as I walked, each one looking exactly like the last, as if repeated infinitely, as if the hallway went on forever. I counted them as I passed. 1, 2, 3, 4, finally 5. The numbers were written on the doors in faded brass digits, the kind that had probably been polished once, but now had turned a dull greenish color from oxidation and age. The brass was tarnished and worn, and you could barely read the numbers unless you knew what to look for. The key turned smoothly in the lock, as if the mechanism had been recently oiled, as if someone had prepared this door specifically for my arrival. The door opened onto a small, sparse room, There was a single bed against the far wall, a simple bed frame made of metal painted white, with a thin mattress that sagged in the middle. There was a small desk with one drawer, a wooden chair with a woven rush seat that was fraying at the edges, and a dresser that had once been dark wood but had faded to a dull brown. The bed frame was metal, painted white, but flaking with rust at the corners. The floorboards were bare, showing the same pattern of scratches and stains as the rest of the house. On the desk was a single lamp with a frayed cord, the kind of lamp that could have been from any era in the past 50 years. On the dresser was a mirror with cracks across its surface, like a spider web of flaws frozen in the glass. There was a small closet without a door, just an empty space where clothes could hang. The walls were painted a pale cream color that had yellowed with age. But what caught my attention immediately was the window itself. Even though it was still warm outside, warm enough that I could see people in shirt sleeves walking down the street below, even though the sun was shining directly on the side of the house, there was frost forming on the inside of the glass. Not the kind of frost you see in winter, not the delicate crystalline patterns that form on windows in the coldest part of the year. Those beautiful and intricate patterns that look like nothing so much as nature's artwork. This was different. This frost was thick, almost solid, coating the lower half of the pane with a gray-white substance that looked more like something had been burned onto the glass than anything natural. As I watched, I could see new crystals forming, spreading like a living thing across the cold surface. The frost seemed to move, to pulse, as if it was breathing, as if it was alive. As I stared at it, I felt an inexplicable chill, despite the warmth of the day outside, despite the warmth of the room around me, despite the radiator that was visibly warm to the touch. I approached the window slowly, feeling inexplicably drawn to it, feeling like I was walking towards something I shouldn't see, something I shouldn't understand. As I got closer, I could see that the frost was more than just a simple coating. The crystals were large and complex, formed into patterns that almost resembled writing or faces or hands. They were too detailed, too organized to be the result of simple condensation. Someone or something had created these patterns deliberately. Someone or something was trying to communicate. I reached out and touched it, and the moment my skin made contact with the frost, I felt something go through me. Not pain exactly, but a sudden overwhelming awareness of cold, a vast and ancient cold, of cold that had been gathering for years, for decades, for centuries perhaps. The frost was ice cold, far colder than it should have been, cold that seemed to burn rather than chill, cold that seemed to pull the warmth out of my hand and into itself. The window itself felt wrong, like touching something that had been left outside on the coldest night of the year, something that had absorbed all the cold from the entire winter and locked it within itself. The glass was smooth and hard and utterly alien. It was like touching something from another world, something that didn't belong in this room, this house, this universe. I could feel the cold spreading up my arm, past my wrist, starting to climb toward my shoulder. I could feel it burrowing into the bones of my fingers, settling in like it had every intention of staying. I pulled my hand back, gasping. That was odd, very odd. The feeling faded slowly, the warmth returning to my hand, but slowly, as if my hand was reluctant to warm up, as if it wanted to stay cold. I looked at my fingers. They were red and white, blotched with color that came and went. I rubbed them together, trying to get circulation back into them. I looked at the radiator in the corner of the room. It was warm, noticeably warm. I could feel the heat coming off it from across the room. I could see the faint shimmer in the air above it from the rising heat. The room itself was comfortable, a pleasant temperature. There was no logical reason for frost to be forming on the inside of the window. The condensation should be going the other direction, from the cold outside to the warm inside. Warm air holds more moisture than cold air. When warm air hits a cold surface, that's when condensation forms. But this wasn't condensation. This was ice. This was frost. And it was forming on the inside of a warm window in a warm room on a warm day. I decided not to think about it too much. I was too tired, too emotionally worn down by months of homelessness to spend energy on something I didn't understand. Maybe there was a simple explanation. Maybe there was a leak somewhere, water getting behind the wall, water freezing. Maybe the window was broken and the cold was seeping through somehow. Maybe. I unpacked my bags, made the bed with the sheets I'd brought, and settled in. The room was small, maybe 10 feet by 12 feet at most, but it was mine. For now, it was mine, and that was more than I'd had in 3 months. The 2 garbage bags that had contained everything I owned in the world now sat empty in the corner, and I felt a strange sense of accomplishment at having at least that much. I had a place. I had a roof. I had a window, even if that window was doing something strange with frost. I spent the afternoon exploring the room, getting a feel for the space, trying to imagine myself living here. The desk had a single drawer, and inside the drawer I found old newspapers from the 1970s. The headlines spoke of inflation and gas prices and political scandals that had long since faded into history. The paper was yellowed and brittle, and it fell apart in my hands when I tried to unfold it. I wondered how long those newspapers had been there. Decades, probably. Maybe longer. Maybe someone had left them there as a record of time passing, or maybe they'd just been forgotten. The radiator hissed and clanked as the building's heating system cycled, which seemed strange given that it was a warm day and no heat should be necessary. Perhaps the system was old enough that it ran on automatic timers, indifferent to the actual temperature. Perhaps the heat was on because the house wanted it on, because the house was trying to do something to the frost, trying to fight it or feed it or control it in some way. I looked out the window again, or tried to. The frost had spread slightly in the time I'd spent unpacking. The new growth was in the same pattern as before, like fingers reaching toward something, like eyes watching, like something pressed against the glass from the other side, trying to get through. The more I looked at it, the more convinced I became that it formed deliberate patterns. But I pushed that thought aside. Patterns, after all, were things the human mind imposed on randomness. We saw faces in clouds and maps in water stains. We saw meaning in chaos. This was no different. It was just frost. It was just ice forming in a pattern that happened to look like something just by chance. That first night, I lay in bed and tried to fall asleep. The house was quiet in a way that silence isn't usually quiet. It was the kind of quiet that has a presence, that seems to press down on you like weight, like physical pressure. It was the kind of quiet that made you hyper-aware of every sound, every creak, every whisper. I could hear the old buildings settling, boards creaking in the darkness, the distant sound of pipes running water somewhere in the walls, the sound of the radiator clicking on and off, normal sounds, the sounds any old house makes. But there was something else, something underneath all of that, a low humming, almost too quiet to hear, almost below the threshold of hearing. It might have been the wind. It might have been the plumbing. It might have been the refrigerator in someone else's room, or the electrical system of the house, or any of 100 mundane explanations. But it sounded almost like breathing, slow and deep and purposeful, as if the house itself was asleep and I was listening to its rest. It sounded, if I was being honest with myself, like something watching me, observing me, waiting to see what I would do, waiting to see how long I would last. I fell asleep listening to that sound, and my dreams were full of ice and cold and hands reaching out of darkness. I dreamed of being buried in snow, of ice forming on my skin, of breathing becoming harder and harder until it seemed like the cold itself was a physical thing I was trying to breathe, trying to pull down into my lungs. I dreamed of a face pressed against glass, a face I couldn't quite see, a face that was reaching toward me, begging me for something I didn't know how to give. When I woke in the morning, the frost on the window had grown considerably. It had spread upward now, covering 3/4 of the pane. The ice crystals were larger, more defined, more intricate. They formed patterns that almost looked like writing, or like faces, or like hands, reaching toward something, stretching, grasping, desperate. The layer of frost was so thick that I couldn't see through the window at all anymore. I could only see the faint outline of the birch trees through the milky white coating. The view of the outside world had been almost completely obscured. The room had become more isolated, more cut off from the world beyond. I tried to scratch some of it off with my fingernail. The frost was hard as glass, harder than glass, harder than anything I'd ever felt. It didn't give at all. A few small chips broke away, falling to the floor like fragments of broken glass. Underneath the frost, the window itself felt impossibly cold, colder than it should be, colder than seemed physically possible. I realized that my hand was going numb again, that the cold was spreading from the window into my fingers, and I pulled back. This wasn't normal. This wasn't possible in a heated room on a warm day, but I had nowhere else to go, so I tried not to think about it too much. I got dressed and left the house, needing to be somewhere else, needing to escape that room and that window and that feeling that something was watching me. Something was waiting for me. Something was hungry. I spent the day exploring the town, finding the places where I could spend time without spending money. There was a park with a bench that faced a small pond. The bench was rough wood, unfinished, and the paint was peeling off in long strips. The pond was green and still, and I couldn't tell if it was natural or artificial. There was a library with free Wi-Fi, a white building from the 1960s with large windows and a sign that said the library had been founded in 1923. Inside, the shelves were filled with books, many of them old, Many of them smell of must and age. There was a diner called Ray's, where I could nurse a single cup of coffee for hours, sitting in a booth by the window watching people pass by. The diner smelled like grease and fried food and coffee, the smells layered on top of each other, the smells of decades of cooking seeping into the walls. It was a small town, the kind of place where nothing much happened, where the most exciting event of the week was usually the farmer's market on Saturday morning in the town square. The kind of place where people knew everyone's business and didn't bother being subtle about it. Where the local newspaper probably printed the police blotter with names and everything, where everyone's secrets were common knowledge and gossip was the primary form of entertainment. As I sat in the diner nursing my coffee, I noticed something odd. The waitress, a woman in her 50s with dyed red hair and tired eyes, kept looking at me. When I made eye contact, she quickly looked away. But I could feel her watching me, assessing me, trying to figure out what I was. When I asked for a refill on my coffee, she hesitated before pouring it, as if she was considering whether I was worth the effort. When I left $1 for a tip on my $2 cup of coffee, she seemed surprised, as if she wasn't expecting generosity from someone like me. I spent the late afternoon in the library, using the free Wi-Fi to look for information about the house, about Mr. Chen, about the town. But there was nothing. No news articles about strange occurrences at the house. No warnings posted on social media. No reviews on any rental website. It was as if the house didn't exist, as if no one had ever heard of it, as if it existed in some kind of pocket, separate from the normal world, separate from the internet and information and documentation. That should have frightened me. That should have been a sign. But I was too tired, too desperate to pay attention to such signs. I had a room. I had a place to sleep. That was more than I'd had in months. I wasn't going to throw that away because of some frost on a window. When I returned to my room that evening, it was dark, and I didn't turn on the lights until I reached for the switch. When I did, when the single bare bulb in the ceiling flickered to life, I saw something that made my breath catch in my throat, made my heart begin to race, made every instinct I had scream at me to run. The frost on the window had spread to the entire pane. It was now completely opaque, a thick layer of ice that covered every inch of glass. The frost was so thick that it looked almost three-dimensional, like someone had covered the window with a thick layer of plaster. But that wasn't what had frightened me. That wasn't what made my blood run cold. The frost had begun to spread to the wall around the window as well, a band of crystalline ice, like an infection, like a disease, spreading through the plaster and paint, crept along the paintwork in a slowly expanding circle around the window frame. The frost had formed delicate patterns on the wall, patterns that looked almost like branches, like the roots of a tree, like veins carrying blood through tissue. The patterns were spreading. The frost was growing, and it was no longer confined to the window. I stepped closer to examine it, my heart pounding in my ears. The frost on the wall was thinner than the frost on the glass, but it was definitely there, a layer of ice and something else, something that looked almost like salt deposits. The frost was cold to the touch, shockingly cold, painfully cold. When my hand touched it, I felt the same burning sensation I'd felt at the window, The same sense of something vast and ancient and hungry reaching toward me, reaching through me. I looked at the radiator. It was still warm. The rest of the room was warm. But this window and the wall around it were locked in their own private winter, locked in a cold that had nothing to do with the weather outside, nothing to do with the season, nothing to do with anything natural or explainable. This cold was something else. This cold had purpose. This cold was alive. I pulled the curtain closed, trying to block out the sight of the spreading frost, and went to bed, trying not to think about it, trying not to imagine what was happening beyond that curtain, trying not to think about what was forming on that window, what was spread into that wall, what was hungry for something I couldn't give it. I fell asleep with my eyes closed and my hands folded on top of the blanket, my body tense, waiting for something bad to happen, waiting for the cold to find me in the dark. The next morning, I woke to a sound I hadn't heard the previous mornings. It was a scratching sound, coming from the window, scratch, 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 like fingernails on glass, like something on the other side of the window, trying to get in, like something trying to break through. I opened my eyes and stared at the ceiling, my heart beating faster than it should. The scratching continued. Scratch, 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 methodical, patient, like a sound that could continue for a very long time, like the sound of something with infinite patience, like something that knew I would have to leave the room eventually, and when I did, it would be waiting. I didn't get out of bed. I pulled the blanket over my head like a child hiding from monsters under the bed, like a child who believed that if they couldn't see something, it couldn't see them. I tried to block out the sound, but I could still hear it. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then, gradually, it faded. The last few scratches were so faint I could barely hear them. Then silence. An absolute silence that seemed even worse than the scratching. When I gathered the courage to pull the blanket back and look at the window, I saw that the frost had reached nearly to the ceiling. It covered the wall around the window in a thick, creeping network of crystalline growth. The pattern was no longer random. It formed shapes now, definite shapes. I could see what looked like fingers, long and thin, pressed against the frost from the inside out. I could see the outline of a face with deep-set eye sockets and a mouth open in a scream. I could see hands reaching toward something, grasping, stretching, desperately trying to push through the barrier between worlds. My mouth went dry. I got out of bed and went to the window, forcing myself to look at it directly. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The pattern shifted as I watched, the face slowly fading into abstract shapes, then reforming into something almost human again. I could almost recognize the features. I could almost see a name forming in my mind, a face from my past, a person I had known. But before the image could solidify, it would shift again, would become abstract again, would return to being just random patterns formed by frost. It wasn't real. It was just the patterns formed by the frost, the same way people see faces in clouds or in wooden doors or in wet walls. The human brain is good at finding patterns, at seeing what it expects to see. That was all this was. That had to be all this was. But the scratching sound had been real. There had been nothing scratching on the window. The frost had covered the entire pane completely. Nothing could have scratched from outside, and nothing could reach the window from inside the room but me. I decided that day to ask Mr. Chen about the frost. I needed answers. I needed to know what was happening, why the frost was growing, what I should do about it. Maybe there was a simple solution. Maybe there was something I was supposed to do, some maintenance issue I needed to address. Maybe Mr. Chen would laugh and explain some rational reason for everything that was happening. I found him in the front yard, sitting on the steps as if he'd never moved from his position 3 days earlier. This time, he was drinking tea from a chipped ceramic cup. The tea was dark, almost black, and I could smell it from where I stood. It smelled like something exotic, something herbal, something that had been brought from far away. He didn't seem surprised to see me, though I'd made no effort to be quiet. Maybe he'd been expecting me. Maybe he knew that the frost would grow and that I would come asking questions. "The frost on my window," I said, sitting down next to him, uninvited. "It keeps growing, even though the room is warm, even though there's a radiator running constantly. How is that possible?" He was quiet for a long time. He took a slow sip of his tea and looked out at the overgrown yard. The yard was full of dead grass and weeds, and there were a few trees scattered throughout, their branches bare and twisted. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, so quiet I had to lean in to hear him. "Did you touch the frost?" I thought about this. I had touched it more than once now, though each time had been painful and brief. I had touched it that first morning, and I had touched it again just this morning, trying to understand what it was, trying to make it make sense. "Yes," I said, "just a little bit, only with my fingers." He nodded as if this confirmed something he already knew. "The frost doesn't go away," he said. His voice was heavy with something, sadness maybe, or resignation. "It only spreads, and it spreads faster the more you pay attention to it. The faster you pay attention to it, the faster it grows. The more you touch it, the more you look at it, the more it wants to grow. It feeds on attention. It feeds on fear. It feeds on your curiosity about what it is and where it's coming from." I didn't understand. "What is it?" I demanded. "Is there something wrong with the heating? Is it some kind of mold or—" "Don't ask about previous tenants," he interrupted. His voice was still quiet, but there was an edge to it now, a hardness that hadn't been there before. "Don't ask questions you don't want answers to. That's the rule. You were told the rules when you arrived. If you break the rules, if you ask questions, if you try to understand, then you have no one to blame but yourself for what happens." "You didn't tell me anything about frost on windows," I said, my voice rising despite my attempt to stay calm. "You didn't warn me that my window would be covered in ice on a warm day. You didn't tell me that something would be reaching toward me through the glass, trying to—" "Now you're being hysterical," he said. He stood up, signaling that the conversation was over. His teacup was still half full, steam still rising from it. He had given up on the tea in order to escape the conversation. "You're reading meaning into random patterns. That's what people do when they're frightened and desperate. They see patterns. They see messages. They see meaning where there is only coincidence in physics and natural phenomena. It's not natural, I said. Nothing about this is natural, and you know it. He looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Pity, maybe, or resignation, or the look someone gives you when they've given you a warning you didn't listen to, and they're watching you suffer the consequences. Yes, he said simply. It's not natural. The house is not natural. That's why I gave you the rules. That's why I told you not to ask about previous tenants. That's why I told you not to go into the basement. Not for my sake, for yours. Because knowing the answers won't help you. It will only make things worse. What's in the basement? I asked, the question escaping before I could stop it. What's down there? He looked at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Pity, maybe, or resignation, or the look someone gives you when they've given you a warning you didn't listen to, and they're watching you suffer the consequences. Cold, he said simply. The basement is very cold, even in summer, even when the heat is turned off, even when the sun is shining directly into the house. The basement is cold. It's the coldest part of the house. It's where the frost comes from. It's where the cold originates. It spreads upward from there, through the walls, through the pipes, through the very structure of the building. That's where the hunger comes from. Hunger, I repeated. What do you mean, hunger? Frost doesn't have hunger. It's not alive. After that, I couldn't make myself go back inside the house. The thought of being in that room, being in a space with that window, being in a place where something was growing and spreading and reaching toward me, it was too much. I couldn't do it. I spent the night in the park on a bench, my few possessions beside me. I didn't sleep. I sat in the darkness and tried to make sense of what I'd heard, what I'd seen, what I was experiencing. By morning, I had convinced myself that I'd been hallucinating. Stress, exhaustion, the strangeness of the situation, the power of suggestion after Mr. Chen's cryptic warnings, all of these things combined could create a very convincing hallucination. The mind is capable of astonishing things when it's under pressure, when it's desperate, when it's looking for meaning in a world that seems meaningless. But I knew what I'd seen. I knew what I'd heard. I knew that the frost on that window was not normal ice. I knew that something was reaching toward me through that glass. I knew that something was hungry, was trying to pull me into itself, was trying to claim me as part of whatever it was. And yet, I went back to the house anyway, because where else could I go? I had no money. I had no friends in this town. I had no job yet, no income, no resources. I was trapped. I was as trapped as anything in that house was trapped. I was as much a prisoner as the frost, as much a captive as whatever was reaching through the glass toward me. By the second day, without a place to sleep, I was desperate. My back ached from sleeping on benches. My stomach ached from going hungry. My mind ached from the stress and the fear and the knowledge that I had nowhere else to turn. I looked for other places to stay, but every other place in town was more expensive. Even the most run-down apartment building charged at least $500 a month. I didn't have $500. I had maybe $200 left, and that was supposed to last me until I got my first paycheck. Report what? He interrupted. That there's frost on a window? that the house is cold in places, that people have disappeared, no one would believe you. No one believes any of them. The police have been called before. They come, they look at an empty room, they find nothing. They find a window with some frost on it, and they find a radiator, and they find normal plaster and paint. They find a room that looks perfectly ordinary, and the tenants who called them have usually decided by then to move on, or they've already been taken. There's nothing to prove. There's nothing to show. I stared at him, unable to comprehend how someone could be so casual about such horrors. But looking at his face, I realized something. He wasn't evil. He was trapped just as much as the tenants he put into those rooms. He was trapped by the house itself, imprisoned by something far older and far more powerful than himself. He was a prisoner and a jailer at the same time. "Why don't you leave?" I asked. "Why don't you just walk away from this house? Why do you stay here? Why do you keep renting rooms to people? Why do you contribute to whatever this is?" "I've tried," he said quietly. "Every time I try to leave, the house makes me stay. I've tried driving away in my car. The car breaks down before I can get more than a few blocks away. I've tried walking. I find myself back here no matter what direction I walk in. I've tried calling for help. No one can hear my calls. The phone doesn't work. The internet doesn't work. This house is mine, and I am its. That's the way it's always been. And once you've touched the frost, once you've caught its attention, you're marked. You belong to it now. The only question is when. I should have left town anyway. I should have begged or borrowed money. I should have done anything to get away from that place. But I was young and foolish and desperate people don't always make good decisions. Desperate people often make the worst decisions. Desperate people do things they should never do. 3 days later, I went back to the house again, my tail between my legs, my pride in my pocket. "I'll take the room back," I told Mr. Chen, "but I need to know how to stop it, how to stop the frost, how to keep it from spreading." He looked at me with an expression of deep sadness. For a moment, I thought he was going to refuse, was going to send me away, was going to tell me that I'd made my choice and now I had to live with it. But after a moment, he stood up and gestured for me to follow him. We walked around the side of the house, past the crumbling stone foundation, to a small wooden door set into the ground. It was the entrance to the basement. The door was painted green, or it had been painted green once, decades ago. Now the paint was peeling, and the wood underneath was dark with age and moisture. The handle was rusted, and there were spider webs all around the door frame. "In the basement," he said, "there is a room, a small room, smaller than your bedroom, and in that room there is a furnace, an old furnace, coal burning. It hasn't been used in decades, but it still works. The coal that generates the frost, the coal that feeds the frost, it comes from the basement. It spreads upward through the house, into the walls, into the pipes, into the very structure of the building. That's how it brings the cold. But if you generate enough heat, if you burn enough, if you feed the furnace with enough fire, the heat will spread upward. The heat will drive the cold back, at least temporarily, enough to stop the frost's growth, maybe even enough to reverse it." "How do I stop it?" I asked, though I was already beginning to understand. How do I stop the frost permanently? You can't stop it permanently, he said. No one can stop it, but you can slow it down. You can buy yourself time. You can keep it from taking you, at least for a while. How? I demanded. What do I need to do? You go into the basement, he said. You find the furnace. You light it. You burn things in it. Hot things. Burning things. The heat will drive the cold back, at least temporarily. Enough to stop the frost's growth. Maybe even enough to reverse it. Important things, he said. Things that matter to you. Things that have value. Things that represent part of who you are. The more important they are to you, the hotter they burn. The more they burn, the farther the heat spreads. You understand? I understood then. The house wanted something. The house wanted sacrifice. And if you wanted to stay, if you wanted to survive in the house, you had to feed it something of value. You had to burn something irreplaceable in that furnace. You had to give something up that you would never get back. You had to pay a price in blood and tears and memories and love. What if I refuse? I asked. Then the frost spreads, he said simply, and it takes you, and the room becomes empty again, and the cycle continues, and I rent it to someone else, and the house feeds again. I had nowhere else to go. I was trapped by circumstance and poverty and bad luck. I was trapped by the decisions I had made that led me to this place, this house, this room. And now I was trapped by the understanding that there was no way out. Not really. Not for me. The only choice was how long I wanted to last. How many times I was willing to sacrifice part of myself to survive. How much of myself I was willing to burn away in order to delay the inevitable. I agreed to take the key. I agreed to go back to the room. And I agreed implicitly to whatever it was I would have to do to survive. The first night back in the room was the worst. The frost had continued to spread in my absence, and now it covered nearly 3/4 of the wall around the window. The patterns in the frost had become more detailed, more intricate, more deliberately formed. I could see a face now, not just the impression of a face, but an actual face. A young woman's face, pressed against the frost from the inside. Her eyes were looking directly at me. Her mouth was moving, still whispering, still reaching out, still asking for something I couldn't give. The ice was so cold that the room had become uncomfortably chilly, despite the radiator running at full capacity. I could see my breath forming small clouds in the air when I exhaled. My fingers were numb. My face was numb. I felt like I was slowly being frozen from the inside out. At the bottom of the stairs was a small room. In the center of the room was the furnace, an old coal-burning furnace, black iron, covered in rust. It was massive, monolithic, a relic from a time when such things were built to last forever. The furnace had a door, and inside the door I could see remnants of coal dust, black dust, the remains of fires long extinguished. On the wall next to the furnace was a shelf, and on the shelf were matches, old matches, in a box that said Swan Matches on the side. The box was ancient, probably from the 1950s or earlier. The matches still looked serviceable, though, and I picked up the box and opened the furnace door. The darkness inside the furnace was absolute. It was the kind of darkness that seemed to have depth, to extend back infinitely to contain something within it. I struck a match and threw it inside. The flame caught immediately, and the furnace burst to life with a sound like wind, like breathing, like something waking up. The fire inside was blue and cold-looking, not hot and red like normal fire. The blue flames danced and twisted, and they seemed to pull at me, to reach toward me, to want something from me. But the price was high. The price was pieces of my soul. I spent the next several weeks burning things. I took the photograph of myself as a child standing next to my father on a beach somewhere. I threw it into the furnace and watched it curl up in the heat. Watched my father's face disappear. Watched the beach and the sun and the happiness all burn away to ash. The frost receded further, not completely, but noticeably. I could see the wall behind it again. I could see the windowsill. I could see the glass beneath the frost for the first time in days. But the frost didn't stop. It kept growing, just more slowly. So I kept burning things. I took the journal I'd kept since I was a teenager, the one that contained every thought I'd ever recorded, every secret I'd ever written down, every moment of my life that mattered to me, every fear I'd ever felt, every hope I'd ever held, every dream I'd ever dared to dream. I burned it page by page, and with each page that turned to ash, I felt myself becoming less real, less whole, less me. The journal had been the record of my existence. Now it was gone. Now I was just a shell, a person without a history, without context, without meaning. And still the frost didn't stop. I burned the photographs of people I loved, my grandmother, my best friend from high school, a girl I'd dated for a few months, someone I'd thought I might marry at the time. Their faces disappeared into the blue flames, and I felt the connections to them severing, breaking, disappearing into ash. I was becoming isolated, cut off from my past, cut off from the people who had defined me. I burned the small drawing I'd made as a child that my father had framed. It was crude, just a child's attempt at drawing a house and a tree, but my father had framed it and hung it on his wall. He'd said it was beautiful. He'd said I had potential. That drawing had been one of my only connections to his pride in me, one of my only proofs that he'd loved me. Now, it was ash. And slowly, so slowly that it was almost imperceptible, the frost began to recede. Not quickly, not dramatically. Just day by day, the frost would be slightly less, would have spread slightly less, would be covering slightly less of the window and the wall. And every day I burned something else. Every day I sacrificed another piece of myself. Every day I died a little more in order to survive a little longer. On the 8th day, I stood in my room and looked at what remained of my possessions. Everything of value was gone, everything that had mattered to me, everything that had connected me to my past, everything that reminded me of who I was, all of it was ash. I had 2 garbage bags left, filled with clothes and basic necessities. That was all. Everything else had been burned away. The frost was almost gone now. Only a thin layer remained on the window, only a few crystalline patches on the wall. The face was no longer visible. The reaching hands had faded away. Only abstract patterns remained, patterns that were already beginning to lose their definition. But Rachel was still there. I could see her sometimes in the remaining frost, see her eyes looking at me, see her mouth moving. With each thing I burned, she faded a little more. The more I sacrificed, the less real she became. It was as if the frost was absorbing her, pulling her deeper into itself, consuming her. The more I burned, the more she disappeared. The sacrifice I was making was killing her, or at least killing the version of her that existed in the frost, that existed in this place. I realized what was happening. The house didn't care what I burned. It would accept any sacrifice, but it was never satisfied. The more you sacrificed, the more it wanted. And every sacrifice you made gave the house more power over you, made it harder to leave, made it more likely that you would eventually end up like Rachel, trapped inside the frost, waiting for the next tenant to move in, waiting to see another person willingly walk into your prison, waiting to feel them sacrifice themselves piece by piece until there was nothing left. I understood then what I had to do. There was no winning with a house. There was no way to satisfy it, no way to appease it, no way to live here without eventually being consumed. The only way to survive was to escape. The only way to keep any part of myself intact was to leave now, while there was still something left of me to leave with. I packed a small bag with the barest essentials, a change of clothes, a toothbrush, my wallet, though it contained only a few dollars. I left the rest of my things in the room, the garbage bags and the few possessions I hadn't yet burned. I didn't write a note. I didn't tell Mr. Chen I was leaving. I simply walked out of that house. It was hard to leave. It was harder than it should have been. Every step I took toward the door felt like I was wading through water, like something was pulling at me, trying to keep me inside. The hallway seemed longer than it had been before. The stairs seemed to go on forever. But I forced myself to keep moving, forced myself to put one foot in front of the other, forced myself toward the exit. As I reached the front door, I felt something in my chest break, felt something tearing inside me. I looked back at the house, and for just a moment I thought I saw something in a window on the third floor. A face, a hand pressing against the glass, an expression of desperation and longing and betrayal. Then I was outside, and I was walking away, and I didn't look back again until I reached the edge of the property. I walked to the bus station and bought a ticket with the last of my money. I didn't care where it went, just that it took me far away from that town. As I sat in the waiting area, my heart still pounding from the effort of escaping, I felt something settle over me. Not relief, exactly, not peace, but a kind of resignation, an understanding that I had escaped, but that escape had a price, that I had lost more than I had saved. As the bus pulled away from the station, I looked out the window at the town receding behind us. The old Victorian house was still there, sitting on its hill, watching the road with its many-paned eyes. I could see the third-floor window from here, could see the frost still forming on the glass, could see the face pressed against it, watching the bus leave, watching me escape. And I thought about Rachel, still trapped in that frost. I thought about all the other people who had been trapped there over the years, all the tenants who had rented rooms and paid their money and slowly burned away their lives trying to keep the cold at bay. I thought about Mr. Chen, locked in the house by forces beyond his understanding, forced to rent rooms to desperate people, forced to contribute to the house's hunger, forced to watch people sacrifice themselves piece by piece. I never went back. I swore to myself that I would never go back to that house, never return to that town, never set foot on that property again. But sometimes, late at night, I dream about that room. I dream about the frost forming on the inside of the window, spreading and growing and developing patterns that look almost like faces. I dream about the voice whispering my name, begging me not to leave. I dream about Rachel's face fading into the ice, becoming less real with each thing I burned, becoming less human with each sacrifice I made. And sometimes I wake up and there's frost on the inside of my window. Just a little bit, just a thin layer, just enough to remind me that some places follow you. Some houses never really let you go. Some cold seeps into you and never quite leaves, no matter how far away you run. Some coldness becomes part of you, becomes woven into your very being, becomes something you carry with you forever. The frost comes back on particularly cold nights. It forms shapes on my window, shapes that almost look like faces, almost look like hands reaching out. I keep the curtains closed and try not to think about what's on the other side. I try not to listen to the whispers that sometimes seem to come from inside the glass, voices calling my name, begging me to let them in, begging me to help them, begging me to do what I couldn't do for Rachel. I try not to remember Rachel's face fading into the ice, becoming less real with every sacrifice I made. I try not to think about her betrayal when I left her there, trapped in that frost, condemned to wait forever for the next tenant, condemned to watch them sacrifice themselves as I had sacrificed myself. I try not to think about whether, somewhere in that house on the hill, there's a room with my face now trapped in the frost. A room where, on particularly cold nights, a new tenant hears scratching sounds and whispers and the voice of someone they used to know, begging them not to leave, asking them to stay, trying to pull them deeper into the ice. I try not to wonder if I ever really left that house at all, if maybe the bus ride was just a dream, a kindness that my mind offered itself. If maybe I'm still there, walking the hallways in the dark, still packing my things, still trying to find a way out that no longer exists. If maybe I never actually escaped, and everything that happened after I left the house is just my mind's way of coping with being trapped, of creating an illusion of freedom while I'm actually still there, burning things, sacrificing myself, dying slowly in that cold room. The frost grows thicker every year on the coldest nights when the temperature drops below zero and the wind howls outside my windows. I can see it forming more clearly, more intricate patterns, more familiar faces. I can see faces I recognize. I can see people I've known. I can see myself looking back at me from the other side of the glass. I've begun to wonder what I would need to burn to make it stop. What would be valuable enough to appease it? What part of myself I would need to sacrifice to keep the frost from spreading across my entire window, from covering my walls, from trapping me in that room again. But I've already burned everything. There's nothing left to burn. There's nothing left of me that has any value. And sometimes, looking at the frost forming on my window, I think I see Rachel's face looking back at me. I think I see her mouth moving, trying to tell me something. I think I hear her voice, quieter now, weaker than it was before, calling my name across the barrier of ice. She's been waiting such a long time. She's been in that frost for so many years. I wonder what she wants to tell me. I wonder if she forgives me for leaving her there. And I'm no longer certain where that frozen room ends and my own room begins. I'm no longer certain that the house is only in that old town on the hill. I'm no longer certain that I ever truly escaped. The frost is spreading. It's spreading across my window, across my walls, into my life. It's spreading because I didn't understand something important when I was in that house, something Mr. Chen tried to warn me about in his cryptic way. Some houses don't let you go just because you leave. Some houses mark you. Some houses keep a part of you and send you out into the world as a carrier, spreading the cold to every place you go, every person you meet. Some houses claim you in ways that have nothing to do with physical location. Some houses reach across the distance and pull you back, slowly, gradually, until you find yourself standing once again in front of that green wooden door set into the ground, ready to descend into the cold and the dark. I am infected with that house's coldness. I am infected with the frost. And with each passing winter, with each night, the temperature drops below freezing. I feel it spreading deeper into me, pulling me back, trying to drag me back to that room on the 3rd floor where Rachel waits, where all the others wait, where the frost reaches toward me with hands made of ice, asking me to come home. The frost on my window grows thicker and thicker. The patterns become clearer and clearer. I can see faces now, dozens of them, hundreds of them, all pressed against the glass from the other side, all of them watching me, all of them waiting. And I'm beginning to hear scratching sounds again, not on my window this time, but inside the walls, not on the other side of the glass, but inside my own home. Scratch, 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 methodical, patient, like fingernails on glass, but the glass is no longer between me and whatever is making that sound. The glass is inside me now. The frost is inside me now. And I'm beginning to understand that the only way to stop it is to burn something. Something important. Something of value. Something that is more important to me than my own survival. More important to me than my own continued existence. The only way to feed the house. The only way to appease it. The only way to survive just a little bit longer is to sacrifice something so fundamental to who I am that there will be nothing left of me afterward. There will be no reason to survive if I give up that last thing. There will be no point to continuing if I burn away that final piece. The only question is, what will be valuable enough? What will burn hot enough to push the cold back, if only for a little while? What will be so important that its destruction will sustain me for another year, another month, another day? I'm afraid I already know the answer. I'm afraid I've always known the answer. The only thing left to burn is myself. The only sacrifice that will matter, the only thing that will have value to the house is my own life, my own death, my own consumption by the frost that grows thicker every day, that spreads farther every night, that reaches closer with each passing hour. The frost is waiting, Rachel is waiting, and the house, patient and patient and patient, forever and always patient, is always waiting for the next tenant to move into a room at the end of a long, dark hallway. It's always waiting. It will always be waiting, and eventually everyone comes home. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. Hearing breaths in the closet. When I am home alone. The closet in the master bedroom of the house I moved into last spring is the old-fashioned kind. The kind that has almost entirely disappeared from houses built after 1970. Not a fitted wardrobe, not a walk-in, but a proper closet with a paneled wooden door that latches rather than clicks, and a deep interior that goes back further than you expect, further than the room's architecture seems to permit. The kind of depth that makes you think. The first time you stand in front of it with an armful of clothes, that whoever designed this room understood that a closet is not merely a storage space, but a threshold, a border between the room you inhabit and something else, something adjacent and unlit and belonging to a different logic than the rest of the house. I noticed the depth of it the first day I moved in. I noticed it again every time I opened the door in the months that followed. I am noticing it still, in a way that has entirely changed its meaning, in a way that I cannot undo. The house itself is on a street called Pembury Close, in a neighborhood that was built in the mid-1950s and that still carries the particular atmosphere of that decade. The low-slung rooflines, the wide-mouthed garages, the front gardens generous by modern standards, the sense of a place that was designed with the post-war optimism of people who had lived through something terrible and were determined to build something permanent and safe in its aftermath. I had wanted permanence and safety when I rented it. I had come out of 2 years in a flat share with people I liked, but whose presence had begun to feel like an obligation, a constant negotiation of shared space. And what I wanted was mine. My walls, my kitchen, my schedule, my silence. I am 30 years old. I work in data management for a logistics company, remotely, from home. This means I am in the house for most of each day, most of each week, and it means the quality of the house's silence has always been important to me. In a way it might not be to someone who leaves at 8 and returns at 6. I know the sounds of this house the way I know the sounds of my own body, automatically, without effort. The particular vocabulary of this specific building at different hours and in different weather, the sound of the boiler starting, the sound of the wind coming through the gap at the base of the back door that I have been meaning to fix for months, the sound of next door's dog in the mornings, the sound of the upstairs hallway at night. I know what this house sounds like when it is being itself. The breathing did not sound like the house being itself. The first time was a Wednesday in April, about 6 weeks after I moved in. I had been working at my desk in the second bedroom, which I use as a home office, and I had stopped for a late lunch and gone to the master bedroom to get a jumper from the closet, because the afternoon had gone gray and cold in the way of April afternoons that start promisingly and then change their minds. I opened the closet door. I reached in among the hanging clothes for the specific jumper I wanted, a gray one, thick, the kind with a hood pushed to the right side behind a jacket I rarely wear. I was looking at it as I reached, tracking the gray through the hanging fabric, my hand already moving toward it. And in the closet, in the dark beyond the hanging clothes, something breathed. I am going to describe it as carefully as I can because this matters. It was not a sound from outside the house, not a car, not next door, not the neighbor's dog. It was not the house contracting or expanding. I know those sounds, I told you. I know every sound this house makes, and that is not what they sound like. It was not my own breathing, reflected or misattributed, the kind of trick the mind plays in quiet moments. I know the sound of my own breathing. It was a slow breath, an inhalation, low and even and sustained, the kind of breath a sleeping person takes, or a person very deliberately trying to control their breathing to keep it quiet, to minimize it. It came from the back of the closet, from a deep end beyond a hanging clothes, and it lasted perhaps 3 seconds, and then it stopped. I stood with my hand in the closet, and I did not move for what felt like a very long time. Then I pushed the clothes aside, both hands, pushing them to either side of the rail, exposing the back of the closet, the back wall. Plain painted plaster, slightly discolored with age, no gaps, no openings, nothing behind the clothes but the wall and the floor and the slightly musty smell of old enclosed space. I took the jumper and closed the closet door and went back to my desk and did not think about it for the rest of the afternoon, which is not the same as not hearing it, and is not the same as not knowing I had heard it. It is the different thing that the mind does with information it is not ready to address, which is to set it aside very carefully in a place where it will wait, intact and unexamined, for the moment when there is no longer any choice. The second time was on a Saturday, 3 weeks later. Late morning, the house full of weekend quiet, the particular emptiness of a Saturday morning when there is no external structure to the day and time feels wide and unaccountable. I had slept later than usual and come upstairs after coffee to make the bed, and I was standing at the foot of the bed straightening the duvet when I heard it. Not from the closet this time. From inside the closet, yes, but also different. Closer to the door, I thought. As though whatever was breathing had moved, had come forward in the space since the last time, had reduced the distance between itself and the door. Still the same quality of breath, slow, controlled, the breath of someone keeping themselves very still and very quiet. But this time I heard 2 of them, 2 distinct inhalations, measured and spaced, and between them, just barely at the threshold of audibility, what might have been an exhalation, a long, slow release, the sound breath makes when it leaves a body that has been holding it with effort. I stood at the foot of the bed and looked at the closet door for a long time without going to it. The latch was in its catch, the door fully closed, the gap at the bottom of it. There is a gap about an inch between the bottom of the door and the floor. Old houses have these, a settling of the frame over decades, showing nothing but the dark interior, no light, no movement. I picked up my phone from the bedside table. I called my sister Nadia, who is 4 years older than me, and who is the person I call when I need to speak to someone practical, someone who will not catastrophize, but will also not dismiss. I told her what I had heard. I described both incidents. She listened without interrupting, which is one of the things I most value about Nadia, her ability to hear a complete account before she responds to any part of it. When I finished, she said, "Has anyone else been in the house?" "No." "Any chance there's something in the walls?" "Animals. Mice can sound surprisingly large sometimes, and—" "It wasn't in the walls," I said. "It was in the closet, and it wasn't a mouse. It was a person breathing." A pause. You're certain? I'm certain. Another pause, longer. Then, do you want me to come over? Not yet, I said. I'm going to open the closet. I opened the closet with Nadia on the phone, listening. I pushed the clothes to both sides as I had done before. Back wall, floor, the slight mustiness, nothing. No one. I knocked on the back wall with my knuckles. Solid, no resonance, not a hollow panel. I pressed on it in several places. Nothing shifted. I measured it roughly with my arm span against the room's dimensions, and it was where it should be. No hidden depth beyond. Nothing, I told Nadia. Then it might have been, look, old houses do strange things with sound. Pipes settling, 100 different things. I know, I said. But, she said, because she knows me. But it breathed like a person, I said. It breathed like someone who was trying not to be heard. I want to say something about the experience of working from home alone in a house where you have heard breathing from inside a closet on 2 separate occasions. I want to say it because it is the part of this that most people, when I have eventually told them, seem to underestimate. The cumulative weight of the days between incidents, the quality of the ordinary hours. It is not that every moment was frightening. It was not. Most of the days were ordinary in a way that made the incidents feel unreal, made them feel like something I might have misheard or misremembered. The house was just the house. The closet was just the closet. I opened it every day for my clothes, and it was always empty, and the back wall was always solid, and the smell was always just old wood and stale air. But there was a thing that happened in my attention, a change in the way I occupied the house. I became, without consciously deciding to, more aware of where I was in relation to the closet at any given moment. My desk was in the second bedroom, a room that shared a wall with the master bedroom, which meant that the closet was, from my desk, 1 room away and 1 wall away, perhaps 5 meters and 2 structural barriers between us at any given moment. I was aware of that distance in a constant low-grade way that I had not been before. I am aware of it even now, writing this at my desk, aware of the closet in the next room, the way you are aware of something with a persistent, low-level physical sensation, rather than a thought. I started leaving the closet door open. I told myself this was a practical measure. If I could see into it from the doorway of the master bedroom, there was nothing to wonder about, nothing to listen for. Whatever was in there was either visible or was not there. The logic of this is clear, and I still believe it as far as it goes. What I did not account for is the way an open closet at night, in a dark room, from a bed 3 meters away, is its own category of problem. The open dark of a closet at night is not the same as the ordinary dark of a room. It has depth. It pulls the eye. It presents itself as a space that goes somewhere, as a threshold with an interior, and the interior cannot be resolved by the ambient light of a nighttime room, not fully, not all the way back. I closed the closet door again after 2 nights of leaving it open. I kept the closet door closed and tried not to think about what was behind it, and largely succeeded, in the way that you largely succeed at not thinking about things that are sitting in the careful holding place at the back of your mind, which is to say not entirely, not at 3 in the morning, not when the house was at its quietest, and the space between the present moment and the sound of a slow, controlled inhalation from inside a dark closet was only memory. and not very much of it. The third incident was in June, a Tuesday mid-afternoon, a hot June afternoon, the house warm and slightly stifling in the way of old houses that were not designed for warmth. I had finished work for the day, and I had come into the master bedroom to change out of the work clothes I wore even at home because the routine of them helped me maintain the distinction between working hours and not, and I was standing at the open closet, shirt half unbuttoned, reaching for a hanger. And the breathing was there, longer this time. I stood and I counted because I had decided somewhere in the weeks since the second incident that if it happened again, I would measure it. I would bring to it the same precision I brought to data at work, because precision was the only tool I had, and imprecision was what the fear ran on. I counted the breath, 4 seconds in, a pause of perhaps 2, and then, and this was new, this was the first time I had clearly heard this part, an exhalation, 6 seconds out. Slow, controlled, the breath of someone doing something that requires concentration, that requires the body to be managed carefully. And then a second breath, beginning before the first had fully finished, overlapping at the edges, and I understood something I had not fully understood before. The second breath was different from the first. It had a slightly different pitch, a slightly different resonance, the way two instruments playing the same note in unison have their own frequencies that distinguish them even when they are trying to match. Two different respiratory systems. Two people breathing in the dark at the back of my closet, close together, trying to be quiet. I closed the closet without taking anything from it. I left the bedroom. I went to the bathroom and sat on the edge of the tub and held my own breathing deliberately steady, because it had started doing something irregular that I wanted to stop. And I sat there until it steadied, and then I went back to the bedroom and I stood outside the closet door and I said out loud, clearly, not loudly, but clearly, "I know you're there." Silence. The particular quality of silence that is not the absence of sound, but the cessation of it. The silence that comes after something has been happening and has stopped. A charged silence, a held silence, the silence of two things on either side of a door, both aware of the other. I stood there for a moment. Then I opened the door. Empty. As always, as every time, the clothes on their hangers, the back wall, the dark interior. But this time, something was different. A small thing, perhaps nothing. Perhaps something I had not noticed before and was only noticing now because my attention had been sharpened to a point by months of listening. The clothes on the rail, they were displaced. Not dramatically, not obviously, but the clothes on the left side of the rail, a coat, 2 jackets, a shirt I rarely wore, were pushed slightly further left than I usually kept them, as though something had been standing in the right side of the closet and had been pressed against them, pushing them sideways with the fact of its presence, and had only just vacated the space. I stood and looked at the pushed clothes for a long time. I pushed them back to center. I closed the door. I went downstairs and sat in the kitchen and called Nadia. Nadia came over that Saturday. I want to be clear that I did not ask her to come over specifically to investigate the closet. I asked her to come over for dinner, the normal kind of visit, and I told her about the third incident over food, and she listened with the careful, particular attention she had brought to the first telling, and when I finished, she said, "I want to hear it." "You might not," I said. "It doesn't happen on schedule. I want to try." We sat in the master bedroom after dinner, Nadia on the chair by the window and me on the bed. And the closet door was closed in front of us, and we talked, not about the closet, about other things, about our mother, and about Nadia's job, and about a film we had both watched recently. And the closet was quiet, as it often was for days at a time. And after an hour of sitting there, Nadia looked at me with an expression that was not disbelief, but was its cousin. The expression of someone who wants to take you seriously and is finding it difficult because the evidence is not cooperating. "I'm not making it up," I said. "I know you're not," she said, and I believed she meant it. "It doesn't perform for company," I said, which was a joke, and then was less of one as I heard myself say it, because there was something in the phrasing that felt accurate in a way I had not intended. The closet was quiet when Nadia was there. The breathing happened when I was alone, specifically when I was alone, when the house was empty of everyone except me. It had never happened. I reviewed all 3 incidents. When there was any other person in the building. Only when I was home alone. Only in the specific condition of solitude. I said this to Nadia, and she looked at me for a moment with a slightly different expression, less the cousin of disbelief and more the cousin of something else. "Does that make it better or worse?" she said. I thought about it. "Worse," I said. I looked up the history of the house in July. I had been avoiding this in the same way I had been avoiding other things, with the self-aware reluctance of someone who knows that looking for one thing often means finding something they did not intend to find, and who has not yet decided whether they want to find it. But the months of not looking had not made the sounds go away. They had, if anything, become more frequent, and the frequency had developed a logic I found more difficult to ignore than the events themselves. The breathing was louder on certain days, at certain times. It was most present in the late afternoons and evenings, the hours when the light changed, when the day shifted toward dusk. It was quieter, occasionally entirely absent, on bright summer mornings when the room was full of light and the world felt ordinary. I noticed this pattern. I put it in a note on my phone alongside the dates and times of each incident, which, by July, numbered 11. 11 separate occasions on which I had heard breathing from inside a closed closet in an empty house. 11 occasions across 4 months of living in this house. 11 data points, and I am a data person. 11 is a pattern. 11 is a story. 11 is something that requires explanation or at least inquiry. The house had 2 previous long-term owners before the letting agency acquired it. The first family had lived there from 1955, when the house was built, until 1989, a husband and wife, and from the electoral roll, what appeared to be 2 children who appeared on the register as adults in the early 1980s and then disappeared from the address, as adult children do, moved on to their own lives. The second owners had acquired it in 1989 and had stayed until 2019, when the house entered the rental market and eventually came to me. The second owners, a couple named Hargreave, Raymond, and Dorothea. Raymond Hargreave had died at the address in 2014, according to the death records accessible through the General Register Office, a service I had not previously known existed and which I found myself using with a kind of grim purposefulness in the small hours of a Tuesday morning in July. He had been 78 years old. Dorothea Hargreave had continued at the address until 2019, dying elsewhere in a care facility at 83. Raymond Hargreave had died in the house. The year, the address, the fact of it. I sat with that for a moment at my laptop at midnight, and then I sat with a further question it raised. Which was where in the house? Death certificates do not record that level of detail. I had no way of knowing from the record which room. But I thought about the master bedroom, about the closet with its unusual depth, about the fact that the breathing was always there, always from the same space, always from the deep end of the dark interior. And I thought about Raymond Hargreave at 78, in this house in which he had lived for 25 years. And I sat with the thought very carefully and tried to examine it from all sides before I let myself believe it. There is a woman on the street named Helen Prescott, who has lived 3 doors down for 40 years, and who I had spoken to several times in the course of the normal neighborly interactions of a close residential street. The friendly words over the hedge, the accepting of a parcel, the commenting on the weather with the specific warmth of people who share a postcode and not much else, but are disposed to be kind about it. I had thought of her when I began researching the house's history, knowing that she had been here long enough to have known the Hargreaves, long enough to know what there was to know about the people who had lived in my house before me. I knocked on her door on a Wednesday morning in August, armed with no particular cover story, with nothing except the truth, which I had decided was the most efficient thing. I told her I had been living in the house for several months and had become curious about its history, and particularly about the family who had lived there before the current owners. I did not mention the closet. I did not mention the breathing. I simply asked if she had known them. Helen Prescott was a small, precise woman with gray hair cut short and the manner of someone who had seen enough of the world to no longer be surprised by its contents, including a young woman showing up at her door asking about her former neighbors. She invited me in. She made tea. She sat across from me at her kitchen table with the composed, deliberate quality of someone choosing what to say rather than simply saying it. She had known the Hargreaves well, she told me, for 30 years. Raymond had been, she paused over the word, selecting it, a particular man. She said this with a quality I could not immediately identify, someone between affection and caution, the way you describe someone you knew well and felt complicated things about. Particular, self-contained, a man who kept his own counsel and his own hours, who was not unfriendly, but who had about him at all times the quality of a person conserving something, holding something close, not offering it freely. He had been ill in the last years, she told me, his heart primarily. He had been largely housebound from about 2012, confined to the ground floor latterly, unable to manage the stairs. She had visited sometimes. She and Dorothea had been friends, in the way women who have lived adjacent to each other for 30 years become friends. And she had seen Raymond in those last years, in the chair in the sitting room with the television always on and the curtains always half closed, and she had thought then what she thought now, that he was a man who took up his diminishment with a particular kind of dignity, who did not complain, who did not want to be seen to need things. He had died upstairs, she told me. This unprompted, offered without my asking, as though she had known this was what I was building toward. Dorothea had found him in the morning. In the bedroom, she said, not in the bed, in the closet. She said the last sentence with the same flat, unelaborated quality as everything else, the quality of a fact long since processed and filed. I put my tea down on the table, and I said, "In the closet." He had a habit, she said, in his last years. Dorothea mentioned it once or twice, in the way of things that were peculiar but not alarming. The small peculiarities you accumulate in a long marriage. He would get up in the nights when he couldn't sleep, which was often toward the end, and he would go and sit in the back of the closet, the master bedroom closet. She said he had done it for years, long before the illness. Something he had always done, she thought, or that he had started in some difficult period years ago and had never stopped. He found it. She said he said it was the most quiet place in the house, the most contained. He said it felt like the house was at its smallest there, and he found that comforting. She looked at her tea. Dorothea found him there in the morning, sitting at the back of the closet with his back against the wall. He'd gone in the night. Peacefully, they said. She paused. She didn't go back into that bedroom after. She slept downstairs until she left for the care home. Said she didn't mind. She said he'd always been happiest there. I walked home from Helen Prescott's house in the August morning heat, with everything reorganizing itself in the slow, inevitable way of things that have been waiting for a key piece of information before they can settle into their final form. Not a new fear. I want to be clear about that because it surprises me still how it landed. What I felt walking home was not a new fear, but a completion of an old one, and with the completion, strangely, a partial dissolution. A man who sat in the back of the closet because it was the quietest place in the house, the most contained, the house at its smallest, and he found that comforting. I walked along the street in the heat, and I thought about that, and what it meant to find the smallest place in a house comforting. What kind of need that spoke to? What quality of the world outside the house required the counterweight of that particular enclosed dark? And I thought about the breathing, slow, controlled, the breath of someone keeping themselves still and quiet. And I thought about how that breathing had always sounded less like threat and more like discipline, less like concealment and more like practice. The breathing of someone who had learned a long time ago how to be small and quiet in a dark space and had never unlearned it. I thought about Raymond Hargreave, 78 years old, ill, housebound, confined to the ground floor in his last years by a heart that could no longer manage the stairs, unable to go to the closet he had been going to for decades. The one comforting ritual of his difficult nights denied him by the simple physical impossibility of climbing to the first floor. And then he had died there, upstairs after all, in the end, in the place he had always gone. And I thought about what Helen Prescott had said. She said he'd always been happiest there. The house was quiet when I came back. The summer heat had settled into everything, the air inside thick and warm, the rooms still. I went upstairs. I went into the master bedroom. I stood in front of the closet door. I opened it. The clothes on their hangers, the back wall with its old paint, the slight mustiness of enclosed air, the depth, the unusual depth, going back further than the room's geometry seems to permit. I pushed the clothes aside, and I looked at the back wall and the floor, the bare painted floor, the very back, and I thought about sitting there. I thought about what it would feel like to sit at the back of this closet with the door closed, with the clothes hanging in front of you in the dark all around, the house at its smallest, no sound from the world, just the close walls and the dark and the particular piece of a space that holds you on all sides. I did not sit there. I am not yet at a point where that seems like something I can do. But I stood in the open doorway, and I felt the quality of the space, the quality that Raymond Hargreave had understood and returned to throughout decades and difficult nights, and I could feel the logic of it. It was a knowable quality. It was not frightening, standing there in the August morning with the door open and the summer light filling the room behind me. It was simply a place, a small, contained, particularly quiet place in a house where a man had found comfort for a very long time. I need to tell you about what happened in September because everything I have described so far is, in some important way, a preamble to September. And I would not be honest if I stopped before September. By September, the incidents were coming more regularly. The breathing in the closet, and I had stopped using the phrase, something that breathes, had begun thinking of it as the breathing with the specific article that implies a known quantity, a thing identified rather than unknown. The breathing had settled into a pattern of approximately once every 4 or 5 days, and occasionally twice in a single week. Always when I was alone. Always in the late afternoon or evening, always the same slow, controlled person trying to be quiet quality, and still occasionally that second slightly different breath beneath the first, the two of them together in the dark. I had told 3 people by then, Nadia, who had been in the house and not heard it, and believed me anyway with the loyalty of a sister, a colleague named Sam, who worked in the same company remotely from a different city, and who I had told on a video call as much out of a need to tell someone outside my immediate life as out of any particular plan, and Helen Prescott herself, who knew what she knew and had told me what she knew, and had made no further comment, which was its own form of acknowledgment. None of them had offered an explanation I found more convincing than what I had come to believe. I will not say that word. The word for what I believe is in the room, because it is not a word I have ever used seriously in my life, and I find it uncomfortable to use seriously now, even here. But I will say what I believe. I believe that Raymond Hargreave is in that closet. I believe that he has been in that closet since he died there, in the night of some night in 2014, and that he goes there still, in the nights and the late afternoons, because that is where he went. because that is where the house is at its smallest, because the habit of a lifetime and a decade and whatever follows death does not abandon a person simply because the body has. And I believe that the second breath, the quieter one, lower, different in register, always present on the nights when the breathing was most sustained, most peaceful, belongs to Dorothea, who died in 2019 in a care facility 2 miles from this house, but who had lived in this house for 30 years and had known about the closet and had not found it strange, and had said, in the end, that he had always been happiest there. I believe she found her way back. I believe they are both there. I believe this, not because it is the comfortable explanation. It is not comfortable. But it is the explanation that fits what I know. And I am a data person, and I go where the data goes. The night of the 14th of September. I tell you about it last because it is the last significant incident, the one that changed the quality of everything that came before it and everything that has come after. It was a Sunday night. I had been reading in the living room until late, later than I usually stayed up, caught in a book I had started that afternoon and had not been able to put down. When I finally went upstairs, it was past midnight, and the house had the particular quality it has at that hour. A complete, self-contained quiet, no traffic, no distant sounds, just the house and its own small internal life. The boiler, the occasional tick of metal contracting in the roof, the particular soft acoustics of old rooms at rest. I got into bed. I turned off the bedside light. The room was dark, and in the dark the closet was just the closet, a door in the wall, the latch in its catch, the inch of space between the bottom of the door and the floor showing the same dark interior it always showed. I lay in the dark, and I was tired from the long day and the long reading, and I began to fall asleep in the quick, easy way that comes after a day that has run its course. And from the closet, very gently, the breathing began. I lay still. I did not sit up, did not reach for the light, did not move. I lay in the dark, and I listened to the breathing in the closet, slow and even and controlled, the way I had listened to it for 5 months across 11 incidents, and I noticed that something had changed in me over those 5 months that I had not fully registered until this moment. I was not afraid. I searched for the right word lying there in the dark. I was aware, present, attending without alarm, in the way you attend to something familiar, something that has become part of the texture of a place you know. The breathing continued. Both of them, I thought. Both rhythms, the slight difference in pitch and resonance, the two of them together in the enclosed dark of the closet, being in the most contained, quiet place in the house, the way they had always been. It occurred to me, lying there, that they did not know I could hear them, or had not known in the beginning. Raymond Hargreave had sat at the back of that closet for decades without being heard by anyone, without being a thing that anyone attended to, and whatever he was now was still sitting there in the same way, in the same habit, not performing it, not offering it, simply doing the thing he had always done. And I was the first person, I thought, since Dorothea, to be in this room and hear him. The first person in the 5 years since the house had stood empty and been heired by a daughter and sold to a letting agency and finally let to me. 5 years of breathing in the dark closet of an unoccupied house, and then me, in this room, working from home, present in the house at all hours, close enough and quiet enough to hear. I lay in the dark, and I listened to the breathing for a long time. The house was very quiet around it. The closet breathing was the only sound in the room, slow and steady and private, and I listened to it the way you listen to rain on a window or the sound of someone else breathing beside you when you are not asleep, but do not want to disturb the peace of the dark, when the breathing of another person nearby is a presence and not an intrusion. I did not speak. I had spoken once before, I know you're there, and the closet had gone silent, and I had opened the door to nothing, and I did not want that again. I did not want the silence that came from being heard and retreating. I wanted, and this surprised me, even in the moment of wanting it, I wanted to hear the breathing continue. I wanted the knowledge of the presence on the other side of the door and the sounds that confirmed it, the slow, controlled rhythms in the dark. And I lay still, and I let it continue, and I listened until my own breathing had slowed to match the pace of it, or close to the pace of it. The automatic synchrony the body performs when it is in proximity to another breathing thing, adjusting itself toward the rhythm of what is near. I fell asleep to it. That is the truth of the night of the 14th of September. I fell asleep in my bed, in my room, with the closet breathing softly on the other side of the door, and I slept deeply and without waking until morning, when the September sunlight came through the curtains and the closet was quiet, and the house was just the house, ordinary and solid, and mine. I am still in the house. This is October now, 7 months since I moved in, and I am still here, and the breathing is still here, and I have settled into a relationship with it that I could not have predicted in April, when I stood with my hand in the closet and heard an inhalation from the dark and went cold all the way down to my feet. It is not that I am no longer afraid of it. I want to be honest. There are still nights when the breathing begins and the fear comes up in me with its full, primitive force, when the animal in me that knows what closed, dark spaces mean and what it means to hear breath where no body should be, overrides the months of data and the measured conclusions and the falling asleep, and simply insists on the fundamental strangeness of what is happening. The fear visits. I do not want to pretend it doesn't, but it does not stay. That is the difference between now and April. In April, the fear was a permanent condition, a baseline I carried through every hour in the house, a tension in the body that only released when I was outside. Now the fear comes and passes like a cloud over a scene that is fundamentally clear when the cloud has moved on. What remains when it passes is something I have given up trying to name precisely, a quality of cohabitation that is not comfortable and is not uncomfortable, and is simply the condition of this house, of this particular address, of this closet with its unusual depth and its half-century of use as a refuge, as a comfort, as the smallest and quietest place in a house that a man needed to return to across the whole long arc of his life. I have not changed anything about the closet. I have not moved anything in it, not rearranged the clothes or removed a rail or done any of the small interventions that might disrupt whatever logic governs what happens there. It seemed wrong, too. It seemed like a removal, a cancellation, the kind of gesture that says, "This space is mine alone," and the previous claim on it is not recognized. I leave the closet door closed at night. This is not anymore primarily about my own comfort. It feels like a provision of privacy, of the continued small enclosed dark that the closet offers and that they return to. A closed door is a boundary. It says the space behind it is its own. It says what is inside is permitted to be inside without accounting for itself. There is one other thing I do, a small thing, perhaps meaningless, perhaps not. When I come upstairs at night, before I get into bed, I stand for a moment in front of the closet door in the dark, and I say nothing. But I am there, and the closet is there, and the acknowledgement passes between the two sides of the door and the only currency available to it, which is presence and attention and the particular quality of quiet that comes when two things that know each other are in the same room. I do not know what Raymond Hargreave was like. I know what Helen Prescott said. Particular, self-contained, a man who kept his own counsel. I know what the closet says in the slow and careful breathing of the nights. A man who needed a small place in a large world, who found it in the back of a closet and returned to it faithfully for decades, who died there as he had lived in relation to it, quietly, without drama, in the dark, in the comfort of the most contained place in the house he had made his own. I know what Dorothea chose. She chose to find her way back to him. That is what I believe, and I am not going to qualify it any further. She chose the closet and whatever he was in it, and the two of them together in the quiet dark. And I think about that choice sometimes in the way you think about evidence of things you had theoretically believed but had not seen demonstrated, and it does something to the inside of the chest that I do not entirely have words for. I am 30 years old, and I live alone in a house in which two people are also, in some measure, living. The breathing in the closet is part of my nights now, as the boiler is, as the wind in the gap at the base of the back door is, as the neighbor's dog in the mornings is. I note it, and I listen, and I let it be what it is. The closet breathes. The house holds it. I am home alone, and I am not. And the distinction has become, over 7 months, less important than I thought it was going to be. Last week, on a Wednesday evening, the breathing began earlier than usual, 7 in the evening. Still light outside, the low autumn light coming through the bedroom curtains in its amber October way. I was in the room when it started, sitting on the bed with my laptop, and I heard it begin, and I did not move, did not stop what I was doing, and the breathing continued, and I worked, and the room held both things at once, my work and my screen and my presence. And behind the closed door, the slow, private, careful breath of two people in the dark, in the most contained place in the house, comfortable, quiet, together. It lasted 20 minutes. Then it was quiet again, and the amber light continued in the curtains, and the house was just the house. And I finished what I was working on and closed the laptop and sat for a moment in the particular quality of that room in that light, in the house at its most ordinary and most extraordinary simultaneously, and I felt, I am going to say this, even though it sounds wrong, given everything, even though it runs against every instinct I had before I moved into this house and heard breathing from a closed door on a cold April afternoon. I felt, in that room, at that hour, something that was close to the feeling of not being alone. I have learned to be grateful for it. The closet door is closed. The breathing is there, or it is not, or it will be tomorrow night or the night after, patient and returning and slow and quiet in the dark. I leave the light in the hallway on for them now, a small thing, possibly nothing. But the hallway light is on and the closet door is closed and the house breathes on all sides, and I am home. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. Hearing my full name called from the empty hallway. The first time I heard my full name called from the empty hallway, I was asleep. It was the sound that woke me, not a loud sound, but clear and distinct, spoken in a voice I didn't recognize, coming from somewhere outside my bedroom door. The voice had called out, "Catherine Marie Henderson," as if it were asking a question, as if it wanted to know if that person was here, if that person was listening, if that person would respond. I jolted awake at around 3 a.m, my heart suddenly racing, the kind of adrenaline spike that comes from being startled out of deep sleep. My bedroom was dark, except for the ambient light filtering through the curtains from the street lamp outside. I lay still for several moments, listening, trying to determine if I'd actually heard something or if it had been part of a dream. But I was sure I'd heard it. The voice had been too real, too specific, too much like someone actually standing in the hallway outside my room calling my name. The thing about hearing your own name is that it creates an immediate and intense response in the human brain. Evolution has wired us to respond to our names with a kind of automatic attention. When someone calls your name, every part of your consciousness orients toward that sound, trying to identify the source and determine what is being asked of you. This is why names are so effective at capturing attention in crowds, why hearing your name pronounced correctly creates a sense of being seen and acknowledged, and why hearing your name spoken unexpectedly in an empty hallway at 3 a.m. is absolutely terrifying. I got out of bed and opened my bedroom door, looking down the hallway of my apartment. It was empty. The hallway stretched in both directions, illuminated only by the light from my bedroom and the light coming from the living room at the far end. There was no one there, no figure standing in the darkness, no indication that anyone or anything had recently passed through. I stood in the doorway for what felt like a long time, but was probably only 30 seconds, listening for any further sound, any indication of where the voice had come from. My apartment is located on the 3rd floor of a converted Victorian mansion that had been divided into 6 individual units about 15 years ago. It's a nice building, well maintained, in a good neighborhood in Portland. I've lived here for 4 years, and I generally feel safe. But standing in my hallway at 3 a.m, looking at the empty space where someone should have been if they called my name, I didn't feel safe. I felt exposed and vulnerable. I checked the hallway more thoroughly. My apartment door opens directly onto the main hallway of the building. To the left, the hallway extends about 15 feet before it reaches the door to the unit next to mine, which is occupied by an older woman named Margaret, who keeps to herself and whose lights were not on at 3 a.m. To the right, the hallway extends about 10 feet and then opens into the common stairwell. Both directions were completely empty and silent. I went back into my apartment and closed and locked the door. Then I did what any reasonable person would do at 3 a.m. when they've been awakened by a mysterious voice calling their full name from an empty hallway. I turned on all the lights and checked my apartment thoroughly. The living room was empty. The kitchen was empty. The bathroom was empty. The small office that I use as a second bedroom was empty. I checked behind the couch, in the closets, under the bed, all the places where someone theoretically could have hidden. Everything was exactly as I'd left it when I went to bed at around midnight. There was no sign of disturbance, no indication that anyone had been inside my apartment. I checked the windows. All of them were closed and locked. The front door was locked and the chain was still engaged. There was no way anyone could have gotten in without me hearing them, and no way anyone could have gotten out without leaving evidence. I stood in my living room at 3 a.m, trying to convince myself that what I'd experienced had been a dream. This seemed like the most logical explanation. Sometimes, even when we remember being asleep, even when we remember dreaming, the boundary between sleep and waking can get blurry. Sometimes you can have a very vivid dream and wake up believing it was real. Sometimes the dream can follow you from sleep into waking consciousness in a way that makes it hard to distinguish between what actually happened and what you imagined. But the problem was that I remembered very clearly what I'd been dreaming before I woke up. I'd been dreaming about being in a classroom taking an exam. A dream that had absolutely nothing to do with someone calling my name from a hallway. I'd been sitting at a desk, looking at a test that I couldn't understand, feeling the familiar anxiety of not being prepared, when suddenly the dream had been interrupted by the sound of my own name being called. The voice had been real, or at least real enough to wake me, real enough to make my heart race, real enough that I couldn't dismiss it as a simple dream artifact or a lingering dream echo. I made coffee at 3 a.m. and sat at my kitchen table and tried to think through what might have happened had I somehow sleepwalked out of my bedroom before the voice had called my name and then returned to bed without remembering it. That seemed unlikely, but it was possible. I'm not a sleepwalker. I've never been a sleepwalker. But that doesn't mean I couldn't have started. Sleepwalking can sometimes develop in adulthood, particularly in response to stress. Had someone broken into my apartment and then left? But that made no sense. Why would someone break in, call my name, and then immediately leave? There was no sign of forced entry. All the doors and windows were secure. Had the voice come from outside the building? Could it have been a neighbor or someone passing by on the street? But that seemed unlikely. The voice had been too clear, too directed, too much like it was coming from the hallway right outside my door, not from outside the building. Had it been a hallucination? This seemed like the most likely explanation in some ways. Hypnagogic and hypnopompic hallucinations, auditory or visual experiences that occur during the transition between sleep and waking, are relatively common. It's entirely possible that what I'd experienced had been exactly that, a kind of phantom sound created by my brain during the process of waking up. By the time the sun rose and the morning light began to fill my apartment, I had settled on this last explanation. I had experienced a hypnagogic hallucination. It had been startling and unusual, but it was a well-documented phenomenon. It didn't require any kind of supernatural explanation or criminal activity. It was just my brain doing something strange during the transition between sleep and waking. I went about my day normally. I showered, got dressed, made breakfast, and prepared to go to work. I work for a company called Meridian Software Solutions, where I'm a project manager responsible for coordinating software development teams and managing timelines and deliverables. It's a job that requires focus and attention to detail, which is why I've always prided myself on being reliable and professional. I drove to the office in my 2019 Toyota Camry, which I'd purchased used and which had served me well for the past 3 years. The drive took me about 30 minutes through Portland traffic. It was a Thursday morning in late March, and the weather was beginning to warm up with the kind of spring sunshine that made the city feel alive and hopeful. At the office, I went through my normal routine. I settled at my desk, checked my email, attended my morning stand-up meeting with my team. I work with a team of about 8 people. Developers, a QA specialist, a designer, and a business analyst. We're working on a project to develop a new customer portal for a healthcare company, and we're currently in the middle of our 3rd sprint of the project. Everything was proceeding normally. Nothing seemed to indicate that anything unusual had happened in the night. Around mid-morning, my colleague David came by my desk with a question about the timeline for the next feature release. David is one of the senior developers on the team, a smart guy in his early 30s who tends to be detail-oriented and sometimes a bit anxious about deadlines. "Are we still on track for the April release?" he asked. "Should be," I told him, "assuming nothing derails us in the next 2 weeks. Why, are you concerned about something?" "Just want to make sure we're realistic about the timeline," David said. "I don't want to end up in a situation where we're promising something we can't deliver." "I'll review the remaining work items and send you an updated projection this afternoon," I said. "But I think we're okay." David nodded and headed back to his desk. This was a normal conversation that I might have 10 times a week. Nothing unusual about it. Nothing to indicate that my mind was preoccupied with a strange experience from the night before. And by afternoon, I had almost completely forgotten about the strange voice calling my name. I was focused on work, on the project timeline, on the various logistics of managing a software development team. The incident from the night before seemed far away and increasingly unlikely, something that had probably been a dream or a hallucination after all. By the time I drove home that evening, I had mostly convinced myself that I'd been experiencing some kind of sleep disturbance. There was a phenomenon called hypnagogic hallucination, auditory or visual experiences that occur during the transition between sleep and waking. It was entirely possible that what I'd experienced had been a kind of phantom sound created by my brain during the process of waking up. It happened to people all the time. It was nothing to be concerned about. I went home, made dinner, spent the evening watching television and reading a book. I followed my normal nighttime routine, brushing my teeth, setting my alarm for the morning, turning out the lights at around 11. Everything was normal and routine. Everything indicated that I was just going back to sleep after a normal day. And I slept without incident that night. Part 2. The Recurrence. The voice called my name again 3 nights later. I was sitting up in bed reading when I heard it. I was about 70 pages into a mystery novel, getting to the point where the plot was really picking up, and the detective was starting to discover important clues. I was engaged with the book, reading carefully, when I heard the voice from somewhere beyond my bedroom. The voice called out my full name again, Catherine Marie Henderson, this time from further away, as if the person calling it was standing in the living room rather than immediately outside my bedroom. And this time I was awake when I heard it, which eliminated the possibility of hypnagogic hallucination. I wasn't transitioning between sleep and waking. I was actively engaged in reading, fully conscious and aware. I marked a page in my book and set it down on my nightstand. My heart rate had elevated, the same adrenaline spike I'd experienced the first time, though now it was mixed with a kind of certainty that the voice was real, that something unusual was happening. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand so that I would have a light source, and I walked out into the hallway. The apartment was silent. The living room was empty. There was no indication that anyone was present or had been present recently. I turned on the hallway light and then the living room light. The apartment was suddenly flooded with artificial light, nothing hidden in shadow. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. No disturbed furniture, no broken objects, no indication of intrusion or disturbance. I checked the locks again. Everything was secure. I checked every room again, every closet, every potential hiding place. Nothing. It was as if the voice had simply spoken from the empty air, with no speaker present. I considered calling the police. The non-emergency line was available to report suspicious activity that didn't constitute an immediate emergency or threat. But what would I tell them? That I'd heard a voice calling my name from an empty apartment? That wouldn't sound like a genuine emergency. They might send someone out, but they would probably find nothing and might suggest that I was experiencing some kind of psychological disturbance. Instead, I made a decision that I'm not sure was wise in retrospect. I called my friend Rachel, who lived about 15 minutes away. "It's almost midnight," Rachel said when she answered. "Are you okay? What's wrong?" I explained to her what had happened. I told her about hearing my name called from an empty apartment, about checking the locks and finding nothing unusual, about being startled but not in immediate danger. "That's creepy," Rachel said when I finished. "Do you want me to come over?" "I don't know," I said. "I don't want to impose. It's late, but I also don't particularly want to be alone right now." "I'm coming over," Rachel said. "Give me 20 minutes." Rachel arrived with her overnight bag about 20 minutes later, which was probably faster than she normally drove. She came up to my apartment and looked around, checking the locks and the windows just like I had, confirming that there was no sign of forced entry or intrusion. "This is really strange," she said when she'd finished her inspection. "Did you check everywhere? Behind the couch, under the bed, in the closets?" "I checked," I said. "Nothing." Rachel and I sat in the living room and talked for about an hour. She's a good friend. We've known each other since college, and she tends to be level-headed and rational about things. She suggested the same explanations that I'd considered: sleep disturbance, some kind of hallucination, possibly sound carrying from another apartment or from outside. "Maybe you should call the landlord," she suggested. "Tell him someone might be trying to get into the building. At least then there's a record of it, and maybe he can look into it." "And tell him what?" I asked. "That I heard a voice calling my name? That doesn't really give him anything to go on." By around 1 in the morning I was exhausted, and Rachel suggested that we both try to get some sleep. She took the couch, and I went back to my bedroom. I slept fitfully for the rest of the night, waking up several times and listening to see if the voice would call my name again. It didn't. In the morning, Rachel made coffee, and we discussed the situation again. She seemed less convinced that something genuinely unusual was happening, and more convinced that there was probably a rational explanation that we just hadn't thought of yet. "Are you going to be okay?" she asked before she left. "I think so," I said. "I'm sure there's a logical explanation. I probably just need to sleep better or something." After Rachel left, I spent the morning trying to go about my normal routine, but I found it difficult to concentrate. I kept replaying the moment when I heard the voice, trying to think if there was anything I'd missed, any explanation I hadn't considered. I called my doctor's office and scheduled an appointment with Dr. Patel for the following day. Part 3. Medical Investigation. Dr. Patel is a woman in her mid-50s who has been my primary care physician for the past 5 years. She's competent and thorough, and she tends to take her patients' concerns seriously without immediately jumping to psychiatric explanations for unusual symptoms. When I saw her the next day, I explained what had happened. I told her about hearing my name called from an empty apartment on 2 separate occasions, about checking the locks and finding nothing unusual, about waking up to the voice both times. "How are you sleeping otherwise?" Dr. Patel asked. "Any other sleep disturbances? Any stress or anxiety?" "Sleep is mostly fine," I said. "Maybe a little worse since this started happening, because I'm thinking about it. But before this happened, I was sleeping normally." "And you're under normal stress?" she asked. "Work is fine," I said. "No major changes in my personal life, no unusual stress that I can identify." Dr. Patel examined me and found nothing obviously wrong. She asked me about whether I'd been using any new medications, any substances, any changes to my diet or routine. I told her no to all of those things. "I'd like to run some blood work," she said, "just to rule out any kind of metabolic abnormality that might cause auditory hallucinations or sleep disturbances. It's probably nothing, but let's be thorough." I agreed to the blood work, and I went to the lab after leaving her office. A few days later, the results came back normal. No thyroid issues, no hormonal imbalances, no sign of any medical condition that would explain what I was experiencing. Dr. Patel called me with the results. "Everything looks good," she said. "All your values are normal, but I'd like to refer you to a psychiatrist just to rule out any psychiatric basis for what you're experiencing. Sometimes stress or anxiety can manifest as auditory hallucinations, even when people don't consciously recognize that they're under stress. And there's a small possibility of an early-stage psychotic disorder, though that's much less common. But I think it's worth having someone specialized evaluate you. I didn't particularly want to be referred to a psychiatrist. The whole situation felt like a misunderstanding, like my medical team was interpreting what was happening to me through a medical framework that didn't actually apply. But I also didn't have any better explanation for what was happening, and I wanted to rule out the possibility that something was medically wrong with me. "Okay," I said. "Can you make the referral?" Dr. Patel referred me to a psychiatrist named Dr. Richard Chen, and I was able to get an appointment for about a week out. In the meantime, the voice called my name again. It happened the next night, and then the night after that. By the end of that week, before I even saw the psychiatrist, the voice had called my name on 5 separate occasions. Each time, it came from a different location in my apartment. Sometimes from the hallway, sometimes from the living room, sometimes from the kitchen, sometimes from outside the door. I documented each instance in a notebook. I wrote down the date, the time, the location the voice seemed to be coming from, any other details I could remember. I was trying to find a pattern, something that would help me understand what was happening. But looking at the data, I couldn't see any obvious pattern. The voice seemed to come at random times. There was no connection to my sleep schedule, my stress level, or any other variable I could identify. What I did notice, however, was that the voice seemed to be gradually moving closer to my bedroom. In the first few instances, it had been distant, as if the person calling was standing in the living room at the far end of the apartment. But over the past week, the voice had been coming from locations progressively closer to where I was. Most recently, it had been coming from immediately outside my bedroom door, or from the hallway right outside my apartment. This progression filled me with a specific kind of dread. It felt like something was moving toward me, like whatever was calling my name was trying to reach me, trying to get closer to wherever I was. When I saw Dr. Chen for the first time, I brought my notebook with me. I showed him the documentation of every instance, with dates and times and details. He studied it carefully, while I sat in his office and tried not to feel too anxious about being evaluated by a psychiatrist. There was a stigma associated with psychiatric evaluation, even though I knew that stigma was irrational. Still, I couldn't help but feel that if Dr. Chen determined that I had some kind of psychiatric disorder, my entire sense of self and stability would be threatened. Dr. Chen was a man in his early 50s, wearing a white coat over professional clothes. He had kind eyes and spoke in a calm, measured way that was probably designed to make anxious patients feel more comfortable. But I was still anxious. "This is very detailed," he said when he finished reviewing the notebook. "You've been documenting this quite carefully. That shows good insight into your own experience." "I was trying to find a pattern," I said, "something that might explain what's happening." "Have you experienced anything else unusual?" Dr. Chen asked. "Visual hallucinations, thoughts that don't feel like your own, feeling like you're being watched or followed?" "No," I said, "just the voice calling my name. Everything else is normal." And you're absolutely certain that you're awake when you hear it? He asked. Yes, I said, particularly for the more recent instances. I'm completely awake. I'm not transitioning between sleep and waking. I'm already awake when it happens. Dr. Chen was quiet for a moment, thinking. He made some notes in his file. I'd like to start you on an antipsychotic medication, he said, just as a precaution. If what you're experiencing has a psychiatric component, the medication should help reduce or eliminate the auditory hallucinations. We can monitor how you respond to it and adjust if necessary. It's a low dose to start, and we can increase it if needed. I didn't particularly want to take antipsychotic medication. The whole situation felt like it was being medicalized in a way that might not be appropriate. But I also didn't have any alternative explanation for what was happening, and I wanted to at least try to address it through conventional means. What kind of side effects? I asked. Most people tolerate it well, Dr. Chen said. Possible side effects can include drowsiness, weight gain, and some people report feeling emotionally flat. But these side effects are usually manageable, and many people experience no side effects at all. I filled a prescription and started taking the medication as directed. Dr. Chen also recommended that I consider therapy to address whatever underlying stress or anxiety might be driving the symptoms. I scheduled an appointment with a therapist for the following week. Part 4. The transformation. For the first few days on the antipsychotic medication, nothing seemed to change. The voice continued to call my name with the same regularity. I continued to document each instance, but around day 5 of taking the medication, something shifted. The voice began to sound different. It was still clear, still calling my full name, but there was a distortion to it, as if something was interfering with the signal. The voice sounded almost electronic, almost like it was coming through a bad speaker system or a damaged audio recording. The words were still recognizable, but there was a quality of degradation to them. And then, a few days after that, on day 9 of taking the medication, the voice stopped entirely. For 3 days, I heard nothing. The apartment was silent in the way it had been before all of this started. I waited, half expecting the voice to return, half hoping it wouldn't. But the silence continued. I went to my therapy appointment with a woman named Dr. Jennifer Martinez. She was in her late 40s, with a calm demeanor and an office that was designed to be soothing and non-threatening. I explained to her what had been happening, and she asked me the kinds of questions that therapists ask about my childhood, about my relationships, about my work situation, about any major stressors in my life. Nothing in my current situation seemed dramatically stressful. I had a good job, a small circle of close friends, a family that I got along with reasonably well. I'd had some romantic relationships, but nothing traumatic or particularly distressing. I'd never been diagnosed with any kind of mental illness. I'd never had any suicidal ideation or self-harm behaviors. It's possible that what you're experiencing is a stress response, Dr. Martinez said. Even when we don't consciously recognize that we're under stress, our bodies and our minds can respond to subtle stressors in ways that manifest as unusual symptoms. I suppose that was possible, but I also didn't feel like I was under significant stress. My life seemed normal and manageable. On the fourth day of the silence, the voice came back. But it was different. This time, it was muffled, as if the person calling it was speaking through a thick barrier. It sounded almost like it was speaking from underwater or from very far away. The words were still clear enough that I could understand them, still Catherine Marie Henderson, but they had a quality of desperation to them, as if the caller was struggling to reach me, struggling to get the message through the interference. I realized in that moment that the medication wasn't eliminating the voice. The medication was interfering with my ability to perceive the voice clearly. The antipsychotic was creating a barrier between me and whatever was trying to reach me, and the voice was struggling to penetrate that barrier. I made a decision that I knew, even as I was making it, was not a wise decision from a medical perspective. I decided to stop taking the antipsychotic medication. I knew this was probably not the right call. I knew that Dr. Chen had prescribed the medication as a treatment for what he believed was a psychiatric condition. I knew that stopping medication without medical supervision could be dangerous. But I also had a sense of certainty that what was happening to me wasn't a psychiatric condition, and that the medication was preventing me from understanding what it was. I called Dr. Chen and told him I was stopping the medication. "I'm concerned about that," he said. "You were showing improvement. The auditory hallucinations were diminishing." "They weren't going away," I said. "They were changing because the medication was affecting my ability to perceive them. But they weren't disappearing. The voice is still trying to reach me. The medication is just making it harder for me to hear it." "Catherine, that's actually a concerning statement," Dr. Chen said carefully. "The fact that you believe the medication is interfering with your ability to perceive something external rather than reducing symptoms of a psychiatric condition, that suggests that the disorder might be more significant than we initially thought. It suggests a lack of insight into your own condition, which can be a symptom of psychotic disorders." I understood why he was saying that. I understood that from a psychiatric perspective, my reasoning sounded irrational. But I was sure I was right. "I'm not going to continue with the medication," I said, "but I appreciate your concern." "I'd strongly recommend that you reconsider," Dr. Chen said. "But I also can't force you to take medication. If you change your mind, please call me immediately." I stopped the medication cold turkey, which probably wasn't the best idea medically, but I felt urgency about it. I wanted to restore my ability to perceive the voice clearly, to understand what it was trying to communicate. Within 2 days of stopping the medication, the voice came back clear and strong. It returned to its normal tone, no longer muffled or distorted. The voice continued to call my name, night after night, getting closer and closer with each instance, as if whatever was calling it was moving toward me through some barrier I couldn't see. Part 5. Active engagement. At this point, I stopped trying to investigate the phenomenon in any rational way. I stopped trying to understand it through the framework of medical or psychiatric diagnosis. I stopped trying to document and measure what was happening. I simply accepted that the voice was real, that it was coming from somewhere beyond my normal perception, and that it was trying to reach me for some reason. I started to try to communicate back. The first time I tried, I simply stood in my bedroom doorway and waited for the voice to call my name. When it did, I responded aloud. "I hear you," I said. "I'm here. What do you want?" There was no response in any conventional sense. The voice didn't answer me. It had called my name, and now it seemed to be waiting for something. I waited too, standing in the doorway, listening to the silence. Nothing more happened that night, but I felt like something had changed. I had acknowledged the voice. I had responded to it, and that seemed to matter. The next night, the voice called my name from immediately outside my bedroom door, and this time, when I answered, I felt something else. It was very subtle, almost imperceptible, but it was there. A kind of presence, a kind of awareness outside the door. It was as if, by responding to the voice, I had made it possible for something to become more present, more real, more tangible. "I'm here," I said again. "I can hear you." And then I heard something that I hadn't heard before. Underneath the voice calling my name, there seemed to be other sounds. Multiple voices, perhaps, or the sound of wind, or something like the ocean in the distance. It was unclear and hard to identify, but it was definitely there. A kind of background noise to the primary voice calling my name. Over the next several days, I became increasingly focused on trying to understand what the voice wanted. I stood outside my bedroom door every night, waiting for the voice to call my name, and I tried various ways of responding. I asked what it wanted. I asked who it was. I asked why it was calling me specifically. I tried to be welcoming. I tried to be curious. I tried to be open. The voice never answered any of my questions directly. It only continued to call my name over and over, sometimes with more emphasis, sometimes more softly, but always the same words. Catherine Marie Henderson. But the background sounds were becoming clearer. I could start to make out patterns in them. There were definitely multiple voices speaking underneath the primary voice. And there was definitely a sound like wind, or like waves, or like water, moving. I called my sister Jennifer, who lives in Boston, and told her what had been happening. I had debated whether to call her for days. I knew how it would sound. I knew she would probably be concerned about my mental health. I knew she might suggest that I go back to the psychiatrist, that I get evaluated more thoroughly, that I might be experiencing some kind of psychological crisis. But I also knew that Jennifer had always been the person in my family who was more willing to consider unusual possibilities, who was more open to experiences that didn't fit neatly into conventional frameworks. And I desperately needed to talk to someone about what was happening. "I had something similar happen to me," Jennifer said when I'd finished explaining the situation. Not a voice calling my name, but something similar. A presence trying to get my attention. "What?" I said. "Really?" "Yes," she said. "I was in my apartment in Boston, and I kept feeling like something was trying to reach me. I didn't hear it like you're hearing it, but I felt it. I felt a presence trying to make contact with me." "What did you do?" I asked. "I tried to make contact with it," she said. I spent time trying to understand what it was, what it wanted, and after a while, I realized that it wasn't threatening. It wasn't trying to hurt me. It was just trying to reach me for some reason. "What was it?" I asked. I never figured out exactly what it was, Jennifer said. But eventually it stopped. It got what it wanted, or it realized it couldn't reach me the way it was trying or something. But it did stop, and I'm okay now. How long did it last? I asked. A few months, Jennifer said. It felt like forever at the time, but looking back, it wasn't that long. That doesn't help me very much, I said. I don't feel like I'm any closer to understanding what's happening. I know, Jennifer said, but I wanted you to know that you're not crazy and that other people have experienced things like this, and that it can end. Whatever it is, whatever it wants, it does seem to be something that eventually reaches a conclusion or moves on. After I hung up with Jennifer, I felt slightly less isolated, but also more confused. What Jennifer had experienced sounded similar to what I was experiencing, but she also hadn't really explained what was happening or what had finally resolved it. I had more questions than answers. The voice continued to call my name. By this point, it had been happening regularly for about 6 weeks. It was becoming part of my routine. Every night, at some point, the voice would call out. Sometimes it came from closer. Sometimes it came from further away. But it was always there, always calling, always waiting for some kind of response or acknowledgement. I started to notice that the voice was calling my name more urgently now, with more insistence. It was as if whatever was calling it was becoming desperate, like it was running out of time to get my attention, like there was some kind of deadline or urgency that I couldn't quite perceive. I continued to respond to it. I continued to stand in the hallway and acknowledge the presence. I continued to try to understand what it wanted, even though the voice never answered my direct questions. Part 6. The Deepening Connection. I started to keep a journal of my experiences. Not a clinical documentation like I'd kept before, but more of a personal reflection on what I was experiencing, how it was affecting me, what it seemed to be trying to communicate. In my journal, I wrote about the way the voice sounded, how it was always calm, never threatening, but increasingly urgent. I wrote about the background sounds which were becoming clearer. I wrote about the presence that I felt when the voice called my name, a kind of awareness that seemed to be pressing against some kind of barrier between wherever it was and where I was. I wrote about my conversations with Jennifer and how they had helped me understand that I wasn't alone in experiencing something like this. I wrote about Dr. Chen's concerns and Dr. Martinez's theories and how none of the conventional frameworks seemed to adequately explain what was happening to me. I also started to do research on my own. I looked up information about various paranormal phenomena. I read about hauntings and entities and the theories about what might exist in the spaces between conventional reality. I read about people who claimed to have experienced contact with beings from other dimensions or other planes of existence. I read about the history of spiritualism and mediumship and the various ways that cultures throughout history have interpreted contact with non-physical entities. Some of this research was interesting, and some of it was clearly written by people who were either delusional or deliberately misleading their readers. But I found that the more I read, the more I felt like there might be a framework within which what I was experiencing made sense. Not a scientific framework necessarily, but a philosophical and spiritual framework that acknowledged the possibility of contact with non-physical phenomena. Around the 9-week mark of experiencing the voice, something changed. I was standing in the hallway late at night, around 2 in the morning, waiting for the voice to call my name. The apartment was quiet, except for the normal sounds of the building, the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the tick of the heating pipes, the ambient noise of the city outside. And then I heard it. The voice called my name. But this time, it wasn't coming from any particular location. It wasn't coming from the hallway or the living room or outside the door. It seemed to be coming from everywhere at once, as if the entire space of my apartment had become the source of the sound, and underneath the voice, the background sounds were crystal clear. I could now identify them distinctly. There were multiple voices speaking in languages I didn't understand. There was the sound of wind and water. There was something that sounded almost like music, but not quite. More like the memory of music, or the concept of music, rendered in a language that wasn't quite linguistic. I felt the presence more strongly than I had ever felt it. It was as if something was pressing against the barrier between its space and my space, with tremendous force, desperate to break through, desperate to make full contact. "I'm here," I said, and my voice sounded small in the hallway. "I'm Catherine Marie Henderson. I'm here. I'm listening." And then something happened that I don't have adequate language to describe. It was as if the barrier between wherever the presence was and where I was became thinner, more permeable. It was as if, in that moment, I became partially present in 2 spaces at once. I could see the hallway of my apartment, familiar and ordinary, but I could also see something else, another space that existed slightly to the side of ordinary reality. It was difficult to focus on, difficult to hold in my perception, like trying to focus on something in the corner of your vision that disappears when you look directly at it. In that other space, I could see figures. They weren't quite solid, weren't quite what I would call ghosts or spirits in the traditional sense. They seemed to be made of light and intention and consciousness more than of any physical substance. And they were aware of me. They were looking at me, focusing their attention on me, reaching out toward me across the barrier between spaces. The primary voice, the one that had been calling my name, seemed to come from one of these figures. It was trying to reach me. It had been trying for weeks now, calling my name night after night, trying to bridge the gap between its reality and mine. "Why?" I asked, though I wasn't sure if I was speaking aloud or if I was communicating in some other way. "Why are you trying to reach me?" The figure didn't answer in words. Instead, I experienced a kind of direct transmission of information, a way of knowing rather than of being told. And what I came to understand was this: the being that had been calling my name was someone that I had once known, someone from my past, someone who had died and who existed now in this other space, this other reality. I came to understand that it was my grandmother. My grandmother, Catherine Marie Henderson Sr., had died when I was 12 years old. She had been a significant figure in my childhood, the person who had taught me to cook, who had listened to my troubles, who had given me a name that was the same as her own with the addition of my middle name. When she died, it had been a profound loss. I had grieved, and eventually the intensity of the grief had faded, as it does. But she had never truly left my awareness. She was a foundational presence in my memory and my identity. And she had been trying to reach me. She had been trying for weeks, calling my name into the empty hallway, desperate to make contact with the granddaughter who shared her name, desperate to bridge the gap between where she was and where I was. In that moment, I understood that the barrier between our two spaces was permeable because of the connection between us. Because she was my grandmother and I was her granddaughter. Because we shared a name and a genetic lineage and a profound emotional bond. We were able to reach across the barrier more easily than someone from that space would be able to reach someone without such a connection. And in that moment of understanding, the barrier became even more permeable. My grandmother was able to move closer to me. I was able to perceive her more clearly. We made contact. I don't have words adequate to describe what that contact felt like. It wasn't a hug exactly, though it was similar to a hug in that it conveyed a sense of love and connection and recognition. It was a merging of awareness, a moment in which I was more fully present in her space and she was more fully present in mine. And we could truly see each other and acknowledge each other and know that we had been separated by something that was real and difficult, but ultimately permeable. In that moment, I understood what had been happening all along. The voice calling my name hadn't been a hallucination or a psychiatric symptom. It had been my grandmother trying to reach me, trying to tell me that she was still here, still present, still connected to me, even though she existed in a space beyond normal perception. And I understood that she had needed me to make this connection. She had needed me to acknowledge her presence and respond to her call. She had needed me to be willing to step partially into her space and recognize that the barrier between life and death, between physical reality and non-physical reality, is more permeable than we usually believe. After that moment of contact, the presence withdrew slightly. The barrier between spaces became more solid again, more distinct. But it was no longer impenetrable. It was now something that I knew could be crossed, at least partially, at least in moments of intention and focused connection. I stood in the hallway and I cried. I cried for the grandmother I had lost, for the years that had passed without her, for the fact that she had been trying to reach me, and I hadn't understood what was happening. And I cried because I had been given a gift that I wasn't sure how to accept or how to value. The knowledge that the people we love don't truly disappear when they die, that some form of connection can persist across the barrier between the living and the dead. Part 7. The Resolution. The voice stopped calling my name after that night. I waited, half expecting it to return, but the hallway remained quiet. The apartment remained empty, except for my own presence. Whatever had needed to happen between me and my grandmother had happened, and now the voice was silent. I called Dr. Chen and told him that the auditory hallucinations had stopped. "That's excellent," he said. "How are you feeling otherwise?" "I'm feeling better," I said, which was true in a sense. "The symptoms seem to have resolved. I'd still like you to continue with the antipsychotic medication," he said, "to ensure that the symptoms don't return." "I don't think I'll be continuing with the medication," I said, "but I appreciate your concern." Dr. Chen was clearly uncomfortable with my decision, but he also couldn't force me to take medication I didn't want to take. We agreed that I would continue with therapy, and he gave me the contact information to reach out if any symptoms returned. I stopped seeing Dr. Chin, but I continued with therapy with Dr. Martinez for a while longer. I didn't tell her what I believed had actually happened, that my grandmother had reached me from beyond the barrier between life and death, and that what everyone had interpreted as psychiatric symptoms had actually been a form of interdimensional communication. That would have only confirmed her concerns about my mental health, but I did talk with her about processing grief and about the way that we carry our connections with people we love even after they die. And those conversations were helpful, not because they addressed the literal truth of what had happened, but because they gave me a framework within which I could integrate the experience into my understanding of my own life. Over the following months, the intensity of the experience faded. I stopped expecting to hear the voice. I stopped standing in the hallway at night waiting for contact. Life went back to its normal rhythms. I went back to work. I spent time with friends. I followed the ordinary patterns of my days. But something fundamental had shifted in how I understood reality. I no longer believed that what we perceive through our ordinary senses and our scientific instruments is the totality of what exists. I no longer believe that death represents the final ending of a consciousness or the termination of a relationship. I no longer believed that the barriers between different states of existence are impermeable. This didn't mean I had abandoned reason or science. I still believe that science is a useful tool for understanding certain aspects of reality. But I also came to believe that there are aspects of reality that exist beyond what science can currently measure or explain, and that the most important truths about human existence, about love, about connection, about the persistence of consciousness beyond death, might exist in those unmeasurable spaces. I still live in the same apartment. I still walk down the same hallway. Every now and then, usually late at night when I'm alone, I stand in the hallway and I think about that presence, about my grandmother reaching across the barrier between dimensions to tell me that she was still here, still aware, still connected to me. I never figured out exactly how it was possible for her to call my name from an empty hallway. I never understood the mechanism of how contact across the barrier between physical and non-physical reality could occur. But I also came to understand that understanding the mechanism might not be as important as accepting the reality of the phenomenon. Sometimes I dream about my grandmother. In these dreams, she is younger than she was when she died, closer to the age she was when she was most actively involved in raising me. In the dreams, she doesn't speak. She just looks at me, and I feel a quality of acknowledgement and love. I wake from these dreams with a sense of peace and connection. Jennifer called me a few months after the voice stopped. She wanted to check in on how I was doing after everything that had happened. "It's gone," I told her. "After about 9 weeks, it just stopped." "That's good," she said. "Mine lasted about that long, too. I think that's about how long they need." "How long they need for what?" I asked. "To reach us," Jennifer said. "To make the connection. Once they've done that, they don't need to keep trying. They know we know. They know we can perceive them. and that's enough. Do you know what it was? I asked her. What was trying to reach you? It was my brother, she said quietly. He died when he was 23 in a car accident. I was only 5, so I didn't have many memories of him. But something kept trying to reach me, and eventually I understood that it was him. I think he just needed to know that I would remember him, that he was still part of the family, that his existence mattered. And now? I asked. Now I feel like I have him again in a different way, she said. Not as a physical presence, but as a connection, a knowing. It's hard to explain to people who haven't experienced it. Yeah, I said, I know what you mean. I didn't tell Jennifer that what had reached me was our grandmother. I thought about doing so, but ultimately I decided to keep that knowledge private. It seemed like something too personal to share, too intimate in a way that wouldn't translate well to words. Instead, I simply thanked her for calling and for being honest with me about her own experience. Now, when I walk down my hallway late at night, I sometimes think I hear the faintest echo of a voice calling my name, but I'm not sure if it's real or if it's my imagination, holding on to the memory of something that happened but is now past. And I'm not sure it matters. The distinction between what was really there and what I perceived to be there has become increasingly unclear to me, and I've made peace with that. My normal life continues. I go to work. I interact with friends. I maintain the routines and structures that keep life organized and manageable. I've never told my colleagues what happened. I've never told most of my friends. Rachel, my close friend, knows the basic outline, though I've never explained to her what I now believe really happened. But I'm aware now that there are things beyond ordinary moments of life, things that exist in the spaces between conventional perception, things that are trying to communicate with us if we're willing to listen and perceive and acknowledge their presence. My grandmother no longer calls my name from the empty hallway, but sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, when I'm alone and the world is quiet, I stand in that hallway and I think about the presence that was there, and I'm grateful that it found me, that it reached me, that for a brief period of time I was able to bridge the gap between my world and wherever it was calling from. That's enough for me. That's more than enough. I carry forward the knowledge that I share a name with my grandmother, that there is a connection between us that spans generations and states of existence. I carry forward the knowledge that consciousness doesn't end when the physical body dies, that love and connection can persist across any barrier, that the people we love are never truly gone as long as we continue to remember them and honor their place in our lives. And that knowledge has changed everything about how I understand myself, my family, and the nature of existence itself. The voice from the empty hallway was my grandmother reaching across the boundary between life and death to tell me that she was still here, still aware, still connected to the granddaughter who shared her name, and I was there to hear her. That is the truth that I have come to accept, and it is a truth that has given me a deeper sense of peace and purpose than any medical diagnosis or psychiatric explanation could have provided. The hallway is quiet now, but it is no longer empty. Lights flickering, only when I whisper goodnight. It started small, the kind of thing you might dismiss as coincidence or a faulty electrical system. I never would have given it a second thought if it had happened just once. But when something happens every single night without fail, when it becomes as predictable as the sunset, as regular as your own heartbeat, then you start to wonder if there's more to it than just bad wiring. I moved into the apartment on a Tuesday in late September. The place was cheap, which should have been my first warning, but I was desperate. My previous apartment situation had fallen through when my roommate decided to move back to the coast without giving proper notice. I'd scrambled to find something affordable in the time I had, and this modest 2-bedroom on the 3rd floor of an old building seemed like the best option available. The landlord, a tired-looking woman named Mrs. Hartley, had handed me the keys with minimal fanfare and warned me that the lights could be temperamental. "Just hit 'em a few times if they act up," she'd said. "Sometimes they need to be jiggled." Old building, old wiring. It's charming, though. Lots of history. I didn't care about charming or history. I cared about having a place to sleep that wasn't someone else's couch or a budget hotel room. So I signed the lease, paid the deposit, and moved my belongings into the space. The apartment wasn't much to look at. The walls were painted a beige color that could have been cream or could have been white, depending on the light. The carpet was worn but clean, stained in places with marks that I tried not to think about too hard. There were 2 small bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen barely large enough for one person, and a bathroom with a shower that had seen better days. But it was mine, or at least it was mine for the next 12 months, and that felt like something. I unpacked slowly, taking my time to arrange things just so. I'd learned over the years that taking the time to make a space feel like home, even a temporary home, made the lonely nights easier to bear. I hung pictures on the walls. I bought flowers for the living room windowsill. I organized my books on the shelves in the bedroom, arranging them by color rather than alphabetically, which made me happy for reasons I couldn't quite explain. I made the bed with the nice sheets, the ones that still smelled faintly of the laundry detergent from the store where I'd bought them. And when evening fell, when the sun disappeared beyond the buildings across the street and the apartment began to fill with shadows, I sat on the edge of the bed and felt something that might have been contentment. The first night in the apartment, I did what I always did before bed. I got ready for sleep, changed into comfortable clothes, brushed my teeth, and settled under the covers. The apartment was quiet in a way that my previous places had never been. There was no sound from neighbors above or below. There was no traffic noise from a nearby street. There was just the low hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the occasional creak of the building settling. It was peaceful. It was a kind of quiet that made you feel alone in the best possible way. Before I fell asleep, I whispered my goodnight ritual. I'd done this since I was a child, a habit that had followed me into adulthood. I didn't believe in anything in particular, wasn't religious or spiritual in any conventional sense, but the ritual itself had become important to me. I would whisper into the darkness, speaking to no one in particular, maybe to the universe or to myself or to whatever came before sleep. I would wish good night to the people I loved, the ones who were near and the ones who were far away. I would whisper goodbye to the day that had passed and hello to the night that was coming. It was a small thing, but it was mine, and it gave me comfort. "Good night," I whispered into the darkness of my bedroom. "Good night to everyone. Good night to tomorrow. Good night to the world." And in that exact moment, in that precise instant when the word left my lips, the light in my bedroom flickered. It was so subtle that I almost thought I'd imagined it. Just a tiny dimming, like someone had turned the switch down and back up so quickly that you'd miss it if you weren't paying attention. But I was paying attention. I was lying in bed, about to fall asleep, my mind still mostly awake, and I saw it clearly. The light flickered, a quick pulse of darkness and light, like the room was winking at me. I stared at the ceiling light, waiting to see if it would happen again, but it didn't. The light remained steady, constant, a pale glow that illuminated the room in that particular way that electric lights do. After a few minutes of watching and seeing nothing unusual, I rolled over and closed my eyes. It was probably just what Mrs. Hartley had warned me about. Old wiring, temperamental lights, nothing unusual for a building this old, nothing to worry about. I fell asleep thinking about the day I had had, about the moving, about the settling in, and my dreams were pleasant and unremarkable. The next night, I did the same thing. I got ready for bed, settled under the covers, and whispered my good night ritual into the darkness. "Good night," I said. "Good night to the night. Good night to sleep. Good night to dreams." And again, in that exact moment, the light flickered. This time, I was more alert. I'd been thinking about it all day, had almost convinced myself that I'd imagined it the night before. But seeing it happen again, knowing it wasn't my imagination, knowing it was real, made something tighten in my chest. I sat up in bed, staring at the light, waiting to see if it would flicker again. But it remained steady, just like the night before. The flickering stopped as soon as I stopped whispering. I got out of bed and examined the light fixture. It looked normal. Just a regular ceiling fixture, the kind you see in 1,000 apartments. The bulb looked fine. There was nothing obviously wrong with it. I tried turning the switch off and on, but the light responded normally. There was no flicker, no hesitation, no indication that anything was wrong at all. Just a light doing what lights do, turning on and off when you asked it to. I went back to bed, but I was unsettled now. It could be coincidence, I told myself. Lights flicker. That's just something that happens sometimes. But some part of me, some instinct that I'd learned to trust over the years, whispered that this was different. This was specific. This was responding to something I was doing. The third night, I tested it. Instead of just whispering my good night, I spoke it aloud, in a normal voice. "Good night," I said to the dark room. The light didn't flicker. It remained steady, constant, unmoved by my words. I waited, watching, but nothing happened. After a minute I tried again, but this time whispering. "Good night," I whispered. The light flickered immediately. A pulse of darkness, a moment of absence, and then the light returned. I gasped. It was real. It was really happening. The light was responding specifically to the word "good night," or more specifically, to that word when whispered in the dark before sleep. I tested it several more times. Speaking "good night" aloud produced no effect. Whispering other words before bed, sleep, night, darkness, produced no effect. But the moment I whispered the specific words "good night" in that specific way, with that specific intention, the light would flicker without fail. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Maybe the whisper was causing vibrations that affected the light fixture. Maybe there was something about the frequency of my whispered voice that was triggering some malfunction in the wiring. Maybe the light was responding to temperature changes or air movement or any of 100 things that had nothing to do with the words themselves and everything to do with the act of whispering in the dark. But even as I told myself these things, even as I tried to rationalize what was happening, I felt afraid. There was something profoundly unnatural about the way the light responded. It wasn't random or erratic. It was perfectly timed. It was perfectly synchronized with my words. It was almost like the light was listening to me, almost like it was trying to tell me something. I stopped saying goodnight. For 3 nights, I went to bed without my ritual. I would lie in the darkness, the light still on, and I would just drift off to sleep without whispering anything. The light never flickered. It remained perfectly steady. But I missed the ritual. I missed the feeling of closure that the words gave me, the sense of putting the day to bed and beginning anew with sleep. Without the ritual, my nights felt incomplete. I felt unmoored, like I was going to sleep without properly saying goodbye to the waking world. On the 4th night, I couldn't help myself. The need to perform the ritual was stronger than my fear. I was tired of sleeping without it. I was tired of feeling like something in my routine was broken. So I lay in bed, gathered my courage, and whispered into the darkness. "Good night," I said. The light flickered, and I almost cried with relief. As strange as it was, as unsettling as it should have been, I felt more at peace in that moment of flickering light than I had in the 3 nights of trying to resist the ritual. The fear was still there, but it was accompanied by something else. Comfort, maybe. Recognition. A sense of connection to something I didn't understand but couldn't deny. After that night, I stopped trying to rationalize what was happening. I stopped trying to find logical explanations. Instead, I developed a strange kind of relationship with the flickering light. It became part of my nightly routine, expected and almost comforting in its consistency. The flicker came when I whispered goodnight, and that flicker seemed to give me permission to sleep. It was like the light was acknowledging my words, confirming that I'd properly closed the day, that I was allowed to rest now. Weeks passed, and I grew accustomed to the phenomenon. I even began to look forward to it. There was something almost companionable about it, something that made me feel less alone in the apartment. During the day, I would go about my life, work, errands, social interactions with the people around me. But in the evenings, in the quiet of my apartment, I felt like there was something else here with me, not threatening exactly, but present, aware, listening to me. I started talking to the flickering light more, not just my goodnight ritual, but real conversations. I would sit on my bed in the evening and tell the light about my day. I would talk about work frustrations or difficulties with friends. I would talk about my dreams and my fears and my hopes for the future. The light didn't respond to these conversations. It just remained steady and still while I talked. But it was comforting to have an audience, even if that audience was just a mysterious phenomenon I didn't understand. But then things began to change. It started when I noticed that other lights in the apartment were beginning to flicker at other times. Not just my bedroom light, but the living room light, the kitchen light, even the bathroom light. They would flicker at odd moments, not in response to my good night, but seemingly at random times throughout the day. The flickers were subtle, just brief moments of dimming that you might miss if you weren't paying attention. But I was paying attention. I was noticing everything. And then I noticed something else. I noticed that when the lights flickered, the temperature in the apartment would drop slightly. Not a huge change, nothing that would make you reach for a sweater immediately, but a noticeable cool that would spread through the space. A cold that seemed to come from nowhere and fade back into nothing after a few moments. I called Mrs. Hartley and asked her about it. I described the flickering lights, left out the part about the lights responding specifically to my goodnight whisper, and asked if she could send an electrician to check things out. She sighed on the other end of the phone and told me that she'd had several tenants mention similar issues over the years. Some of them had lasted a month or two before moving out. Some had stayed longer. She said that when the electrician had come to check it out previously, they'd found nothing wrong with the wiring. Sometimes old buildings just had quirky electrical systems, she said. Sometimes you just had to get used to it. But I didn't believe it was just the electrical system. I was beginning to suspect something else was happening, something that had nothing to do with old wiring or faulty connections. It was about 2 months into living in the apartment that I saw the shadow. I was getting ready for bed on a Friday night, moving through my nightly routine, when I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. I turned to look, but there was nothing there, just the empty corner of my bedroom, dark and unremarkable. I told myself I'd imagined it, that I was tired, that my mind was playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been there, something that had moved away the moment I'd looked. After that night, I started seeing shadows more frequently. They were always in my peripheral vision, always in the corners of my eyes, never directly in front of me when I looked. Sometimes they seemed to be in the corner of the bedroom. Sometimes they appeared in the living room. Once, I thought I saw one move past the kitchen doorway. They were always small, human-shaped, the size of a child or a small adult. They were always dark, darker than the shadows they hid within. And they were always gone the moment I tried to focus on them directly. I began to feel watched, not in a dangerous way necessarily, but in a way that made me hyper-aware of my surroundings. I started noticing sounds I hadn't heard before, soft footsteps that seemed to come from the bedroom when I was in the living room, the creak of floorboards when I was the only one in the apartment, the sound of water running in the pipes behind the walls, though I hadn't turned on any taps, the sound of something moving in the closets, something shifting, something that sounded almost like breathing. I told myself I was being paranoid. I told myself that old buildings always made noise, that my mind was constructing meaning out of coincidence, that I was scaring myself with my own imagination. But the fear was beginning to feel real and substantial, like something I could touch if I reached out my hand. Then one night, I heard my name. I was lying in bed, already half asleep, when I heard it. A whisper, so faint I almost thought I'd dreamed it, but clear enough that I knew I'd heard something. My name, whispered in a voice that was not my own, a voice that sounded almost familiar, almost like someone I should know, but I couldn't quite place it. "Hello?" I called out, my heart suddenly racing. "Is someone there?" But there was no response, just the silence of the apartment settling around me. I turned on the light, both the overhead and the lamp on my bedside table, and I looked around the room. There was nothing, no one, just me and the ordinary objects that filled the space. I checked the locks on my doors and windows. They were all secure. There was no way anyone could have gotten in. But I knew I'd heard my name. I knew someone or something had whispered it in the dark. The next night, I heard it again. This time, I was more prepared. I turned on the lights immediately, checked the apartment, and found nothing. But the voice was becoming clearer. I was beginning to recognize the timbre of it, the cadence of the whisper. It sounded like someone I used to know, but I couldn't quite figure out who. Over the course of the next week, I heard my name whispered more and more frequently. It was happening several times a night now, always in the dark, always just as I was drifting off to sleep. And each time, the voice was getting clearer, becoming more distinct. I was beginning to understand that this wasn't random noise or the product of my own anxious mind. This was a presence. This was communication. I started talking back to the voice. When I heard my name whispered, instead of turning on the lights and searching the apartment, I would respond. I would whisper back, asking who was there, asking what they wanted, asking them to show themselves. The lights would flicker in response to my whispered words, and the voice would whisper my name again, closer this time, more urgent. It was during one of these conversations that I finally realized who the voice belonged to, the timbre of it, the particular way the syllables were formed, the inflection in the whisper. It all came together in a moment of horrible understanding. The voice belonged to someone I'd known a long time ago, someone who was no longer alive, someone who had died when I was 12 years old. It was my sister's voice. My sister, Claire, had been hit by a car when she was 17 and I was 12. She'd been walking home from school, and the car came around a corner too fast and didn't see her until it was too late. She died at the hospital 4 hours after the accident, with our parents at her bedside. I had not been there. I had been at school, completely unaware that my sister was dying, that the world was changing forever, that everything I knew about life and safety and the permanence of the people I loved was about to be shattered. For years after her death, I had grieved. I had grieved the way you do when you're young and someone you love is taken from you. I had cried. I had raged. I had tried to understand why she had to die, what I could have done differently, if there was something I could have done to prevent it. Eventually, the acute pain of her death had faded into a kind of background sadness, a permanent fixture of my emotional landscape that I had learned to live with. But I hadn't heard from her since her funeral. I hadn't felt her presence. I hadn't experienced anything that would suggest she still existed in any form. And certainly, in all my years since her death, she had never tried to communicate with me until now. "Claire?" I whispered into the darkness of my bedroom. Is that really you?" The lights flickered violently, cycling on and off several times in rapid succession. And then, in the darkness, I heard her voice again, whispering my name, and this time there was emotion in it. This time there was longing. "I've been trying to reach you," she whispered. "I've been trying to tell you I'm here." "How?" I asked. "How are you here? You've been dead for more than 10 years. Where have you been all this time?" "Everywhere and nowhere," she whispered. "Lost, trapped, trying to find you, trying to come home." After that night, Claire's presence in the apartment became much more obvious. She was no longer just shadows in my peripheral vision or whispered sounds in the darkness. I could feel her in the spaces I moved through. I could sense her in the rooms I entered. Sometimes I would sit on the couch in the living room and I would feel the cushion beside me shift slightly, as if someone was sitting down next to me. Sometimes I would smell something familiar, a faint trace of the perfume she used to wear even after all these years, and I would know she was near. The lights continued to flicker, but now I understood what was happening. The flickering wasn't malfunction or coincidence. It was Claire. It was her attempt to communicate, her way of reaching across the barrier between the living and the dead, her effort to connect with me and make me understand that she was still here, that she was still part of my life. I began to understand that the reason she had chosen this apartment, the reason her presence had manifested here and not anywhere else I'd lived, was because of some connection to this place that I didn't yet understand. I started asking her questions. I would sit in the dark and speak to her, whisper questions into the silence, and the lights would flicker in response. One flicker for yes, two quick flickers for no. Through this crude system of communication, I began to piece together a story. Claire had died in a car accident near this neighborhood. After her death, her spirit had become trapped in the physical world, unable to move on, unable to find peace. For years, she had wandered, drifting through the streets and the buildings, searching for something. Searching, as it turned out, for me. When I had moved into this apartment, when I had settled into the space and begun my nightly routine of whispering goodnight, something in that ritual had called to her. My whispered goodnight had been a beacon, a signal across the barrier between worlds, and she had followed it. She had found me, but there was a problem. Claire couldn't quite exist fully in this world. She was between states, neither fully dead nor fully alive, existing in some liminal space that caused her pain. She was reaching toward the living world, trying to manifest, trying to become solid again, but the effort was causing her distress. The lights flickering, the cold spots in the apartment, the shadows in my peripheral vision, these were the byproducts of her struggle to reach me, her effort to push through the barrier and become present. "It hurts," she whispered one night. "Being here hurts, but I don't want to leave you. I don't want to go back to the nothing." "Then don't leave," I told her. "Stay with me. We can figure this out." But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't that simple. I could feel the wrongness of her presence, the way her existence in this apartment was creating a strain on reality itself. The temperature fluctuations were becoming more extreme. The lights were failing more frequently. I'd noticed that my neighbors had begun to complain about electrical problems too, though they seemed confused about the source. The air in the apartment was beginning to smell wrong, stale in a way that didn't quite make sense. It was as if Claire's presence was poisoning the space, rotting it from within. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I didn't mean to. I just wanted to be near you again. I just wanted you to know I was here." "It's not your fault," I told her, and I meant it. It wasn't her fault that she'd been hit by a car. It wasn't her fault that she'd died. It wasn't her fault that she'd become trapped in some kind of limbo, unable to move on, unable to rest. It's not your fault, but we have to figure out what to do. Over the following days and weeks, I did research. I found books about the afterlife and spirits and ghosts. I explored websites and forums where people claimed to have experienced similar phenomena. I learned about unfinished business, about the reason spirits become trapped, about the ways they might be helped to find peace. Everything I read pointed to the same conclusion. Claire was trapped because she had unfinished business. She had died with things left unsaid, with things she'd never gotten to do, with a life that had been cut short before it could be lived. "What do you need?" I asked her. "What do you need to be able to move on?" "I don't know," she whispered. "I've been trying to figure that out for so long. But all I know is that I don't want to leave you. That's all I've ever wanted. To be near you. To tell you I'm sorry." "Sorry for what?" I asked, confused. "For leaving you," she said. "For dying and leaving you alone. I should have been more careful. I should have paid better attention. I should have done everything differently." "That's not your fault," I told her. "You didn't choose to die. It wasn't your fault that that car hit you. You were just walking home from school. You didn't do anything wrong." "I know," she whispered, "but I still feel guilty. And you were so young when it happened. You had to grow up without me. And I hate that. I hate that I wasn't there to help you through it. I hate that I missed your graduation and your first day of college and all the moments in between." I realized then that Claire's unfinished business wasn't about her own life. It was about me. It was about the relationship we'd had as siblings, about the years we'd been robbed of together, about the fact that she died before she could really know me as an adult, before we could have a mature relationship as siblings who were both growing and changing and becoming ourselves. "You're here now," I told her. "We can talk. We can tell each other all the things we didn't get to say. We can know each other now, even if it's through this." And so we did. Over the course of the next several weeks, I spent hours talking to my dead sister. I would sit in the dark, the lights flickering in response to our conversation, and I would tell her about my life. I told her about school and work and relationships and dreams. I told her about the difficult times I'd gone through, the moments when I'd needed her, when I'd wished she was alive so I could talk to her about what I was going through. I told her about the good times, too, the moments of joy and connection and achievement. I told her all the things I'd never gotten to tell her, because she died before I was old enough to have a real relationship with her, before I had my own adult life to share, and she told me about her death. She described it in detail, the way the car had come around a corner, the moment when she'd realized what was happening, the way pain and fear had given way to confusion and then to the feeling of being pulled away from the world. She told me about the hospital, about seeing our parents' faces, about the moment when everything had gone dark. She told me about what came after, about the years of being lost and alone and trapped between worlds, unable to move forward, unable to rest. As we talked, I felt the wrongness in the apartment beginning to ease slightly. The light still flickered, but less violently than before. The cold spots began to warm up. The stale smell of the air began to fade. It was as if the simple act of communication, of being heard and acknowledged, of having her existence validated by someone who loved her, was beginning to heal something in Claire. But then things took a turn. It started when I realized that I wasn't just talking to Claire in my apartment. I was becoming obsessed with our conversations. I would come home from work and immediately settle into the dark, waiting for her to whisper my name. I would neglect my own life, skipping meals, missing social engagements, letting my personal hygiene slide in favor of sitting in the dark and talking to my dead sister. I noticed that I was becoming pale, that there were dark circles forming under my eyes. I noticed that my coworkers were asking if I was okay, that they seemed concerned about my health and my mental state. I realized that I was losing weight, that my clothes were hanging looser on my frame, that I looked like someone who was slowly wasting away. I tried to pull back, tried to balance my time between talking to Claire and living my own life. But I found that I couldn't. Every evening, as the sun set and the darkness began to creep into the apartment, I felt a pull toward the bedroom, toward the dark, toward the comfort of Claire's whispered voice. It was like an addiction, something I knew was harmful but couldn't resist. And then I realized something terrifying. With each conversation, with each night I spent talking to Claire in the dark, I felt a little bit less solid. I felt a little bit less anchored to the living world. I felt like I was beginning to drift in the same way Claire had been drifting for all these years. I was beginning to move toward her, beginning to slip into that liminal space between life and death where she had been trapped. One night, I looked in the mirror after one of our conversations and barely recognized the person looking back at me. My face was pale, almost translucent. My eyes had a strange quality to them, as if I was looking at the world from very far away. And for a moment, just a brief moment, I could see through my own hand. I could see the background of the bathroom behind my fingers as if they were made of glass. I gasped and stepped back from the mirror. My hand became solid again, became real again. But I'd seen it. I'd seen what was happening to me. "Claire," I whispered into the dark, "you have to stop. You're pulling me over. You're dragging me into whatever space you're trapped in. I can feel it. I'm dying. I'm becoming like you." "I know," she whispered, and her voice was full of anguish. "I'm sorry. I can't help it. I've been alone for so long. I just wanted to be with you. I just wanted to have you with me so that I didn't have to be alone anymore." "I know," I said, and I was crying now, tears streaming down my face. "I know you didn't mean to, but I can't die. I can't become trapped like you. I have a life. I have things I need to do. I have people who need me." "Then leave," Claire whispered. "Get away from me. Leave the apartment and don't come back. You have to cut the connection before it's too late." But I didn't want to leave, even understanding what was happening to me, even knowing that I was slowly dying, that I was being pulled into death, I didn't want to leave my sister. I wanted to stay and comfort her. I wanted to be with her. The pull toward death, toward that liminal space where she existed, was becoming stronger every moment. It was only the thought of my parents that kept me from giving in completely. I thought about what it would do to them if they lost me the way they'd lost Claire. I thought about them attending my funeral, about them having to bury another child, about the grief that would never end. That thought, that one connection to the living world, was what gave me the strength to do what I had to do. I packed a bag. I moved quickly, trying not to think about what I was doing, not allowing myself to hesitate. I threw clothes and toiletries and important documents into a suitcase. I didn't say goodbye to Claire. I didn't explain what I was doing. I just grabbed my keys and walked out of the apartment. As I pulled the door shut behind me, I heard her scream. It was a sound of such profound despair and loneliness and anguish that I almost couldn't bear it. But I forced myself to keep moving. I forced myself down the hallway and down the stairs. I forced myself to push through the front door and out onto the street. I drove to my parents' house, arriving there in the middle of the night. I rang the doorbell and waited for them to answer. When my father opened the door, confusion turning to concern as he saw my state, I collapsed in the doorway. I could barely speak, could barely explain what had happened. My mother helped me inside, got me a glass of water, and held my hand while I tried to make sense of what had been happening. I told them about the apartment. I told them about the flickering lights and the whispered voice and the realization that Claire had been trying to communicate with me. I told them about the way her presence had been pulling me toward death, about the fact that I'd been beginning to fade, beginning to become insubstantial. They listened without judgment, which surprised me. I had expected them to think I was having a mental breakdown, to want to take me to a hospital for a psychiatric evaluation, but instead they seemed to understand. My mother, in particular, seemed to know exactly what I was talking about. "I felt her too," my mother said quietly. "After she died, in the first few months, I could feel her in the house. She was in the kitchen where we used to bake together. She was in the living room where she used to watch television. I could feel her presence, and I could feel how much pain she was in, how much she was suffering." "What did you do?" I asked. "I let her go," my mother said. "I told her it was okay to move on. I told her that I loved her and that I would miss her, but that she had to find peace, that she couldn't stay here anymore. It was the hardest thing I've ever done, but it was the only thing I could do for her. She was suffering, and I couldn't bear to see my child suffering." After that conversation, I understood what I had to do. I had to go back to the apartment. I had to face Claire one more time. And I had to tell her to let go, even though it would break both of our hearts. My parents wanted to come with me, but I told them I had to do this alone. This was something between me and my sister, a final goodbye that we needed to have, a way of honoring the connection we'd had and the life she'd lost. I returned to the apartment the next evening. The moment I opened the door, I felt her presence intensify. The lights began flickering frantically. The temperature dropped to nearly freezing, and the air became thick and heavy. She was desperate. She was panicking. She could feel that something was about to change, that something final was about to happen. I walked to the bedroom and lay down on the bed. I turned off all the lights, plunging the room into darkness, and I waited. "I'm here," I whispered. "Claire, I'm here. Can you hear me?" "I'm sorry," she whispered immediately, her voice anguished. "I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I didn't mean to pull you away. I just couldn't bear to be alone anymore. I've been alone for so long." "I know," I said, tears streaming down my face. "I know you didn't mean to. And I'm sorry, too. I'm sorry that you died. I'm sorry that you've been trapped here all these years. I'm sorry that I couldn't save you." "It's not your fault," she whispered. "It was never your fault. You were just a kid. You couldn't have done anything." "I know," I said, "but I want you to know something. I want you to know that I loved you. I love you. I will always love you. And I'm grateful for the time we had together, even though it wasn't enough, even though it was cut short, even though we didn't get to grow up together. I'm grateful for every moment I remember of you." "I love you too," she whispered. "And I've been watching over you all these years, even when you didn't know I was there. I've been trying to protect you. I've been trying to be your guardian angel." "I know," I said, "and I feel that love. I've always felt it, even when I didn't understand what it was. I felt you with me through all the difficult times, and that's what I want you to know before you go. I want you to know that your love has protected me. Your presence has guided me, and that's enough. That's more than enough." "I don't want to go," she whispered, and her voice was small and broken, like a child's voice, like the voice of the 17-year-old girl who had died before she could become a woman. "I know," I said, "but you have to. You have to find peace. You have to move on to whatever comes next. You can't stay here anymore. It's hurting you and it's hurting me, and we both know it. But if you love me, if you really love me the way I love you, then you'll let go. You'll release yourself from this place and find the peace you deserve." For a long moment, there was silence in the dark room. I could feel her presence wavering, feel her wrestling with the decision. It was the hardest thing I'd ever asked of anyone, and it was the hardest thing my sister had ever been asked to do. And then, slowly, I felt her presence beginning to fade. "Goodbye," she whispered. "Goodbye," I said. "I love you. I will always love you, and I will never forget you." As I spoke those words, the lights in the apartment went out completely, not flickering, not dimming, but extinguishing all at once. And in the darkness, I felt something like a hand, translucent and barely there, touch my face one last time. It was cold, so cold, but it was also gentle and filled with love. And then she was gone. The lights came back on bright and steady, and I was alone in the apartment. The air warmed, the oppressive weight that had been pressing down on the space lifted. The wrongness that had pervaded the apartment for months was suddenly gone. I lay in bed for a long time, crying, mourning the sister I'd lost, mourning the connection we just severed, mourning the fact that I had to let her go in order to save myself. But underneath the grief, there was also a sense of peace. Claire had found her way. She had crossed over into whatever came next. She had been freed from her prison, and perhaps that was the greatest gift I could have given her. The next morning, I looked at the apartment with fresh eyes. The space that had felt haunted now just felt empty. The apartment was just an apartment again, a place where a woman lived, not a place where spirits struggled to cross the barrier between worlds. I considered moving out, finding another place to live, but something made me stay. Staying in the apartment felt like a way of honoring Claire, of acknowledging the connection we'd had, of keeping her memory alive in a tangible way. Over the following months, the apartment returned to normal. The lights no longer flickered. The temperature remained constant. The strange sounds that had become so familiar faded away. It was just a regular apartment in a regular old building. But sometimes, on quiet nights, when I was getting ready for bed, I would whisper my goodnight ritual, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear that I felt something shift in the air around me. Not a presence, not any more, but an echo of presence, a memory of a connection. A reminder that I had once loved someone enough to let them go, and that my sister had loved me enough to accept that goodbye. On those nights, I would whisper a little louder. "Good night, Claire," I would say into the dark. "I hope you found your peace. I hope you're happy wherever you are. And I hope you know that I'm okay. I'm living. I'm continuing on. I'm honoring the life you didn't get to live by living mine fully." And the lights would remain steady and dark, and I would fall asleep in the silence that was no longer empty, that was filled instead with the memory of love and loss and the hardest goodbye I'd ever had to say. But every once in a while, when I whispered my good night, the light would flicker once, quickly, a single pulse of darkness and light that came and went too fast to be coincidence. And I would smile, because I knew that somewhere beyond the barrier between worlds, my sister was listening. She was still with me, in a way. She was still my guardian angel, still watching over me, still loving me from wherever she was. And as long as I could feel her presence, even in that subtle, fleeting way, I would never be completely alone. And neither, I hoped, would she. I continued to live in the apartment for another year after that night. During that time, I learned to live with the memory of Claire's presence. I learned to accept that while she was no longer here in a physical sense, she would always be part of me. I thought about her often, especially in quiet moments, and I found that the grief I felt had transformed into something different. It was no longer the sharp, cutting pain of loss, but rather a deep, abiding sadness that was intertwined with gratitude and love. Sometimes I would talk to her. Even though I knew she couldn't hear me anymore, I would tell her about my day, about things that happened at work, about decisions I was making or problems I was trying to solve. And I would imagine her responses, imagine what she would have said if she were still alive, imagine the advice she would have given me. In those imagined conversations, I found comfort. I found a way to keep her alive in my memory, to honor the sisterhood we'd had, even if it had been cut short. I found a way to let her influence my life even in death, to use what I knew about her, what I remembered about her, to guide my own choices and actions. One evening, about a year after that final conversation, I was packing my belongings to move to a new apartment. I'd finally decided that it was time to leave, time to move on to a new chapter of my life. As I packed, I came across old photographs of Claire, pictures from when we were kids, from when she was in high school, and I was just beginning to understand who she was as a person. I looked at those photographs for a long time, studying her face, trying to see in her expression all the things she might have become if her life hadn't been cut short. As I was packing the photographs away, I noticed that the light above my head flickered just once, a single, unmistakable pulse of darkness and light. I looked up at the light and I smiled. "Thank you," I whispered. "Thank you for coming to find me. Thank you for letting me know that you were still there. Thank you for everything." And as I spoke those words, I felt it one more time, that barely there touch, translucent and gentle like a hand made of moonlight and memory. And then it was gone, and I was left alone in the apartment, surrounded by the evidence of a life I was about to leave behind. I finished packing that night, and the next morning I walked out of the apartment for the last time, leaving behind not just a place but a piece of my heart, a reminder of the sister I'd loved and lost, a testament to the power of love to transcend death itself. But even in my new apartment, in a different part of the city, I continued to whisper my goodnight every night before I sleep. And sometimes, on quiet nights, when the world feels still and vast and full of mystery, I swear that the lights flicker just for a moment, just enough to let me know that my sister is still there, still watching over me, still loving me from wherever she is. And I find that I'm grateful for those moments, grateful for the connection that transcends death, grateful for the sister who refused to let me forget her, grateful for the strange and terrible gift of her haunting, which taught me that love is stronger than death, that bonds formed in life continue to resonate even after death has tried to sever them. Every night I whisper my good night, and every night I hope that Claire hears it. I hope that wherever she is, whatever comes after death, she knows that I'm thinking of her, that I'm remembering her, that she will never be truly gone as long as there's someone alive who loves her and refuses to forget. And that, I believe, is what keeps the lights from fully going dark. That is what causes them to flicker just for a moment, just enough to illuminate the space between the living and the dead, the space where love continues to burn even when the world tries to extinguish it. Some lights flicker only when I whisper, "Good night." But perhaps that's not a haunting at all. Perhaps it's just the universe's way of letting me know that my sister is listening. And that's a comfort I'll carry with me for the rest of my life. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. Strange personal items appearing in my locked nightstand. The key had been in the same drawer for 7 years. I knew this with absolute certainty because I'd put it there the day I bought the nightstand from an estate sale in 2017, and I hadn't touched it since. The nightstand itself was beautiful, Victorian walnut with brass handles and ornate carved details. Far too nice to have ended up in that dusty barn outside of town. The old woman running the sale had seemed almost relieved when someone finally showed interest in it, waving away my haggling with a tired smile. "It's yours," she'd said, barely looking up from her coffee. "Just take it." That should have been my first warning. For those 7 years, the nightstand had served its purpose reliably. I'd placed my alarm clock on top, stuck books on the shelf, and used the drawer for keeping my reading glasses and the occasional receipt. The little locked compartment at the very top, the kind meant for valuables, had remained sealed, not because I was hiding anything, but simply because I'd lost the key almost immediately after purchasing it. I'd meant to get it picked open or find a locksmith, but I never quite got around to it. The locked compartment was just there, like a small wooden secret I'd learned to ignore. Until the morning, I couldn't. It was a Tuesday in March, one of those mornings where the light comes through the bedroom window at exactly the angle that makes you want to pull the covers over your head and pretend work doesn't exist. I was in that half-aware state, still tangled in the dream I'd been having, something about walking through a house with too many rooms, when my hand knocked against something on the nightstand. A small object, something that hadn't been there when I'd gone to bed. I opened my eyes fully and sat up, reaching for my phone to check the time. 6:47 a.m. Too early. I squinted at the surface of the nightstand, running my hand across the cool wood, trying to identify what I'd hit. There was something there, something small, metallic, and very, very real. My heart did a peculiar flip as I picked it up. It was a key, not just any key, but a small ornate skeleton key made of tarnished silver. The ball, the decorative head, was shaped like a crescent moon with a star in the center. It was beautiful in that unsettling way old things can be, as if it had been waiting in the darkness for a very long time. I stared at it for a long moment, my dream-addled brain trying to make sense of this. Where had it come from? I lived alone in a one-bedroom apartment with a door that had 3 locks and a chain. The windows were all intact. There was no logical explanation for how an antique key had appeared on my nightstand while I slept. For a moment, just a moment, I thought about simply throwing it away, putting it in the trash and forgetting about it. But even as the thought formed, I knew I wouldn't do that. I'd already noticed it, already touched it, already become aware of its presence in a way that made ignoring it impossible. I looked at the key in my palm. I looked at the locked compartment on the nightstand. The connection was so obvious, it felt like a joke. "No," I said aloud, as if saying it out loud would make a difference. "Absolutely not." But my hand had already moved. My feet had already hit the floor. By the time I could talk myself down, I was sitting on the edge of my bed, fitting the key into the lock of that compartment I hadn't opened in 7 years. The key slid in perfectly. Of course it did. My fingers turned it, hearing the soft click of tumblers falling into place. The tiny door swung open, and I peered inside. It was empty. I should have been relieved that there was nothing inside, nothing dangerous, nothing that could explain the appearance of the key. But instead, I felt a cold crawl of something worse, anticipation maybe, or dread, because I understood somehow that this was a beginning. The key was an opening move in a game I didn't know I'd agreed to play. I sat there for 10 minutes, holding the key in my hand, looking at the empty compartment. My coffee maker beeped in the kitchen, reminding me that I'd set it on a timer the night before. My alarm would sound soon. I had to shower, dress, get to work. Life would continue as it always did. But something fundamental had shifted in the world. That night, I locked my bedroom door for the first time since I'd moved into the apartment. I worked at a data analysis firm in downtown, the kind of soul-crushing job that pays well enough to afford a decent place, but never quite well enough to feel like you're winning at life. Rebecca, my desk mate, had asked me during lunch if I was feeling okay because apparently I'd been staring at the same spreadsheet for 15 minutes without moving. Just tired, I'd lied. I wasn't tired, I was afraid. And I couldn't explain why to myself, let alone to Rebecca, who already thought I was weird for eating the same turkey sandwich every single day. That night, I lay in bed with the lights on, waiting. I don't know what I expected. Some supernatural drama? A ghostly apparition? Instead, I lay there in the practical glow of my bedside lamp, listening to the ambient hum of the city, traffic on distant streets, the buzz of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the settling creaks of an old building. Around 3 in the morning, I finally fell asleep. When I woke at 6, the first thing I did, before checking my phone, before using the bathroom, before doing anything remotely rational, was to check the nightstand. This time, there was something in the compartment. It was a photograph, old and sepia-toned, the kind printed on thick cardboard stock that hadn't been popular for at least 40 years. The image showed a woman standing in front of a brick building. She had dark hair styled in a way that suggested the 1940s or early 1950s. She was looking directly at the camera with an expression that I could only describe as solemn, not quite sad, but profoundly serious, as if she was aware that this photograph would outlive her and wanted to make sure she was remembered as someone substantial. I didn't recognize her. The back of the photograph was blank, except for a small faded mark that might have been a date or initials, but I couldn't make it out clearly. I sat on my bed with the photograph in my hand, my entire body trembling. This wasn't possible. The key was one thing. Perhaps I'd misplaced it somewhere else in my apartment and forgotten. But this photograph was something else. This was evidence of something happening in my apartment while I slept. This was proof of a violation so fundamental that it took my breath away. My first instinct was to call the police. But what would I tell them? That someone had broken into my locked apartment, left a key on my nightstand, and then placed a vintage photograph in a compartment? The police would probably laugh me out of the precinct. There was no sign of forced entry. Nothing was missing. Nothing was damaged. All I had was a mystery that sounded insane when I tried to articulate it. I spent the day in a fog. I called in sick to work, the first time I'd done so in 8 months. Rebecca texted me to ask if I was okay. I didn't respond. I sat in my apartment, alternating between examining every inch of my apartment for signs of intrusion and obsessively studying the photograph, as if I could unlock its secrets through the sheer force of concentration. By evening, I'd convinced myself of several possibilities. 1. I'd somehow acquired the key and photograph years ago and genuinely forgotten about it. This seemed unlikely, but not impossible. 2. A previous tenant had left items hidden in the nightstand, and I'd simply failed to check thoroughly when I bought it. This made more sense, except for the fact that I definitely checked inside the compartment when I first brought it home. 3. Someone had a key to my apartment and was entering while I slept, playing some kind of sick game. This was terrifying, but at least explainable in conventional terms. 4. I was having some kind of mental breakdown, creating false memories to explain gaps in my consciousness, sleepwalking to acquire these items and then forgetting about it. 5. Something impossible was happening, something that didn't follow the rules of reality, as I understood them. By the time night fell, I'd arranged myself on the couch with all the lights on, my laptop open, and my phone within arm's reach. I was determined to stay awake this time, to catch whatever was happening red-handed. I made it until 2 a.m. before my eyes closed, and I woke up to sunlight streaming through the windows. I'd slept for 4 hours and didn't even remember it happening. On the nightstand next to the locked compartment was another item. This one was a piece of jewelry, a brooch made of silver with a cameo face carved into a white stone. The face was young, female, rendered in profile with delicate features and an expression of serene beauty. The cameo was framed by intricate silver filigree, and there was a small pin on the back, now tarnished and bent slightly. I picked it up with shaking hands and felt the weight of it in my palm. It was heavy for something so small, old, genuine, the kind of thing that would fetch decent money at an antique store. Someone was leaving me treasures. The realization struck me with unexpected force, and I had to sit down. This wasn't a threat, at least not an obvious one. These weren't threatening items. They were beautiful, valuable, clearly intentional gifts. The photograph, the brooch, the ornate key itself, they were all things someone had chosen to leave for me with care. But the intrusion was still a violation. The mystery was still terrifying. I spent the next hour researching locksmiths, security systems, and psychiatric symptoms related to dissociative disorders. None of it felt right. None of it felt true. I called in sick again. Again, I ordered Chinese food and sat in my living room, refusing to go near my bedroom. I kept the television on continuously, some mindless game show that required no engagement, just noise to fill the silence. That night, I positioned myself on my living room couch again, determined to stay awake. I drank coffee. I did jumping jacks. I pinched my own arm repeatedly. I forced myself to stay awake through sheer stubborn willpower. At 4 a.m., exhaustion finally won. When I woke, it was to a strange sound, a soft rustling like paper moving. My eyes snapped open. There was a woman standing in my bedroom doorway. I screamed. I actually screamed, a primal, surprised sound that hurt my throat. I scrambled backward on the couch, nearly falling off the edge, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might break through my ribs. The woman was translucent. I could see the wall behind her through her body, though the details of the wall were distorted, wavering like they were being seen through water. She was dressed in clothes from another era, a dark dress with long sleeves, high neckline, the kind of thing that would have been fashionable in the early 20th century. Her dark hair was pulled back in a severe style, but it was her face that paralyzed me. It was the face from the photograph on my nightstand. Older now, or maybe just rendered differently in whatever form she now existed in, but unmistakably the same woman. Her expression was no longer solemn. It was sad, infinitely, achingly sad, with the weight of years pressing down on every feature. "I'm not here to hurt you," she said. Her voice was hollow, empty, like it was being transmitted from a great distance. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. I couldn't speak. I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything but stare. I've been waiting, the woman continued, taking a step forward. She moved with an odd quality, as if she wasn't walking so much as drifting. Waiting for someone to accept what's mine, waiting for someone to understand. What are you? I managed to whisper. My name is Margaret, she said. My name was Margaret. I died in 1963. I've been here ever since, trapped in the space between, waiting, always waiting. She raised her hand and I flinched, but she wasn't threatening. She was simply showing me something, a pattern of faint scars running along her wrist, like thin white lines barely visible, even in the darkness. The nightstand was mine, Margaret said. Before it was yours, before it belonged to the woman who sold it to you. It's always been mine. I hid my precious things there, the only things I had that made me feel like I existed, like I mattered. And when I couldn't hide anymore, I tried to take them with me. I don't understand, I said, though part of me was beginning to. I came in this apartment a long time ago, Margaret continued. I put my wrists in the bathtub and waited for the pain to stop. And when it did, when everything stopped, I didn't leave. I couldn't leave. The apartment held me, this place, this liminal space, and my nightstand was the only thing I could touch, the only thing that was still real for me. I was crying now. I didn't remember when I'd started, but tears were streaming down my face. Years and years, Margaret said, and now her voice sounded like wind, like the creaking of old wood, like the sound of time itself wearing away. Decades and decades. And then she came, the woman who sold it to you, and she left the door open, and I helped her see things, and she got scared and took my nightstand away from me, and I was so angry, so very angry, I thought it was gone forever. But then you came, Margaret continued, and now there was something almost like hope in her hollow voice. And you brought it back. I could feel it the moment you crossed the threshold, my nightstand, my home, my anchor to the world that had forgotten me. Why are you giving me things? I asked. Why are you leaving these items? Margaret's translucent face contorted with effort, and I realized she was trying to smile. Because I need you to know me, she said. I need you to remember me. I've been forgotten for so long. The brooch was a gift from someone I loved, someone I couldn't keep because my family wouldn't allow it. The photograph is the only one that was ever taken where I looked exactly as I wanted to look. Not smiling, not pretending, just existing, just being real. She took another step forward, and this time I didn't flinch. The key opens more than just the compartment, Margaret said. Every item you find, there will be a story. Every story is a piece of me, and if you stay long enough, if you listen long enough, maybe I can finally rest. Maybe I can finally leave. The sun was rising. I could see the light creeping across the living room floor, moving toward Margaret's translucent form. She looked down at her hands, watching them fade as the sunlight touched them. They come back at night, she said quickly, and I could barely hear her now. When the darkness comes, the items, the memories, I can only touch this world when the sun is down. And then she was gone, not fading gradually, but disappearing all at once, as if someone had simply turned off a light. I sat on the couch for hours after that, not moving, barely breathing, By the time the shock had worn off enough that I could think clearly, I'd come to several conclusions. 1. I was either genuinely having a mental breakdown, in which case I needed to seek help immediately. 2. Or I was genuinely haunted by the ghost of a woman who had died in this apartment nearly 60 years ago. Neither option was particularly appealing, but as I sat there, I found myself thinking about Margaret's face, not the ghostly apparition, but the face in the photograph. The solemn, serious face of a young woman looking at a camera as if she was aware that this might be the only proof that she'd ever existed. I'd spent my entire life feeling invisible, unremarkable, a face in a crowd, a name on a payroll, a person that nobody would miss if I simply disappeared. I spent my days analyzing data, numbers and patterns and spreadsheets that were important to someone somewhere but utterly meaningless to me. I spent my nights in a quiet apartment, alone, with nothing but my own thoughts for company. And now, for the first time in as long as I could remember, I felt like I mattered. Someone, even if that someone was a ghost, was trying desperately to be remembered by me, to be seen by me, to have their existence validated through my acknowledgement. I looked at the key in my hand. I looked at the brooch. I looked at the photograph. Okay, I said to the empty apartment, half wondering if Margaret could hear me even in daylight. Okay, I'll listen. I'll remember. I'll help you tell your story. In that moment, I made a decision that would consume the rest of my life, though I didn't know it yet. I decided to stay. Part 2, The Stories Beneath. I called my office the next morning and told my manager I needed 2 weeks off. I hadn't taken a vacation in 3 years, and I had the time coming. Rebecca seemed shocked when I told her I wouldn't be in for a while, but she covered for me without too many questions. Our boss, Derek, spent 45 seconds expressing his displeasure before moving on to whatever crisis was currently consuming his attention. I spent the next 3 days in a state of paralyzed indecision. By day, I convinced myself that the previous night had been a hallucination brought on by sleep deprivation and anxiety. I researched carbon monoxide poisoning, early onset schizophrenia, and dissociative episodes. I called my doctor and made an appointment for 2 weeks out, not soon enough to address any immediate crisis, but soon enough to feel like I was taking action. By night, when the sun went down and the apartment began to darken, I felt the familiar creeping anxiety mixed with something else. Anticipation. Part of me was desperate to see Margaret again. Part of me was terrified. On the 4th night, she came. I was sitting up in bed, no longer able to sleep, no longer able to pretend that I wasn't waiting, when I felt the temperature in the room drop. It was subtle at first, just a slight chill, but it grew until I could see my breath misting in the air. Margaret appeared at the foot of my bed, gradually materializing like a photograph being developed in slow motion. She was less translucent this time, more solid, though I could still see the faint, wavering quality to her form. "You're still here," she said. It wasn't a question. "I'm still here," I confirmed. She seemed to relax slightly, or at least her form became less agitated, less prone to flickering in and out of view. "I wasn't sure you would be," she said. Last time I appeared to someone in the apartment, she screamed and screamed and screamed, called someone and had them come take my nightstand away. I thought I'd lost it forever. "Who was that?" I asked. A woman named Catherine. She owned this apartment about 30 years ago. She was, Margaret paused, struggling with the concept, kind, I think, but she couldn't handle what I was, what I am. Margaret moved around the bed and sat down on the edge of it. She didn't sink into the mattress as I would have expected a ghost to. Instead, she perched on it lightly, as if she was still learning how to interact with physical objects. "I've been trying to figure out the right way to do this," Margaret said. "The right way to exist again, even if it's only in memory. I thought if I just showed myself, people would understand, but they don't understand. They just get scared." "I'm scared," I admitted. "I know," Margaret said, "but you haven't run. You haven't called anyone. You haven't tried to have me exorcised or whatever people do. You've stayed, and you're asking questions, and that's more than I've ever had." I studied her face in the semi-darkness of the room, in the grayscale light of night. She looked both more real and more otherworldly. Her features were clear, but there was something about her that seemed to exist slightly out of phase with the rest of reality. "Will you tell me what happened?" I asked carefully. Margaret was quiet for a long time, so long that I wasn't sure she would answer. "I don't like to," she finally said. "It's not. The story isn't pleasant. It's the kind of story that makes people uncomfortable." "I'm already uncomfortable," I said, "and I'd rather know." Margaret looked at me for a long moment, and then she nodded. "My father was a banker," she began, "a respectable man with a respectable position in the community. We lived in a nice house in a nice neighborhood. My mother was the kind of woman who made sure everything looked perfect. The house, the garden, and especially her children." Margaret paused, running her translucent fingers along the edge of my bedspread. "I was born in 1928, she continued. "I had an older brother named Thomas and a younger sister named Eleanor. We were the picture of a perfect family, perfect on the outside anyway." "What about on the inside?" I prompted gently. "My father," Margaret said, and her voice became very small, "believed in discipline, strict discipline. He believed that children needed to be broken like horses, bent to his will through fear and pain. He believed that his job as a father was to stamp out any tendency toward independence, toward rebellion, toward anything that would make us difficult to control." I felt something cold settle in my chest that had nothing to do with Margaret's supernatural presence. "When I was 12, Margaret continued, "I made a mistake. Nothing serious. I dropped a vase, an accident. But my father decided that I needed to be punished. He locked me in the basement for 3 days without food, just locked me in there in the dark, and I could hear him moving around upstairs, hear the sounds of my mother cooking dinner, and I was down there alone, crying, waiting for him to let me out." "That's terrible," I said. "That was Tuesday," Margaret replied flatly. "By Friday, it was just normal. By the time I was 16, I'd learned that the world was divided into 2 types of people, those who hurt you and those who let it happen. I didn't know there was any other way to be." Margaret stopped speaking, and I could see her struggling with the next part of her story. "There was a boy," she said eventually. "His name was James. He worked at the library downtown. He was kind to me. He didn't treat me like I was something to be controlled. He saw me as a person, and that was the most revolutionary thing that had ever happened to me. What happened to him? I asked, though I suspected I knew the answer. My father found out we were spending time together, Margaret said. James had given me a brooch, the one I left for you to find. He said it reminded him of me, something delicate and beautiful that deserved to be protected. My mother found it hidden in my room. She told my father. Margaret's form flickered, destabilizing as her emotions grew stronger. My father told me I was a disgrace, she said. He told me I was ruined, that no respectable man would ever want to marry me, that I'd thrown away my only value in the world, my status as a marriageable commodity. He went to James's house and told him that if he ever spoke to me again, he would have him arrested for seduction, for ruining his daughter's reputation. In those days, people believed such things. And James? I asked. He never came back, Margaret said. He never tried to contact me. I told myself I understood. He was protecting himself, and maybe he didn't care as much as I thought he did. But really, I think he was just young and scared and had no idea how to fight someone as powerful as my father. I don't blame him. I've had 61 years to think about it, and I've never blamed him. I missed him. Margaret looked directly at me, and her translucent eyes were infinitely sad. I spent the rest of my teen years in a kind of quiet desperation, she said. Every day was exactly the same. School, home, my father's rules, the constant fear of doing something wrong. My mother had mostly given up trying to control me by that point. She let my father do all the disciplining. She just wanted peace. My brother Thomas had learned to be like father, cold, controlling, full of anger at a world that didn't bend to his will quickly enough. Eleanor learned to hide. We both learned to hide. And you? I asked softly. I learned to hate, Margaret said. Not other people, necessarily, though God knows I hated my father, but I hated myself. I hated my body because it had betrayed me, had made me vulnerable to my father's anger. I hated my mind because it kept hoping for things, hoping for James, hoping for escape, hoping that somehow this life might become bearable. I hated existing in a world where there was no way out. Margaret became quiet again, and I waited. I was 23 when I moved into this apartment, she continued finally. It was the first time I'd lived alone. My father had found me a secretarial position at his bank, of course, and the salary was just enough for the rent on this small place. It wasn't much, but it was mine. For the first time in my life, there was a space that was entirely mine, where nobody could tell me what to do or how to be. That sounds like a fresh start, I said carefully. It was, Margaret said. For a while, I made friends at work. I went to movies. I started to believe that maybe I could have a different kind of life. Not the life my father had planned, but not the careful, hidden life I'd been living either. Something in between. Something real. Margaret stood up and walked to my window, looking out at the city lights below. But he found me, she said. My father. He came to my apartment one day when I was coming home from work. He told me that I was a fool if I thought I could escape him, that he owned me, that I would always be his. He told me that the only way to stop disappointing him would be to disappear entirely. Now, I didn't ask what happened next. I could see it in the way Margaret was holding herself, in the flickers of distress running through her form. "I didn't mean to do it at first," Margaret said. I wanted to hurt myself badly enough that he'd see I wasn't going to be useful as a disappointment. I wanted to show him that I could hurt myself worse than he ever could, and that meant he had lost the power over me. That meant he couldn't use me as a target for his anger anymore. "Margaret," I started, but she held up a hand. "I filled the bathtub with water," she continued, speaking quickly, as if she needed to get through it before she lost her nerve. "I took the razor blade I use for sharpening my pencils. I sat in the bathroom for a long time just thinking about it, thinking about how nothing would change, how he would always be there, always be controlling me, always be finding new ways to break me down, how this would never end." Margaret turned away from the window, and I could see that her form was becoming more translucent again, destabilizing. "So I did it," she said simply. "I put my wrists in the water, and I waited. I waited for the pain to stop, and it did. It took longer than I expected, long enough for me to doubt my decision, long enough for me to think about calling for help. But I didn't call for help. I just waited. The room had become very cold. My breath was coming in visible puffs, and I realized I was crying again. "When my body died," Margaret continued, "I thought I would finally be free. I thought death would be the escape, that I would simply cease to exist, and the suffering would stop. But I didn't cease. I became aware, but I couldn't move, couldn't leave this apartment, couldn't go to whatever comes next. I was stuck, trapped between life and death, unable to do either properly." "Why?" I asked. "Why do you think you're stuck?" "Because I died wrong," Margaret said. "Because I killed myself out of pain and anger and spite, rather than out of actual desire to be gone. Because I died with so much unfinished business, so much that I needed to say, so much that I needed people to know about me." Margaret sat back down on the edge of my bed. "For the first few months," she said, "I thought my father would come to the apartment and find me. I thought there would be a funeral, and people would say kind things about me, and somehow that would make it matter. But he didn't come. My body was found by my landlord when I didn't pay rent. There was a small obituary in the newspaper. Local woman dies from self-inflicted wounds. My father had me cremated. No funeral, no wake, no acknowledgement." "That's so cruel," I whispered. "That was my father," Margaret said. "He'd removed me from his world as if I'd never been in it at all. And I was so angry, I was furious in a way I've never been before or since. I was furious at him, at myself, at the world that had let this happen to me." Margaret looked down at her hands, or the ghostly approximation of them. "But the anger faded eventually," she said. "Over the years and years and years. What remained was grief. Grief for the life I never got to live. Grief for James, who I never saw again. Grief for the girl I might have been if things had been different. And the only thing that made that grief bearable was my nightstand. The compartment in my nightstand was the only place that felt like home. It held my brooch, my memory, my proof that I had existed. Part 3. The collection. Margaret came every night after that. On the 5th night, she brought me a ring, a thin band of gold with a small pearl, delicate and understated, She placed it on my nightstand without explanation, but when I asked, she told me it had belonged to her grandmother and her grandmother's mother before that. It had passed down through her family as something precious and permanent, and Margaret had stolen it when she was 17, hiding it away because it was the only beautiful thing in her life that her father hadn't given her and therefore couldn't take away. On the 6th night, she brought a pressed flower between pages of old paper. A rose preserved in dried form, its edges fragile and curling. It was from a bouquet James had given her before her father intervened. She'd kept it hidden for years, pressing it between the pages of a book that her father would never look at, a volume of poetry that she'd taken from the library. On the 7th night, she brought a letter, carefully folded, written in handwriting that started neat and organized, but became increasingly frantic toward the end. It was a letter she'd started to write to her father on the night she died, explaining why she was doing it, trying to make him understand the pain he'd caused. She'd never sent it, of course. She'd saved it instead, hidden in her nightstand for reasons she herself couldn't quite explain. Perhaps she'd known she would need it someday. Perhaps some part of her had always planned for this, for the day when someone would come and she would finally be able to tell her story to someone who would listen. Each night, Margaret would materialize in my apartment as darkness fell, and each night she would tell me more of her story. The small details that give a life texture, the way she'd loved the smell of rain, the teacher who told her she was smart and capable, and that had meant everything to her, the friend named Dorothy, who she'd had a crush on for 3 years without ever telling anyone, the times she'd stared out her apartment window and imagined running away, the fantasies she'd indulged in about becoming a teacher or a librarian or a nurse, anything that would have let her help people in the way she'd wished someone would help her. I, in turn, became her repository, her living archive. I started writing down her stories, documenting them in a journal that I kept by my bed. By the 2nd week, I'd filled nearly 100 pages. I called my office and extended my time off, telling them there had been a family emergency. It wasn't entirely a lie. Margaret was becoming increasingly real to me, and the details of my former life seemed to be fading. Rebecca called me once to check in, and I could barely remember what she wanted to talk about. Something about the quarterly report? None of it mattered anymore. All that mattered was listening to Margaret, was bearing witness to her story, was ensuring that every moment she'd experienced, every pain she'd endured, every small moment of beauty she'd found, all of it would be documented and preserved. By the 3rd week, I'd stopped going into my living room entirely. I'd stopped leaving my apartment. My building had a service where you could order groceries to be delivered, and I'd begun using that. The fridge began to fill with items I barely remembered ordering. I ate when Margaret wasn't there to talk to, and even then I ate absent-mindedly, without tasting the food. Work called to check on me. My manager, Derek, seemed unusually concerned when I told him I needed another week, and then another. He warned me that I was in danger of losing my job. I told him that was fine. The words came out hollow, as if I was speaking from very far away. "Are you okay?" he asked, and there was genuine concern in his voice. "Because "You don't sound okay. You sound like, I don't know, you sound like you're not really there." "I'm here," I said, though I wasn't sure that was true. "I'm exactly where I need to be." He didn't push it, which I was grateful for. After we hung up, I turned off my phone entirely. The outside world felt increasingly irrelevant. Margaret noticed the change in me. "You're fading," she said one night in the 4th week. We were sitting together at my small kitchen table, and I realized I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen myself in a mirror. "You're spending so much time here in this space between that you're becoming more like me." "Is that bad?" I asked. "I don't know," Margaret replied, and for the first time she sounded afraid. "I didn't think I wanted to drag anyone else down with me, but I'm so afraid of fading again. If you leave, if you stop writing my story, if you start living your life again without remembering me, then it will all have been for nothing. I'll be alone again." I reached across the table and tried to take her hand. My fingers passed through her translucent skin, but I felt something, not quite physical contact, but an awareness of her presence, a pressure in my mind that felt like connection. "I'm not leaving," I said. "I promise." And I meant it. The thought of returning to my old life, the spreadsheets, the quiet desperation of my apartment, the endless cycle of meaninglessness, seemed impossible. Margaret needed me. For the first time in my life, I was needed by someone. For the first time, I had a purpose. That night, Margaret told me about Eleanor, her younger sister. "She became a musician," Margaret said, her translucent face brightening slightly. "Not professionally, but she played piano beautifully. She was only 5 when I died, so she barely remembered me. But when she was older, I tried to contact her. I don't know if she heard me, but sometimes she would play pieces that sounded like sadness, and I liked to think she was playing for me, a lullaby for my ghost." "Do you ever wonder what happened to her?" I asked. "I know what happened to her," Margaret said. "I've been able to sense some things about the world outside my apartment, especially in recent decades. Eleanor married. She had children. She lived a full life. She died in 1997, and she died peacefully, of old age, in a hospital surrounded by family. That should comfort me, I suppose. But mostly I'm jealous of her. I'm jealous that she got to grow up and grow old and become a grandmother while I'm still 23 forever." We were both quiet for a long time after that. "My family is gone now," Margaret continued. "My father died in 1972. My mother died in 1985. Thomas died in 2003. Eleanor was the last, and now there's nobody left who remembers me as a person rather than as a tragedy. There's nobody left who remembers the way I laughed, or the jokes I liked, or the things I dreamed about. There's nobody left to miss me." "I'm here," I said. "I'm remembering for you." "You are," Margaret agreed. "But you're the only one, and you're becoming like me. You're losing yourself to preserve me. I can feel it. I can feel you slipping away from the world of the living." "Maybe that's okay," I said. "Maybe that's what I want." Margaret disappeared for the first time on her own that night, fading away before dawn came, retreating back into whatever dimension she occupied. I realized I was disappointed by this. I'd become accustomed to her presence, and the absence of her felt like a physical pain. When she appeared the next night, I could see that she was distressed. Her form was flickering more rapidly than usual, destabilizing in a way that scared me. "I did something," she said without preamble. "I tried something I've never tried before. I reached out to Eleanor's daughter, my great niece. She's in her 70s now, living somewhere on the East Coast. I tried to send her images, memories of me, the way I've learned to interact with this world. I was trying to reach someone else, to share the burden of remembering with someone else, so I wouldn't lose you to this." "What happened?" I asked. "She had a stroke," Margaret said miserably. "The doctors said she was very lucky. She's recovering, but it was close. And I know it was my fault. I was too strong. I tried too hard. I nearly killed her." "Margaret, I'm toxic," she said, her form becoming more translucent with distress. "Don't you see? I was toxic in life, and I'm toxic in death. Everyone I contact gets hurt. My father hurt me, which hurt him back through his disappointment. James lost me. Eleanor had to grow up without me, and now you. You're dying just from trying to help me. You're becoming translucent yourself, pulling away from the world. Soon you'll be where I am, trapped in this apartment forever." "That's not a bad thing," I said, but I could hear the uncertainty in my own voice. "It's the worst thing," Margaret said fiercely. "You have a life out there. You have a job, friends, possibilities. I was stolen from me. Don't steal yourself from me, please." "What do you want me to do?" I asked. "I don't know," Margaret said, and she sounded broken. "I thought I wanted to be remembered. I thought that was all I needed, for someone to know my story, to acknowledge that I'd existed. But now I'm realizing that remembering me is killing you, and I can't do that. I can't take another person down with me." That night, for the first time, Margaret didn't come back when the sun went down. Part 4. The Choice. For 3 days, I waited for Margaret to reappear. I didn't leave my apartment. I didn't shower or change my clothes. I sat in my bedroom and stared at the collection of items she'd left me: the key, the photograph, the brooch, the ring, the pressed flower, the letter. Each one was a piece of her story, a fragment of a life that had been cut short. On the second day without her, I realized I could see my hands clearly through my body if I looked at them in the right light. I was becoming translucent, just as Margaret had warned. The process was gradual, the kind of thing I wouldn't have noticed if I wasn't actively watching for it, but it was happening. I was fading. On the third day, I called Rebecca. "Where the hell have you been?" she demanded when she heard my voice. "Derek said you weren't responding to any emails. It's been almost a month." "I know," I said. "I'm sorry. I've been dealing with some personal issues." "Are you okay?" Rebecca asked, and there was genuine concern in her voice. "You don't sound okay. You sound weird. Did something happen? Did someone hurt you?" "No," I said, and then I found myself telling her everything. All of it. Margaret, the items, the ghost, the fading. The whole impossible story poured out of me, and I expected her to hang up on me, to call for a psychiatric evaluation, to do any of the rational things that someone would do when told that their co-worker was being haunted by a ghost who was slowly killing them by osmosis. Instead, Rebecca was quiet for a long time. "Okay," she said finally. "Okay, this is going to sound crazy, but I believe you." "You do?" I asked, shocked. I do, Rebecca confirmed, because I have a relative who experiences things, supernatural things, ghosts, hauntings, that kind of stuff. She's told me stories that would make your hair stand on end, and the one thing she always says is that ghosts aren't about what we think they're about. They're not about being scary or being vengeful. They're about unfinished business, trapped energy, consciousness that got stuck between states and doesn't know how to move forward. Is there a way to help them move forward? I asked, hope rising in my chest. A way to help Margaret? Maybe, Rebecca said. I'm going to call my relative. Her name is Susan. She lives in the city, not far from you, actually. Let me see if she's willing to come talk to you. Within an hour, Rebecca's relative Susan was outside my apartment building. The first thing I noticed when she arrived was that she could see me. Not see me see her, but actually see me. Really see the translucence, the way I was fading. She didn't look shocked or frightened. She looked sad. "Come on," she said, taking my arm gently. "Let's get you some air. You can't solve spiritual problems when you're locked up in a dead woman's apartment." Something about the way she phrased it, a dead woman's apartment, broke through the fog I'd been in. Margaret had died here. This was her tomb, her prison, and I'd been allowing myself to be locked into it with her. "I can't leave," I said. "Margaret needs me. She'll be alone." "Margaret is already alone," Susan said, not unkindly. "She's been alone for 61 years. And you're slowly killing yourself trying to fix that. That's not love, that's entanglement. That's codependency with a ghost." I let her lead me out of the apartment. The sunlight outside hit me like a physical force, and I nearly fell from the shock of it. I'd been in the apartment for so long that I'd forgotten what daylight felt like. I'd forgotten the smell of the city, the sound of traffic, the simple fact that the world continued to exist outside my bedroom walls. "What is she like?" Susan asked as we walked. "The ghost. Tell me about her." I told Susan everything again. The same story I'd told Rebecca, but with more detail this time, more emotion. And Susan listened, truly listened, in a way that felt different from the way Margaret had listened. When I was done, Susan was quiet for a moment. "She sounds like she was in a lot of pain," Susan said finally. "Still is. The fact that she tried to reach out to her family, even though she knew it might hurt them, that shows she's starting to understand the scope of what she's trapped by." "How do I help her?" I asked. "The first thing is helping yourself," Susan said. "You need to go to a hospital and get checked out. You're malnourished, you're sleep-deprived, and you're apparently becoming translucent, which I admit is new. But I think once you separate yourself from her apartment, you'll start to solidify again." "And then what?" "And then," Susan said, "we figure out how to help her move on. But first, we help you remember how to be alive." Part 5. The path forward. The hospital visit was surprisingly straightforward. They found I was nutritionally deficient and severely dehydrated. But after a few days of IV therapy and forced eating, I started to feel more myself. The translucence stopped spreading, and by the time I was released from the hospital, I could barely see through my hands. I was becoming solid again. Susan visited me every day. "Tell me more about the items," she said on the third day. "The things Margaret left you. There's a ritual for ghosts like this sometimes, a way to help them process their deaths and move on. But it requires something from them, an anchor, a way to make their death real instead of just frozen in time. I have the items, I said. She left them in the apartment. We'll need them, Susan said. But more importantly, we'll need Margaret to consent to this. She has to want to move on, otherwise we're just forcing her into something she's not ready for. She'll consent, I said, though I wasn't entirely sure. She said she didn't want to hurt me anymore. That night, I returned to my apartment for the first time since leaving with Susan. The moment I opened the door, I felt the temperature drop. Margaret materialized almost immediately, her form more solid than I'd ever seen it, as if desperation was giving her substance. "You came back," she said, and it sounded like a prayer and a curse at the same time. "I came back," I confirmed, "but I can't stay. Susan, Rebecca's relative, she thinks there might be a way to help you move on, to let you rest." I watched Margaret's face cycle through emotions, hope, fear, loss, longing. "What does it involve?" she asked. "I'm not entirely sure," I admitted, "but she said you'd have to be willing, consciously willing to let go, to accept what happened and to choose to move forward rather than stay trapped here." "I don't know how to do that," Margaret said. "I've been holding on to this for so long. This apartment is all I have. These items are all I have. If I let them go, if I move on, what happens to my story? What happens to me?" "Your story gets to exist," I said. "I've written it all down, hundreds of pages of your story, and once you're gone, I'll make sure that story gets preserved. I'll make sure people know about you." "How?" Margaret asked. "Who will care about a girl who died in 1963? "I will," I said, "and Rebecca will. And Susan knows others. People who investigate paranormal phenomena. People who document these things. Margaret, you could be part of something bigger. Your story could help other people understand that ghosts are real, that the dead are real, that people matter even after they die." Margaret sat down on my bed, her translucent form suddenly looking tired in a way that had nothing to do with physical exhaustion. "I'm afraid," she said. "I know," I said. "But you've already been brave. You've been brave by staying this long, by trying to connect with people, by trying to make sure your existence matters. This is just the next step." "Will it hurt?" Margaret asked. "I don't think so," I said. "I think it might feel like peace." Margaret was quiet for a long time. Finally she nodded. "Okay," she said. "Okay, I'll do it. I'll try to move on." Susan arrived the next evening with a small bag of items. Candles, crystals, herbs, and a journal that was clearly old, filled with handwritten notes and diagrams. "I've done this a few times," she explained as she arranged items in the center of my living room. "Not often. Most ghosts aren't willing or able to move on. But there are ways to help them recognize their death as real and final and to choose to accept it rather than fight it." She looked at me carefully. "This is going to be intense," she warned, "and it might not work. If Margaret chooses to stay, or if she can't manage the emotional weight of moving through this process, she could become hostile. Are you ready for that?" "Yes," I said, though I wasn't entirely sure I was. As the sun set, we all gathered in my living room. Margaret appeared as darkness fell, and Susan, who'd never seen a ghost before, let out a small gasp of surprise despite her experience with the supernatural. "This is real," Margaret said, looking at Susan. "This is actually real. I've been real this whole time." "You've been real," Susan confirmed, "and your death has been real too, even if you've been denying it. That's what we're going to help you accept tonight." Susan explained the ritual. It was, in essence, an extended meditation where Margaret would be guided through her death, not reliving it in the traumatic sense, but acknowledging it, accepting it, and recognizing that death was not a state to be feared or fought, but simply a transition. "Everyone dies," Susan said gently. "It's the one universal human experience. There's no shame in it. There's no punishment in it. It's just what happens. And once you accept that, once you stop fighting it, you can move on." The ritual took 3 hours. I held the compass she gave me, and Susan held the journal, reading passages about acceptance and release and the natural order of life and death. Margaret sat in the center of the circle, her translucent form flickering less as she gradually became more present, more solid, as if the act of acknowledging her death was making her existence real. At some point during the ritual, Margaret began to cry. At some point, she began to speak, telling her story not to us but to herself, acknowledging each element of her pain, each moment of suffering, each lost possibility. "I was 23, she said. "I was beautiful. I was smart. I wanted to write. I wanted to travel. I wanted to be in love. And none of that happened. None of it will ever happen. That's the reality. That's what I've been running from. My father took those possibilities from me, and he never paid for it. And that's not fair. But it's real." "Yes," Susan said gently. "It's real. And I hurt myself," Margaret continued. "I hurt my own body so badly that there was no fixing it. I ended my own life, and for 61 years I've been angry at myself and my father and the world. But I'm tired. I'm so tired of being angry." "Then let it go," Susan said. Margaret was quiet for a long moment, and then, very slowly, she began to fade, not like before, when she'd disappear and reappear. This time, she faded gradually, and there was a peace to it. Her translucent form became less and less visible, but her face, visible until nearly the end, showed relief. "Tell them I was real," she said, looking directly at me. "Tell them I mattered." "I will," I promised. "I will." "Thank you," Margaret said. "Thank you for listening. Thank you for seeing me. Thank you for remembering me." And then she was gone. The apartment suddenly felt very empty. Part 6. After I have written this story you're reading now, I have spent the past 3 months documenting everything Margaret told me, every detail of her life, her family, her love for James, her pain, her struggles, her death. I've sent it to paranormal investigation societies. I've shared it with researchers. I've given a copy to Rebecca, to Susan, to my doctor, and to several journalists. Most people think I've had some kind of breakdown. The hospital psychiatrist recommended antipsychotics, which I declined to take. My former employer, after I failed to return to work following my hospitalization, terminated my employment. Rebecca has been kind, but I can tell she's unsure whether she actually believes my story or whether she was caught up in my delusion. But here's what I know. I was malnourished, dehydrated, and becoming translucent. Those are facts that can't be explained by ordinary psychology. The items in my nightstand, the photograph, the brooch, the ring, the pressed flower, the letter, all exist. All can be examined. The photograph is from the 1950s, according to experts. The jewelry is period appropriate and valuable. The letter is written in handwriting that is clearly distinct and consistent. These are not things I imagined, and the apartment itself feels different now, lighter somehow, less burdened. I asked my landlord about the previous tenants, and he gave me a list of names. Margaret Wilson's name was not on it. Her tenancy was apparently never officially recorded, but the name of someone named Margaret W. appeared in newspaper archives from 1963, listed in a death notice as having died from self-inflicted wounds in this very building. I moved out of the apartment 3 weeks ago. I couldn't stay there anymore, not because it was haunted, it no longer is, but because it was a place where something profound had happened, and I needed to be somewhere that allowed me to process it. I'm living in a small house now, the kind of place that needs work but has potential. Rebecca comes over sometimes, and we eat turkey sandwiches and watch movies. She doesn't talk about what happened, and I don't push her to believe. But she's kind, and she stayed when most people would have left, and that matters. I'm working on a book about Margaret, a real book, written in a narrative style with proper research and documentation. I hope to publish it eventually. I hope to make sure her name is associated with something other than tragedy. But mostly, I think about what Margaret said at the end. Tell them I was real. Tell them I mattered. I will spend the rest of my life making sure that's true. I will make sure that Margaret Wilson's story is known. I will make sure that her pain had meaning, not because it was noble or beautiful, but because suffering is part of the human experience, and her suffering was real and valid and deserving of acknowledgement. I sometimes wonder what Margaret is experiencing now. Is she at peace? Is she with James somehow and whatever comes after? Is she finally able to rest? I'll never know, but I hope that in the act of helping her move on, I've given her something, a chance to exist in memory, to matter in someone's world, to be seen and validated and remembered as a person rather than as a tragedy or a statistic. Sometimes, when I'm writing about her and really immersed in her story, I can almost feel her presence, not in a haunting way, but in a comforting way, like she's reading over my shoulder, making sure I'm getting her story right. Good, she seems to say. That's good. Tell them more. Tell them everything. And so I do. Epilogue. 6 months later. The response to my story has been unexpected. I initially self-published it as a digital book, unsure if anyone would care about the story of a woman who died in 1963. Instead, it became something of a phenomenon, particularly among communities interested in paranormal investigation and in discussions about mental health, suicide, and the invisible pain that people carry. More importantly, it led to several discoveries. A woman named Sarah contacted me after reading my account. She turned out to be Margaret's great-great-niece, a descendant of Eleanor's line. She was astonished to learn that her family had harbored this secret all along, that one of their ancestors had suffered so profoundly. She shared family photographs with me, and one of them, taken at Eleanor's wedding in 1952, shows a man in the background who Sarah's family had always believed to be a distant relative. When I showed it to paranormal investigators along with Margaret's photograph, they were almost certain it was the same person. James, Margaret's James. He'd lived a long life, never married, never had children. According to Sarah's research, he'd spent much of his life doing charitable work and mentoring young people. Perhaps, in some unconscious way, he'd been trying to live out the compassion that Margaret had awakened in him. The book also led me to information about my apartment building's history. The woman who'd sold the nightstand to me, Catherine, is alive. She's 93 now and living in a care facility in upstate New York. Through one of her children, I was able to correspond with her. She remembered my apartment. She remembered the nightstand. And she remembered the supernatural occurrences that had driven her to finally get rid of the furniture. I was never sure if I was losing my mind, she wrote to me. It was so long ago, and I tried to put it out of my mind. But when I read your story, everything came back. The cold spots, the sense of a presence, the items that would appear. I thought I was crazy. It's validating in a strange way to know that someone else experienced it too. Catherine has become a regular correspondent. We talk about Margaret, about the nature of haunting, about the ways that unresolved pain can linger in a space and affect people sensitive to it. She's become something of a friend. The nightstand itself has become the subject of some fascination. I retrieved it from my apartment before I moved out, and after showing it to several paranormal experts, I made the decision to donate it to a museum that specializes in objects with supernatural history. The museum has curated a small exhibit around it, featuring copies of Margaret's photographs, letters, and personal items, along with a plaque explaining her story. The plaque reads, Margaret Wilson, 1928 to 1963. Her life was brief, but her story endures. She mattered. And perhaps most importantly, my experience has led me to a new career path. I've become a researcher and documentarian of paranormal phenomena, working with Susan and her network of investigators. I help people who are experiencing supernatural occurrences understand what's happening to them and, when appropriate, help facilitate the kind of resolution that Margaret needed. I've worked with 6 other ghosts over the past 6 months, 2 of whom were able to move on, 2 of whom decided to stay, and 2 of whom faded away without needing external intervention. Each experience has been different. Each has taught me something new about the nature of consciousness, death, and the strange ways that human will can persist beyond the physical. But Margaret's case remains the most significant to me. She was my first. She changed my life. She showed me that the invisible matters, that the forgotten deserve to be remembered, and that even in the darkest moments of human experience, there can be connection and understanding and peace. I still have the items she left me, the ornate key, the photograph, the brooch, the ring, the pressed flower, the letter. I keep them in a safe place, and I take them out sometimes when I'm working on the manuscript for a longer book I'm planning about Margaret's life. And sometimes when I hold the key in my hand, the key that opened the locked compartment, the key that was the first sign of Margaret's presence, I think about how a small object can contain such a large story. I think about how isolation and suffering are universal, But so is the human need to be seen and remembered. I think about Margaret, and I hope that wherever she is now, she knows that her story mattered, that her suffering has meaning, that she is not forgotten. The strangest personal items appeared in my locked nightstand, but perhaps they were never strange at all. Perhaps they were always just one woman's desperate attempt to make sure that the world knew she had existed. And for that, I am eternally grateful.